Just let him know. Yeah, Good morning, everybody. Welcome into PAX Australia here with AEL. It's time for the Rocket League Nationals. And who's bringing it to you? It's Matty and TwoTapTony.
Yeah, we're all suited up, looking all dapper and ready for some clean games today.
That's it, clean games all the way round. It's going to be an exciting time here with Rocket League. And I can't wait to see what these players are going to have in store for us, Tony. You know, we've had a pretty exciting season so far. As you can see, our players are getting ready to rumble here up on stage. They are going to be playing the best game they possibly can. And I can't wait to see some of the amazing plays they're going to make. You know, we've seen some very creative shots all through the season, I'd say. And look, see, there they are. Yep, that's you on the screen.
That's you on the screen, buddy. Look at that.
Yeah, love to see smiles all around, good vibes. And that's how it's going to be in and out of the server, Tony.
Yeah, it should be fun, as you said. You know, these teams have made their way through a grueling season. I was going to say we've had some close competition, and it all comes to fruition here. You know, you get to play on a stage, you get to play in front of a bunch of people. But we're getting into it, Matt. Already into our first game here as the kickoff starts.
That's it, straight into the corner and opening up the storm. Let's see how blue side goes. Going to take it nice and steady up the midfield there. Angus, ooh, good push pass there. Cryptic error keeps it offside as well, but there's still more where that came from, Tony.
Yeah, good save there by Max. Just kind of playing around this corner for the moment. Large Chips looking for a clear here. He's going to miss the touch. Luki going to be able to walk that one up, Max clearing it out. So a lot of corner control for the moment. Matt, you know, both these teams really want to control that section of the field for the moment. Great demo there from Angus, but he goes straight back to the midfield. Angus going for a dribble, and he's going to hit the first shot to start it off here for the team. Beautiful dribble there from Angus, and just intercepting it as it goes to the midfield.
Just love the creative plays there. Fantastic stuff coming out from Angus. And let's see how this next kickoff goes as we swing straight into it. Here we go. Straight onto the orange side of the pitch there. And Angus already up front, trying to see if they can get the ball up top, but not going to happen just yet.
Not going to happen just yet. Cryptic error. Fluky looking for the clear. Goes back towards the midfield again, and this might be a chase there for Fluky. Great answer, though, from the large Chips. Angus still being a menace around the midfield as well. You can see the blue team very much controlling the pace of how this game is going so far.
Yeah, controlling the pace, controlling the space, and ready to see if they can let loose here as it's going to be the Lakes taking point on a second goal. Good stuff coming out from the Lakes College there. And let's see if the Geelong Lutheran College can bring something back.
Yeah, I was going to say for the moment, we've seen a lot of Lakes College kind of controlling the pace, as we said. As we go back in the kickoff once again, already 2 up here for Lakes College. Looking for maybe another there, already aggressive take there. Angus with the top up there for Fluky to put it in. It's another goal there for the Lakes College.
Yeah, triple dipper coming at you. Nicely done by the Lakes College there. And see if Geelong Lutheran College can bring it back in to this next kickoff as we've got just over 3.5 minutes to go here. And there's still plenty of time to recover. Good way to start already. Pushing it to the Lake side of the pitch there. Seeing if they can gain a bit of control, a bit of momentum. But obviously the Lakes are on top of things here. A fluid approach, and it's working out quite smoothly.
Yeah, great. Pass up there through another demo from Angus of being an absolute menace there in the demos as well. I was going to say, just kind of making this defense a little bit harder as we'll see the ball fly in for another floater for Fluky. That is 4-0 up already for the Lakes College, starting off with, well, they wasted no time, Matt, getting the lead going early.
Yeah, really building it up brick by brick there, and you're going to see how they can approach the rest of this one as well as push straight into the deep end. Cryptic error, nice setup. Angus ready, not going to be able to get it past the defense though. Good stuff on the backside there, but see if they are going to be able to clear it out. It's a tough approach, and Fluky's already back on top.
Great clearance there from Max going up high there. Going for the fight. And Angus, Cryptic error. Nice dribble there, looking to shot it into the top right-hand corner. Cryptic error with a beautiful air dribble. That is another goal on the board for Lakes College, Matt.
Yeah, Yeah, just building it up over and over again there. A strugglesome start, but there's always room to bite back, you know. They say time and time again, the first game is the warm-up game, and this could be true in that testament as well. But let's see how this next one goes. Ooh, unfortunate little bop there. Just allow a bit more traction on the ball, and rise and fall, they lock it down for 6.
Yeah, absolutely clean once again. Just Fluky just taking his time with it. I was going to say just very calm, very cautious, and then Cryptic just slotting it in perfectly. Great team play as well from the Lakes College. You know, it's not just everybody individually showing up. They're showing up as a team right now. You can see fluid communication here from the side of Lakes College. Geelong really need to round it in, Matt. I was going to say, you can't really, at least if you're the team at this stage, you know, you don't want to kind of start off at a rough suit. Once again, it's another one. Beautifully played there for the Lakes College.
Look at the speed on that one, Tony. You can feel the wind swooping by. Liam not having much time to react at all there. 86 miles per hour, and they power ahead, power strong. But it's time to get into the next kickoff here. And let's see exactly how they're going to go. Fluky looking right up the wall there. See if they can catch them off guard. Large Chips does swoop it away, though. So good defense in this one.
Yeah, good challenge there from Large Chips. Cryptic, once again, taking possession of the ball, taking it across towards the midfield. The Large Chips tries to meet them there. And Cryptic era goes for another shot. Great clearance there from Liam, and for the moment, Geelong are looking good.
Looking good, looking great, and let's see how they go. Let's see if they can catch this one off guard. Cryptic era. Looking to lock it down, lock it in. Angus, good to keep it in the midfield there, pushes it up. Geelong Lutheran College trying their best to strut their way back, and they will be able to hold on to defense for now. But the offense, the counter-attack, is back on deck.
And back on deck, another demo there from Angus as well, just being an absolute menace. And now, minute 30 still for Geelong to play with here, and what can they do? The way that the Lakes College have been dictating the pace, it's looking for another shot there from Fluky. And we'll go saved there by Liam. So I was going to say I have to give credit to Geelong though. They're playing this defense not too bad considering the scoreline, right?
Not too bad at all. And let's see if they're going to rise up once again. Rise or fall. It's time to stall this out. That's going to be the main objective of the Lakes right now. Geelong Lutheran College though. Good defense there. Still holding on. Still fighting in. And we'll see if they can fight ahead once again. Now's a chance. Defense a little bit spread here. Large Chips could take point on it, but no. Angus back on deck there. Liam there to pick it up though.
Yeah, some great answers there from Liam. So we see Geelong a little bit more towards the middle side of the field. So a little bit more pace on it. Lukey gonna be tossing that one. Dead ball towards the middle. Liam takes another shot here. Tries to pass to Max there. A little bit maybe too early. Max probably wasn't expecting that one, and now we're getting a little bit later in the piece here. Matt and Lakes College, they've got this one potentially on lock.
Could be locked and loaded, and the game imploded. Let's see how things go into the last 10 seconds here. Time is ticking. Will there be another goal on board? Will the game be concluded just like that in the first of the day here? 2 seconds, 1, and it's over. So, nice start coming out from the Lakes College. A grand way to strut their way in with such confidence.
Yeah, very dominant start there from the Lakes College. And I was going to say for Geelong, right, you know, first game jitters, have to get them out, right? But yeah, lights out from the Lakes College. They looked absolutely sensational there in that first one.
Yeah, couldn't agree more there, Tony. Definitely looking great, and I reckon they're going to be able to keep that up. You know, they got the momentum, they got the morale, and the pressure's going to be on top of Geelong Lutheran College there to bring things up. But, you know, there's a lot of pressure on board being here at PAX Australia. It is the stage of the ages, the grand stage for all our students here today, and they are putting on the best show they can.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say, yeah, the land jet has come to fruition here. You know, we spoke to a few players, and, you know, the nerves definitely settling in a little bit. So hopefully, you know, they can shake them off and look confident going into this next one, Matt, because that was very dominant from Lakes College. And as you said, you know, a team that probably is coming in with a lot of confidence is probably going to continue pushing that confidence through to the next few games.
That's it. You know, the best way to shake off the land jitters is just to use your boost. That'll heat you up, you know? Pick up the big pads. Yeah, get a few demos in there. That'll heat you up. Yeah. No, I'm sure they've got a lot of warm up into that first game there, but now we go onwards. We go upwards on to the second, and our players are ready to rumble once again. It's time to kick off. Here we go.
Going for the kickoff once again. And we're into our second game here. I was going to say, Geelong playing a little bit more aggressive towards the start side of things, you know, getting that warm up into Luki. Shot on goal. Already cleared by a large chips. They've been very, I was going to say, vigilant on getting towards that clearance there, especially large chips in that kind of middle of the goal. I was going to say, very keen to see how that comes to fruition here for Geelong.
Yeah, you're going to see how they really switch things up. You know, they had a slow start, but now they're starting to get on point. Well, speak too soon. It's the caster curse. Fluky going to be able to lock down that first goal there for the Lakes College. So, nicely done. 4 minutes 27 left in the piece here, and a decent start there. Yeehaw! And let's get straight back into it.
Shooting straight there for Fluky. And so we're back into the kickoff once again. Angus with a great pass. Sends it up high there. Demo once again from Angus, very aggressive. And Fluky, he shots it in with the help of Cryptic Error. Beautiful pass, beautiful setup. You can see the team play coming to fruition here, you know. Angus goes immediately for that demo, clears out the goal for Cryptic Error, and Fluky just run it through.
That's it, they run it through, run it back, and let's see if they can get another one back in to the next kickoff here as we jump straight back in. Big boop straight towards the goals there. That might just run in, but no, it's not going to happen this time. Going to take its time, slow things down, and look at that, the patience from Cryptic Error there, waiting to see how the field evolves, and now they're going to transform their approach.
Yeah, going to shake things up. Large chips getting the demo in this time around. Angus will send it up high towards the top of the net. But good clearance here for Geelong this time around, and Cryptic Error looking for essentially another setup, just kind of floating it towards the top of the goal for the time being.
Floating it up and looking to float it straight back down. What goes up must come down, and that could be the same in the defense here. Geelong Lutheran College waiting the back line. Cryptic Error trying to force it up, but not going to happen. Good way to gain a bit of field presence over towards the blue side there, but Liam is going to be able to hold it down for a second longer. Fluky ready for the setup though. Lock it down, lock it in. They're good for 3.
Yeah, shooting straight once again. Fluky with a clean pass as well from Angus there on the corner side of things. 3-0 start here for the Lakes College, and Matt, it's looking like a picture-perfect start here for the side of the Lakes College. I was going to say, very reminiscent of how we started our first game, and already once again Fluky slotting another in.
Yeah, very rhythmic approach to the goals there, you know, just humming away, churning through goal after goal, and you're going to see how they stroll their way into another one. It's now time for a response from the Geelong Lutheran College. Let's see how they approach this kickoff as they push their way into it, charging forward like a bull. They're ready to push in, but they're getting a bit higgledy-piggledy on the sides there. There's a bit of physicality coming into the mix, don't?
A bit of shoving going on between cars, as of course we'll see. Ball once again goes dead for a second towards the middle side of the field. Max though looking for a clearance here. No boost unfortunately, so can't really clear that one as effectively. Sends it over to large chips to get that one out here. And I was going to say, Geelong are looking a little bit more aggressive this time around. Liam going high on for that one, looking to challenge here against the side of the Lakes College.
Looking to challenge and looking to see if the challenge will be conquered, as there you go, the demo coming in. It's heating up now, and straight downfield, straight into the middle. Cryptic ready, but Angus almost locks it down. A little close, a little far, and they've still got more chances, and there it is, locking it down for 5. They're staying alive.
Yeah, staying, kicking here, just racking up goals. I was going to say, they're just the back and forth there. Everybody sending it up towards the top of the net, just waiting for that double touch to come in from a teammate. And 5-0 start here in the second one for the Lakes College, and they're looking good. Angus this time going to be on the aggressive nature. Cryptic sending that one through air. Doesn't quite hit the goal this time around.
Yeah, not quite this time, but maybe next time. Good on the defense. It's Max and taking things to the max. So we're going to see if they can push it through. No time to relax. And let's see if they are going to be able to crack through this one at PAX as they launch the next set of attacks.
Yeah, looking to see what we can do here. Just again, a lot of maybe stalling for time. I was going to say, you know, the Lakes College have the goal lead for the moment, so they can kind of just, they don't even have to go for goals, right? They can just kind of let that ball sit for a little bit. Fluky with another demo. And Cryptogera going for a cheeky little floater there, I was going to say. Interesting pass coming through here. Angus now coming up to the plate here, but once again, another great save there by Max.
Close one, definitely almost locked on target, but slightly misfired there. We'll see if they can manage to bring it back now. Good hit there from Liam. Just stalling it out, rising up to the occasion. Might be able to push it, but it's going to be relegated to the corner for the second. Big hit offside there. Large Chips trying to work with their team to counter-attack onto this one. Max ready, waiting, patient. And here we go, Tony.
Yeah, Max looking, well, in control of the ball right now. You can see that Geelong are very much playing this one out. So as you can see, though, for the side of the Lakes College, another demo once again from Angus. I was going to say, curious to see the stats on that one. It's, I feel like that's, you know, at least 10 at this stage from Angus, right?
Could be 11 in a second as well, Tony. They're building up stats for days. There you go. Lock it down, lock it in. Smooth operator. It's a Fluky coming in on that one. 6 on the board right now. 36 seconds to go. And which way are they going to hit the next flow?
It's going to be an interesting one, Matt. As we see kickoff once again, 6-0 for the Lakes College. And I was going to say, you know, Fluky, the name would imply a little bit of luck, but he's been very skilled in the pitch so far. Angus as well, being an absolute threat. As we'll see, 20-something seconds left on the clock here. Lakes College need to, I guess, stall it out for the side of Geelong. They need to kind of make something happen, a miracle, if you would.
Yeah, you could say they need a fluke or something along those lines, Tony. And there's certainly no flukes for the Lakes College here. It's all a masterclass showcased right here before our eyes. Another one coming through from Fluky there. There you go. Just professional skill all the way through.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful shot there. Interesting angle, I was going to say, more towards the left-hand side of the goal. And not an easy one to hit by any stretch of the imagination. As we've got another kickoff here with 5 seconds left. It will tick down a little bit more, and it might just be a dead ball in the air in just a second. It's not going to touch the ground just yet. Fluky will be able to put it up here for Cryptogera to go for a quick touch there with the help of Angus. And we'll still see this clock go, as we'll see overtime potentially, but the ball will touch the ground, and it will be another one for the Lakes College.
That's it, locking it down on their second game in this best-of-7 thriller. And they've scored 7 goals into this one. Maybe there'll be 7 more into Game 3. But the magic number is 4 for our teams here today. So you're going to see if there is going to be more games stacked up, as they've had a very confident start here, the Lakes College. But it's time for Geelong Lutheran College to lock it down, run it back into Game 3. They've had a decent showing in some ways. I'd say we've seen an improvement between the first 2 games there, and I think this third one, you know, third time's the charm, and I reckon this is going to be the charm for them to lock it down, get their goals on board, and take it to another level.
Yeah, third time's the charm, hopefully here for Geelong. I was going to say for St. Luke's, the Lakes College, sorry. They're looking good. They're looking, I was going to say, pretty much, I can't really doubt them, right? You know, there's no nerves that are really showing here, but for Geelong, I was going to say, they're starting to show a little bit of adaptability, right? You know, we're seeing a little bit more challenges for the ball. We're seeing a little bit more defensive nature with some of those saves that happened in the later stage of that one, and I was going to say, probably keep that up, just amp it up a little bit more, and they're probably looking good going into the later stage of the series.
That's it. More demos all round, Tony. That's what we need.
Absolutely.
Demos all day long. We're going to get chaotic with it. You know, we're going to get tornadoes coming in just like it's Rumble. No, it's not Rumble. We'll save that for another day. But for today, we are getting into Game 3 of this best-of-7 extravaganza here. It's time for the kickoff, Tony, and here we go.
And we are back into the kickoff, and well, I can already see the inklings of what I want to see from Geelong, right? A little bit more aggression towards the kickoff, a little bit more aggression towards the middle of the field, and starting to show it here. A bit of a mistouch there, but I Large Ship's able to clear it out. Cryptic, great answer. Sends it the corner. Large Ship still fighting for this one. Liam as well, up on the high ground here. Attempted shot there from Max, but great save from Angus. You can see the Lakes College being very vigilant on their defense as well as their attack.
Ooh, nicely done by Liam, though. Epic save coming through there. Max trying to counter. This could be an opportunity. And there it is. Max breaks it in and takes the opening goal for Geelong Lutheran College.
Yeah, finally picking one up on the board, and hopefully the first of many, right? You know, this is where we maybe start to see the confidence continue to build here for Geelong. Lakes College, though. Back to it once again. Kickoff goes. Cryptic. Allowed a free touch there towards the middle side of things. Angus in a little bit of a rough spot, so has to rotate around, get behind that ball. And a great save in there. Great shot though from Max as we start to see Geelong really start to come alive here.
That's it. Their time to dive in. Their time to pump it up. And now they're going to be looking to bring the house down with this one. Liam on deck, ready to respond. Good defense though coming out from the Lakes. Angus working with Cryptic Error here. Max going to be able to keep it off track though, trying their best to keep it away from their goals. It's not going to be successful at all. Cryptic Error locks it down, all tied up, one apiece.
Yeah, just great pressure on that ball there. You can just see Cryptic hanging around that corner and has all the boost to work with. Takes the opportunity, slots it next to Liam. And all tied up, man, as you said, as we go into another kickoff here. 3 minutes 45 on the clock here, so still plenty of time for Geelong to make that adaptation that we needed to see from them in this series. And I was going to say, it's the Lakes College kind of taking their foot off the gas a little bit. It feels like they're playing a little bit more safer, a little bit more slower, and it's interesting to see.
Yeah, put your foot on the gas and ready to see who can find success here. Close, so close to the goals there, but not going to be opening up just yet. Ooh, Max trying to lock it in. Not going to be able to succeed this time. A solid defense from the Lakes College. They're countering up the midfield now. Taking to the skies, rise up. Angus prepared, ready. And they might just respond with haste.
Passes there towards the mid side of the field. They're going to be clearing that one out for the moment. But I was going to say Max gets past him. Angus. I need a challenge for that one. The man towards the midfield. We're going to be seeing Geelong potentially stabilizing here, but again, Angus can't really count this fella out. Looking really good here at the moment.
Woohoo! Looking good, looking great. And Faluki shuts the gate on that one, taking the lead for the Lakes College. So, solid stuff coming out from them. Just over 2.5 minutes to go here. And the pressure's on once again for Geelong Lutheran College to bring it back here. Only one between them, and this kickoff will decide their fate.
Yeah, it feels like with every minute that passes down, Geelong just needs to really dial it in a little bit more. You can see Angus once again challenge towards the corner. Liam ready to clear that one, but Max is pretty vigilant for the moment. You're going to be seeing once again another clear towards the goal. Not a shot on, but it was pretty close. I was going to say a few of these goals that the Lakes College have attempted to go for have been pretty close, and Max, he's not close, but he's dead on with that one. And that is going to be a tied-up scoreline here for Geelong.
That's it. Big shout-out to Max there, locking it in and taking down goal number 2. 2 for 2, 2 minutes 14 to go, and we are into another kickoff. So, who's going to take advantage of this one? It's straight down the middle, a little split, and it's going to be on the lake side of the field now. A large chips ready to go large in name and nature with the plays, but Max is ready in the back, ready to launch their attack here. Cryptic Error is keeping it locked down, keeping it slow, but that flow is going to come in a second here. Angus is on deck.
I'm going to say a little bit quiet in the demos this time from Angus. As we said, playing a little bit more safer for the Lakes College. A little bit more aggressive for the side of Geelong. So we'll see them try to slot it towards the corner. Great clearance though from Angus. Gets up all the boost, you know, using that one to its full potential. Taking it back towards the orange side of the corner. And it's a shot on from Fluky. Beautifully set up there. Angus with a very interesting angle. I was going to say pinch there. And then kind of hit it towards the ground. And we'll see Fluky fly on in when everybody's trying to clear it. When the comms get a little bit scattered, Matt. Everybody, all hands on deck. And it, you know, looks a little bit rough there for the side of Geelong.
That's it. Looks a little bit rough, but they have the chance, the opportunity to make it a little bit easier. All they have to do is get one more goal, tie things up here, and things might get a bit more smooth yet. But Max jumping over the top there, going to be fended off by the Lakes College. It's time for Geelong Lutheran College to bring it back once again. Liam taking it slow, steady, waiting things out, waiting. Could cost them, but no, the patience pays dividends, and the ball's still online.
Looking on up for that one there, potentially trying to hit a touch that could send that one in towards the goal. Angus once again over towards this close right-hand side of things. And I was going to say Geelong, they really have to lock it down right now because you can see pace changing once again here for the Lakes College.
Things changing, the field evolving, time and time again here. See if it is going to change in a positive nature once again now. Big hit up top there. Angus ready to send it straight back. Return to sender. And let's see who's going to be able to capitalize on this. Not much time. We could be seeing an OT if Geelong can lock down one more goal here. But the defenders are doing a superb job.
Yeah, a little bit more defensive on the side of the Lakes College. And now we'll see the countdown tick. A shot on goal potentially. A large chip's trying to slot that one in with Max, but it is cleared perfectly there by the Lakes College. All it has to do is touch the ground, and it's another one on the board for the Lakes College, Matt. They are looking sensational here at PAX.
Oh yeah, fantastic work coming through from them. But like I said before, you know, Geelong Lutheran College, they're making their waves. They're making that recovery. That was the closest game yet. Only one goal between them. You know, they started to really initiate, really engage into that one. And you can tell they're feeling it now. They're feeling the pressure, but they're starting to lock in. And that's exactly what they need to do in this instance. You know, they need to really pump up the volume here and give it their absolute best. And, you know, that if that's how they perform in Game 3, now, series point coming through for the Lakes College. Now is where they're really going to shine. I think we could see a really decisive game coming out from a Geelong Lutheran College here.
Yeah, I hope so. I was going to say, nobody wants to see a one-sided series, right? We want to see all games. We want to see it go the distance, right? And here it is. It's up to fate for Geelong. And for the side of Lakes College, right, as we said, just another day at the office for them at the moment.
Just another day in paradise. And let's see who's going to be able to lock it down. Ooh, could be open season on a goal here. Angus not going to be able to position, though. Will be able to keep it upfield, however. Trying their best to use the limited boost they have to yield some results for their teammates. Good setup. Cryptic Error not going to be able to force their way through the iron wall defense there. The counter-attack could be locked in here. So they're taking it slow, steady, and looking to burst through like confetti, but it's Angus. Never fear. Angus is here.
Great clearance once again, though, from Geelong Lutheran College. We'll see. Ball flight towards the top side of the corner. Angus, unfortunately, no boost. I was going to say, it feels like Lakes College are running out of that one quickly. They're using it all to really mount an aggressive attack, and then, of course, you've got no boost there to follow the shot up. So see Liam, good clearance towards the midfield. Another demo there from Angus. As, well, just not a whole lot of action going on for the moment, just a shot on here or there, but of course cleared pretty decisively here by the side of Geelong.
Yeah, decent beginning there, and we'll see if they can keep that up all the way through to the end. There you go, Cryptic Error finds a vulnerability, capitalizes, and takes the opening goal. 3 minutes 42 to go, and they've now opened up the floodgates.
Yeah, absolutely clinical one there. 3 minutes 40 for Geelong Lutheran College. They will, once again, lock it down a little bit more defensively this time around. I was going to say as well, for the side of Lakes College, you normally see them chase that one, but they're happy to play with it for the moment.
Yeah, happy to see how things go here, and see exactly which way they are going to be headed. Fluky, ready, and are going to be looking to take this one step further. They've got their teammates looking to engage the ball here, but they're waiting to see if the defense will crack first before they look to launch an attack.
And we'll see. Looking to go real high up for that one, looking for potential hit off the top of the field. But no, Max, Liam, I was going to say, playing this midfield quite defensively and quite well. Large Chips looking for a clearance there, sends it over to Liam. Cryptic Error looking to chase it, And Angus looking for the air dribble. Matt here getting on for a double touch potentially. Doesn't go in, but Fluky will be able to put it through. And beautifully played here for the Lakes College. Just look at that fluid motion from Angus in air.
That's it, the Lakes in name and nature there. Very solid, fluid approach, like you said, Toad. And they're going to be able to flow their way into another goal. 2 minutes, 41 left to go here. Geelong Lutheran College. Still got a bit of time to recover this one. You know, it's not all doom and gloom as yet. Let's see if they are going to be able to come unstuck under this one. And they are going to be able to take a goal of their own.
Interesting. Stabilized there, and it is going to be a shot on Large Chips. Slotting that one through when we weren't expecting it either. It was an interesting stop there from Cryptic Error, but great follow-up there from Liam. And into the pass from Large Chips. He slots it in with the back of the car, and it's absolutely perfect. Geelong able to put another one on the board for themselves. Matt, and as you said, this is where it starts to look a little bit more interesting for them.
That's it. Things starting to shake up. The spice is starting to kick in, and let's see how things go. Oh no, it's open season. Slow and steady into the fadeaway. Angus, just a masterful patience there. You know, the trigger discipline on that shot is just something to behold there, Tony.
Yeah, absolutely clinical there. Unfortunate, maybe a miscom there from the side of Geelong, right? I was going to say, you know, normally I'm going to go get boost, and maybe too many people getting boost, and it kind of happens, right? You know, just a miscommunication here. Hopefully Geelong can tighten up the comms here because they need to lock in for these final 2 minutes.
Lock in, lock it down, and let's see who is going to be able to clock this next one. 1:52, and Angus trying to break through here. Will not be able to push over the side. Large Chips already. And looking to see if their teammates can dip in. Angus, though, is ready to dip out there and clears a path for their team.
Good clearance. Demo back from Max onto Fluky, but Cryptic Error has snuck away. Goes for the touch towards the middle side of the field. Angus, I don't believe, had the boost for that one just quite yet. Cryptic Error going up high, looking for the top shot there. And looking to go over the top of Large Chips and put that one in.
Yeah, flip it through and dip it in. And they are going to be able to lock down our 4th goal here. Confident shining through once again. And very excited to see how things fare heading into the next minute and 22 seconds. Kickoff, and Angus is already on top. Demo coming over though. Goodbye to Max, and hello to the counter-attack.
Yeah, absolutely ruthless here from Angus. As we'll see, now almost a minute left on the clock here for Geelong to make their move. 3 goals in a minute, Mats. You know, not too bad of a circumstance, but I was going to say the way that the Lakes College have been playing this one, the way that Angus has been playing this one, looking for a shot just himself. He's not able to put it in. A Large Chips, good clearance there. It's now a minute ticks down, and Geelong, they need to make something happen.
Yeah, need to make something happen real quick, Smart, and might just be able to do a little something here and there. Good defense coming out from there in these last moments here, but the timing is becoming more and more critical. Speaking of timing, perfect. Cryptic Error, 1-2, and they pop it through. Nicely done. The lockdown 5.
And the 1-2 punch. Pass there from Fluky. Cryptic Error cleaning that one out. Beautifully played though here for the side of Lakes College, and again just looking like the same form. We almost saw a kickoff goal there happen from a Large Chips.
What could have been, what should have been, but it isn't this time. Close. And no lock in, but this could be locked in a second. Cryptic Error ready, capitalizes on the timing, and primes up 6 for 16 seconds. And there's more to follow.
Yeah, more to happen here. Beautiful shot there towards the top left. I was going to say Cryptic Error, you know, we've been speaking about Angus, all the demos, Fluky's been pretty clinical. Cryptic Error's looking good as well. I was going to say the follow-ups have looked absolutely phenomenal. As we'll see, ball go towards the corner once again here, but of course it's in Orange's corner. Geelong, they need to clear it out for the moment. They now have 5 seconds left on the clock. And that ball will touch ground for just a little bit more, and of course for the side of the Lakes College, they want to keep it moving, but it will touch the ground, and Lakes College will touch down with another victory.
That's it. Big shout out to the Lakes there, and a shout out to Geelong Lutheran College as well for putting on a valiant effort there. And as a reminder, these teams will be seen again later on today. So this is not the last we're going to see of them just yet. We've still got more games to follow here, and eager to see how those gear up, Tony, as we've had a fired up beginning.
Yeah, I was going to say quite fired up beginning there. Lakes College looking hot, and I was going to say for Geelong, of course, hopefully they can they bounce back after a rough start.
That's it. Hopefully they bounce back, just like we will be very soon into our next set of games. Before we get into it, though, we're going to get everything prepped up and all good. So we're going to head to a short break, everybody. We'll be back with our next one very soon.
We are back here live at PAX. I'm now finally on this broadcast. I had to sit back. I had to watch Matsy come in, talk some high school. I was jealous. Tony, I chose you to stay with me. How keen are we for this second semifinal
I'm excited.
match?
I was going to say, we already got into the first one. I was like, oh, all right, this is how the day's going. And hopefully we get to see it from these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, look, I got to watch that first game, and Lakes lived up to my expectations. I put a lot of pressure on them being, you know, one of those Queensland teams. So they came out there. They did well. On that note, though, of course, this is an amazing event, and we could not do this without the support of our sponsors.
Absolutely. AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world. AGON by AOC provide the best-in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs.
Power up your game with the latest HyperX gear at Officeworks. When you need speed, control, and zero distractions, Officeworks has got the tech. Discover gaming gear made to handle serious play.
And last but not least, of course, Indomie, the noodle partner made with high-quality flour and selected ingredients and spices. A plate of Indomie mee goreng will certainly brighten up your day. Try any one of the flavors available today from your local grocer or at indomie.com.au. Max, sorry.
Yeah.
Again, couldn't be possible without our sponsors.
No, it could not be. And, of course, they've set up some wonderful free play areas sort of around this AEL competition stage as well. So if you want to go out there, check it out, get some games in, plenty of opportunity to do it. But let's look ahead right now. One semifinal down, one more to go. We're going straight into this, our second semifinal match.
Our second semi-final here. And, of course, best of 7 once again. We'll already see the immediate kickoff here. Launceston is going to be Vortex, and it's going to be controlling the ball around the middle of the field for the moment here, Max.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. I mean, again, with how that first sort of series played out, while I was happy Lakes lived up to expectation, I expect this match to be a lot closer. And realistically, I expect whoever wins this to provide good challenge for the Lakes as we watch Vortex right now. Good little reset on the sidewall. Couldn't maintain possession until the lower end where they were challenged. And so far, just a lot of lob shots, a lot of sending one player forward, trying to challenge, maybe hope for the beat on the first defender, and that's where we'll see the other sort of midfielders start to press up and attack at the moment. It is looking like Phoenix was the first team able to set themselves up. Of course, the map then quickly flips. Rocket League, just such a fast-paced game.
Yeah, Rocket League, one of those games that just, you know, one touch can change up the pace very quickly here, and as we'll see. Ball fly over the top of there, the blue goal for the moment. Win still putting the pressure on here. Followed up shortly by the teammate. Camo as well, good clearance there, straight back towards Blue's corner. All the pressure's on Blue right now.
Yeah, a fair bit of defensive pressure. That's okay. Vortex with no boost, happy to slow it down. I would have liked to see a little tighter follow-up and tighter spacing with the slower pace, though, coming from this Blue side. And it's really allowing a lot of attacking pressure to come from Phoenix. However, now we start seeing him pushing forward. Double commit, that's okay. Yeah, with the meatball up for grabs, this could have been a scoring opportunity. Win instead looked for the pass. Camo too far back for the first shot. Second shot's on target. And the third shot could have been as well. Instead, it comes off the backboard.
Hitting the backboard, and unfortunate things go here. We'll see good clearance there towards the midfield. And up goes Vortex for the touch as well. But again, I was going to say, this Phoenix side is just all over this ball and really ready to answer what Lawson's going to bring in.
No, they're very fast and they're very aggressive compared to, Lawson, who's constantly trying to slow it down and maybe opt for a bit more control. The problem, again, though, is just how wide the spacing has been on the Lawson side. If you want to go for the slow controlling play, you need to be played closer together, and I know that might be the antithesis of what you'd expect from, defense and wide rotations and being reactive. But the thing is, when you're against a fast opponent and you're playing it slow, you're always going to be the second team to the ball if you're playing as far back as Lawson is right now. So I want to see them step up more plays like that. That was Kolowski. First good shot. Now we're seeing them come forward. Now you can see they're tightening the space. Less space between them faster to the ball. This is the tempo we need to see from this Blue side.
Yeah, this is definitely what we need to see. Right now, you can see Taunt though. Great clearance there. I was going to say Kowalski.
That's on.
Beautiful shot there though. Vortex, with the help of Kowalski, able to sink that one through. And finally, Launceston are able to break through that defense.
Yeah, I mean, look, when you have a double commit on no boost and both defenders wind up knocking each other out of the way, you're going to have the shot. But the thing is, if we were playing like we were playing in the first 2 minutes of this game, I don't think the Blue side hits that goal. But they started to tighten up their attack. They were starting to play closer around each other. And that's it's the stage nerves. I know you guys talked about it a fair bit in the first game, but it is true. Playing on a stage in a loud, chaotic environment, it takes a while to find your groove again. I'm happy that Lawson was able to find it, and I'm happy they got on the board. Pressure now back on Phoenix and to see how they respond.
Phoenix immediately up to the plate here. Again, I was going to say some great clearances here from Sinart, just getting that one away from the goal as much as possible. Now shot in from Win, cleared by BkWhatOCE, and we can see still pressure from Phoenix is there, and I was going to say just how much pressure gets put on this launch system side before they break.
Every touch is being put towards the goal, though, and all you need is clean defensive rotations, and you should be able to hold. There's the break down the middle. It actually comes the other way than maybe what some people were expecting, especially with as low as the resources were. Phoenix, though, should be able to flip it right back as Camo is going to go for a little slower touch doing what they can. This actually could send up Tauntus, who tries to spike it down. Second touch underneath. It was challenged. The defense holds. No breakaway, though. Just not a clear angle for Kolaski.
Yeah, unfortunate. Not quite able to find the angle, but BkWhatOCE definitely well. Straight through the center, and nobody there to stop it from the side of Phoenix. So also another goal on the board here. Beautiful find there. I was going to say just the timing was so perfect from BkWhatOCE. Now a minute left on the clock here for Phoenix to answer.
I will have to admit, when Launchester pulls the trigger, they're pretty accurate and they can be decisive. Oh, that kickoff, though. Not what they needed. Phoenix gets on the board. Hashtag ban the kickoff goal. Of course I kid yet. Yeah, Vortex went left, ball went right.
It's just, as I said to Matt, you know, one of those unfortunate circumstances where everybody's calling, I'm going to go for the boost, I'm going to go for the boost. And then there's nobody there to clear that one out. So once again, we'll go to the kickoff. No goal this time around. It's just BkWhatOCE kind of running away with it for the left-hand side of things. The double touch coming through potentially, but not quite coming this time around.
Yeah, I mean, that was a reset to a musty, something you usually see in practice when you're like having a bit of fun. If they threw a double touch at the end, then we're just freestyling at that point. And up only one goal in the first game and you want to start freestyling, it's a choice. I like it. It tells me there's confidence right now on this blue side, and why not? 25 seconds away from a Game 1 win.
Yeah, 25 seconds away from this Game 1 win. I was going to say a little bit less dominant than our last series, right? But still, a win's a win on the end of things here. Camo just still putting that pressure on from the side of Phoenix, but of course, Law System just quickly to answer once again. BkWhatOCE looking for it. As well, the teammates trying to follow that one through, and Camo has a empty goal to put that one through, and it's all tied up with 2 seconds left on the clock.
They broke rotation right there. I was trying to point it out to you. Kolaski was getting himself out, set up midfield. I didn't see who the other attacker was, but on no boost, instead of rotating back, they tried to commit for the goal instead. That means no one is back there. Leave it. Trust your teammate. Kolaski had that one. A real misplay right there from our blue side. So, hey, our first overtime of the day.
It was only fitting that we finally get an overtime here. Second game, and of course all tied up at 2. Sinar once again gonna look for that clearance. Kowalski though, great clearance from them. And we get that one forward, but again, Camo's just being an absolute menace here on the attacking side here from the side of Phoenix.
Oh, that's gonna be dangerous right now. You can see defense, it's kind of on Kowalski to make this touch. It's a swing and a miss. Second defender has to push forward, but no midfield control. Coming from the Phoenix side means we do flip the map, so both teams playing really tight at the moment and a little bit more defensive than I'd like. Camo, as you called out before, has been that forward-playing player. Looks for a double touch, actually. He's not going to find it, but is going to find a teammate instead. Taunt Nest off the roof, through the backboard, looking to set up Camo, who is too far forward, puts it backwards. That's going to waterfall down. This is almost a disaster right there. Fortunately for the Phoenix side, they're able to rotate back fast enough.
Great time out there from Camo, but still ball goes forward here. Over towards Phoenix's side, and BkWhatOCE still trying to clear that one out. Kowalski will chase. Put that one over towards the middle side of the field. Camo looking for a top shot there towards the top of the goal, but a little bit too high for that one. Phoenix still able to defend for the moment. Great touch there from Taunt. They'll send it up. He goes for a cheeky little air dribble to get it towards the blue corner.
So Matt is always joking about how he wants to see the 20-minute overtime. It would be peak comedy for me if we get the 20-minute overtime the first game he's not on.
That'd be crazy.
That would be ideal. Of course, Rocket League overtime, it ends when someone scores a goal, and that's what we're going to be looking to see right now as pressure. It's going to come from the Phoenix side. There was a 50 in front of the net, not found just yet. Still looking to find that shot. Midfield is actually going to go back against the Phoenix side as they're going a little bit of ping pong back and forth with each other.
Yeah, a lot of ping-ponging back and forth here. We'll go to almost 2 minutes on the overtime, and you know, it's still anybody's game up for the taking. A shot is attempted there, and it will go in from Kowalski, and that will end the overtime. That will be, of course, Launceston able to pick up that first game.
Yeah, Launceston just a good shot off that top left corner and was able to drop it in, so well done to the Launceston side. Now up 1-0 in this best of 7. Got the first goal and got a comeback. Somehow you were able to find both and the overtime win. I mean, that's just like all the sort of checks on the checkbox that like, here's what we need to do to make sure, get over the stage nerves, let us know we're settled. They hit a lot of them, and what I most liked about that blue side was they adjusted their play style mid-game. It wasn't like an in-between game that you'll normally see, or sometimes, you know, in these types of events, it's in-between series, they'll change styles. No, they were able to adapt in the game. That is so hard to do. So credit to that blue side, credit to Launceston, and we'll see if they can continue with this momentum. Yeah,
hopefully they can continue forward. I was going to say, though, for the side of Phoenix, they played quite admirably. I was going to say, you know, they really brought it to Launceston there in the earlier stages. You know, we were speaking about those first 2 minutes were just back and forth, back and forth. We were like, is anybody going to break here? And, well, finally, the Phoenix side did, and I was going to say props to Launceston. Get that first one on the board, you know, getting rid of the jitters, as you said, and looking forward for these next few. Yeah, it was sort of the counterattacking game that worked out for them. Phoenix, I think, got a little bit frustrated and were creeping too far forward at times. When you're the faster team, it's funny. It's like the exact opposite of what I was saying with the blue side. When you're the faster team, you can afford to play a little bit further back and trust that you're always going to be the next one there. It's just finding that magic limit. And for them, they were so keen on getting to the play. They were cheating just in front of that midfield line often with their second rotation. And that's what allowed them to get beat, in particular for that second goal. You saw they tried to set someone up. Ball wound up going over them because they were too far forward. And bada bing, bada boom, tie game. So now we're in a situation right now. Game number 2, of course, a best-of-7 series. It's a long series. There's a lot of time for, you know, to bounce back from an overtime loss in game 1. Yeah, a lot of time to reset and lock back in here. So, of course, we'll see, again, this kind of back-and-forth affair that we saw from the first 2 minutes of our first game. Vortex going up high for, well, a very long air dribble. Almost putting that one in, but great clearance from Camo. I was going to say, look out for Vortex, but kind of really up in the air with those ones as of late. I mean, yeah, Vortex is not afraid to pull out the mech game, and we've seen that a couple times from him now as well. Granted, look, obviously, you know, the tougher opponents you come up against, the harder that sort of mech play comes out to be. And like that sort of flip reset, I guarantee you, is one of the reasons why this team is in the top 4. Because against teams that are less experienced, they don't know how to handle that. They don't know what to do when someone keeps the ball in the air from behind their midfield line all the way to the goal. But at this level, yeah, teams are going to start to learn how to defend against that. So while, yes, it will still gather defensive pressure and you'll draw the defenders in, the team needs to know what to do next after that challenge. And that's what I'm going to be looking for if Vortex continues to go for those plays. What the two teammates are doing as he's doing it. Yeah, it's a lot of, I was going to say Rocket League's a game of answering, right? It's, you know, about as much as attack as is defense here. And of course, back into it. Oh! A very unfortunate mistouch there from Camo. Yeah, that was, it almost looked like he was setting up his teammate for an own goal. Speaking of missed touches, we got a little case of the Whipples right now. Very contagious, another miss happening on the blue side this time, and it is going to allow Camo to press forward. Midfielder, though, should collect. Win continues to play at the backboard as we see Nest having a peek. Win with the cut. Oh. And that's twice now. We've kind of seen situations where the player who set up for the shot is getting cut by a teammate, and that's just a miscommunication. Yeah, unfortunate. Maybe still shaking off the nerves a little bit. Kowalski able to get a nice little demo in. We'll see. Once again, still dead even for both these sides, right? Oh. Great block there from Tor, but it will be followed through by Vortex with another shot on the goal. And up goes Sinner. Great answer back from Camo, though. I was going to say, just answering back and forth here. Both of these sides, it's hard to pick one, right? No, they are very evenly matched, which is what we're kind of hoping for. Shot sets up Win. It should be over the top. It is 1-0 lead. Phoenix gets on the board first. Yeah, beautiful touch, and then the follow-up from Win. Sink that one. Kowalski thought he'd get to it, but a little bit late in the draw. So and that's, yeah, well, I was just going to say, like, that's why backward pressure is so important. Why you can just attack the backboard and kind of set up your shot. Because, yeah, okay, defenders might bite.
it looks like a shot on target, but what you're doing is you're eating the boost. You're eating the resources. The reason why that high shot was successful right there was the two defenders who were back. They didn't have the boost to go up to challenge it. It's just, you know, sometimes it is that patient game, just wearing your defense out, keep pressuring him, wait for them to burn their resources or make a positional mistake. And that's something this orange side is doing so well. Win. Almost with a Kobe-esque shot right there. Instead, it's going to open the door for Vortex back to the other side. Has BkWhatOCE across the middle. Demo, though, shuts down the shot. And now we go back the other way.
Yeah, beautiful demo. Insert there. TwoTapTony looking to put one on, but of course, answered back by BkWhatOCE. Vortex will be able to send that one back towards the Phoenix side, but of course, a minute 30 still on the clock here. And of course, Phoenix still leading at the moment. Going to be a great touch there from Camo.
That's
Follow up from Win, a little bit too high potentially.
But did you see how two defenders come in on that? And both of them used all of their boost before getting to the ball. So, yes, it didn't result in the goal, but now you're in a position where, you know, in theory, Phoenix should have had the ball midfield. The opponents without boost, there was a missed touch, and it kind of all fell apart. But you can see the benefits of kind of making those touches in situations like that. Again, though, the benefit only works if you're able to follow it up, which on that occasion, Phoenix kind of struggled with. I like the pinch attempt, though. Still creativity on the orange side.
Yeah, Phoenix go for some crazy things right now. See Vortex set up, walk it up potentially towards the goal here, but again, great clearance. TwoTapTony, I was going to say, playing this kind of defensive line super well at the moment.
Yeah, he's been doing strong in the third man role. And usually the unfortunate thing about the third man role is you don't call them out as much. They're not taking the shots. That's a big 50, but it's going to wind up going the other way. Honestly, the player I've been most impressed with in this one, though, has been Win. I know Camo was kind of that forward who was the aggressive one, but Win has had the really confident strikes. Win has been the one who's kind of drawn the defense towards him. And realistically, I think Win has been the fastest player. Good little defensive, you know, some shadow defense right there. Win has been super strong. And it could be a win for the Phoenix side. 10 seconds to go, and ball on the blue side of the field.
Yeah, ball over towards the blue side, send it back, and it'll send it potentially in almost there. But that ball will tick, and that time will go down. It's still up in air for the moment, but it will be touched, trying to be centered here, and it will, towards the middle side of the field. Great answer back there from the Phoenix.
Yeah, PCC going to be happy picking up that win, get themselves on the board. So we're going to be 1-1 in the series against such an even match, and you can see, yeah, they're happy. They're proud of themselves. They feel like they did well on that one, and why not? I mean, if you compare the two games, Game 2 to me felt like what the first 2 minutes of Game 1 did, with Phoenix being this faster team. They were physical. Win, I saw, was getting some demos on the back line. They didn't result in any goals, but it's definitely now something that Launchester is going to have to be a bit more wary of, keeping tabs of that player rotating around. If they're going for those deep rotations, are they stealing boost? Are they looking for the demo? That causes you to play a little bit further back, and then when you're behind and you're not doing well, sometimes you play a little bit further back then as well. I'm a little bit worried that this blue side is going to come out into Game 3 a bit more defensive than what they should be, and Phoenix could continue to build off of how they won that game.
Yeah, continue to put the pressure on. Way back into it. All tied up in this series. And I was going to say, we need to see that pressure on from the side of Phoenix.
Oh, beautiful pass.
Launcess a crack there. Great pass. Camo looking to touch it down there to win, but unfortunately, BkWhatOCE's a little bit quicker to it that time.
That was greedy from Camo. He was trying to bait the defense up to get spike it down afterwards. That's a dangerous touch. Defense gets there fast enough. So both sides actually very close to a goal to start this game. Camo right now, still not going to find something. But yeah, like, look, Camo went for the low percentage shot, but it would have been an open shot if that makes sense. It was risky, doesn't work out. Now we're seeing another clear one-on-one, good touch from Taunt. Gets it away from the defenders, away from the midfielders as well. Doesn't result in a goal just yet, though, as eventually the defense does get behind it.
Defense able to get in there. BkWhatOCE to get another high one towards the top of the net, center. I was going to say, it's a lot of double committing here from BkWhatOCE and center. I was going to say Vortex is kind of the one that's been a little bit further back, a little bit more playing the space, where the other two, a little bit more ball chasey as a lane.
Yeah, a little bit of that, and I was just kind of comparing it too, because I was watching Taunt play the post right there as well. Patience is a tough skill in Rocket League, because too much patience and you will never have any pressure. But not enough patience, and it's going to be counterattack after counterattack, and you're never going to, you know, you're going to lose games 6-3, 7-4, right? So finding that balance is always difficult right now, and I do feel as if Phoenix has done a little bit of a better job understanding their strengths and knowing where to play at this stage. From a mechanical point of view, though, I'm not seeing Phoenix do that, right? Like, I think mechanics favor Vortex, and I think mechanics might favor this blue side, so it's sort of structure versus individual skill right now. That's kind of where this game is headed, as Win almost gets a good shot, but the follow-up is there. Camo making it 1-0.
Yeah, it was only a matter of time before Camo put that one in, right? Just the pressure on Win going up for the touch, and then Camo perfectly towards the top of the net there. And, well, I was going to say Phoenix once again starting it off with a little bit of the spicier one, a little bit quicker this time around.
And remember what I said at that game, too, about how the defense might be a little bit more passive just because of the bump pressure? We saw it on that goal right there. It was Taunt who was threatening the bump. Junior actually had to back and reverse a little bit before launching up. That had them behind the play, and then the shot comes through. So, well, yeah, it's definitely a little bit... I was going to say in their head, but you know what? Kolowski bounces back, and this is just an accurate shot.
Yeah, beautiful touch towards the top right of the car. And we'll go in towards the top of the goal. So we're back to even standings here. 2 minutes 40 on the clock. And what a piece here for both these sides. The kickoff once again starts to come to fruition here. We're going up in the air for this one. Vortex ready to answer.
Question for you. When the ball goes through the portal, the green hill zone,
yeah,
whose job is it to jump the fence and get it back? Do you ask, is it the goalie's job or like the defense's job, or is it the person who shot it?
Surely
Who's the one who has to get it?
Surely it's the guy who shot it, right?
Yeah, that's what I would think too. So I don't. It's always confusing. Like, you know, backyard cricket etiquette.
Yeah.
Always confusing for me. Open net for Totnes, by the way. So it's gonna be a 2-1 lead for Phoenix.
Yeah, beautiful stuff as we're caught rambling. And Taunt just finds an open net. I was going to say just a clearance down through the midfield. And able to put that one in Phoenix now. 2 minutes on the clock and in the lead. As, of course, we'll need to see. Almost hasn't really answered this one back. I was going to say we need a little bit more defense out of them, not the double committing that they've been doing so far.
Yeah, it's tough, though. Finding that structured defense is always going to be tough in these types of situations. As Win's going to pop it up. And again, yeah, 2 up in the air for it. Both of them using over half their boost, and that's where it will come to hurt you, because now if this turns into a sustained attack, you're low on the resource, on the resource side. However, I've been enjoying Taunt's third man play and their defense. Those are the situations where you can push up a little bit forward. As soon as your defenders are starting to burn their resources and are looking a little wary, if they're not at full boost, the likelihood of them just getting that big bang clear, a lot less likely. Oh, that's an open net. No one commit. Taunt eventually goes for it. Whoa. I don't think Phoenix were expecting that one to be open right there.
Absolutely not. As well as see Taunt wants to get cleared out. And again, this pressure starting to surmount here for the Worcester side. Vortex go up there with the mechanics. Will go up in the air to touch that one across. And Kowalski trying to follow it up, but demo there from Vortex. And this might look good now for the Worcester side.
Yep, correct idea. Not the smoothest execution, but that's how this blue side gets back in it, and now they'll find it. Vortex, the one who puts it through. With under a minute to go, they tie it back up, and I'm going to be honest, this feels like a must-win game right now for the Launceston side, so good on them to get this goal.
Yeah, good on them. Keep that game alive for them, and I was going to say, you know, Phoenix just won that last one, so they're probably the ones feeling red hot right now. We'll still see answers towards the midfield. Camo now going to be got a shot on there, but great clearance. Vortex are ready for that one. Yeah, back and forth once again. It feels like we've taken a step back in time already.
Yeah, no, this has been, again, these two teams so closely matched. This is some pretty great stuff. And again, if we go back to that first semifinal we saw, I expect a similar match in the finals for this one. I think Lakes is going to be on this level. Kolowski able to find a sneaky touch in here through the traffic. I'm going to watch this again. Defense, no boost, and just unable to react in time. Kolowski, nicely done. Late lead for Launceston, and that can be enough to take this third game.
Yeah, it might be enough. 25 seconds. Kickoff once again. Vortex and Kowalski a little bit quicker to the pace this time around. Good touch there from Kowalski as well. Vortex going up for that one. And I was going to say, they're very much willing to answer what this Phoenix side is bringing right now.
Yeah, no, they are. This was a good little comeback from our blue side. Phoenix is going to have one last chance here, though, through the corner. Ball in front. JS, though, it's weak enough defensive touch to draw both the attackers in. Now this gets dangerous. Ball in front of the net. Oh. There's the shot. It's kept alive by TauntNest, but Wynn's got to commit. He's going to try to read Kalowski. He drops it down. Good angle from Kalowski, and enough to give LC the 2-1 series lead.
Yeah, that's a huge game there for Launceston. They needed that one, right? You know, Phoenix, they came out into that second game with quite a bit of pressure. And now we'll see, I guess, Launceston now in the driver's seat for this one. And Phoenix are now the ones having to answer.
Yeah, they are, and we'll see if they can. I mean, I have no reason to believe that they can't, right? This has been the games have been back and forth, let alone the series going back and forth. So 2 one-goal games. We'll see how they look when they get back into it, of course. Game 4, I'm going to keep looking to Vortex to kind of be that playmaker. And I know they're not the one who's getting the goal, but they're the one who continues to slow it down and goes for the mechanical play. We've seen him hit about 3 resets. Went for the musty that one time, didn't quite pull it off, but I feel it's in his bag of tricks. So, like, it's due. It's going to be due at a key moment. So my eyes right now are on Vortex on that blue side. If they continue to be the one drawing the pressure towards them, Kalowski will continue to find these gaps and find these openings and is able to follow up and then, you know, get the goals.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see that follow-up come through. As Phoenix, they're back to their game 1 ways, you know. Aggressive pressure over towards that right-hand corner. And, well, for Camo, still chasing away.
They love playing with elevation, don't they?
Yeah.
Phoenix is, like, we get it. Birds fly, and they're trying to sort of incorporate that in their style as much as possible. A lot of high backward shots, a lot of elevation, and it's just not consistent enough, though, I think, to be a threat right now for the Launceston side.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see a little bit of clearance there. Camo will be able to put a shot on out of nowhere. I thought that was going to be saved. I was like, oh, surely, you know, Sinar's there to clear it. Vortex with a good touch, but Camo just a follow-up. And just unfortunately misses there for Sinar. That's a heartbreaker.
I mean, Sinar thought it was going to be a weak touch, probably on the ground, and they can push up the field, just not expecting the elevation, which is... I mean, yeah, it's not the same elevation as most of Phoenix's stuff, but it was enough to get the goal. Yeah, awkward read, awkward position. Not much more you can say besides that on that opening goal. Hey, Phoenix is going to take it. Now they're going to play a little bit of defense as well. Ooh, Win, not expecting to hit the roof. That's okay, though. Defenders are there.
We'll see. Another clearance here from the side of Phoenix. TauntNest always ready to answer that one. I was going to say, you know, we spoke about Camo being a very aggressive frontward player, but I was going to say TauntNest has just been absolutely clinical in these clearances. Win will go up for that one, and this touch, unfortunately, gives the space back here for the side of Launceston to make their move.
That was a fake. It was just a fake from Kalowski. TauntNest, though, still able to find the save. Burns all their boost to win the ensuing 50, and it's worth it when you get the ball all the way to the backboard. Vortex now going for the slower play, but Camo all in his grill. Now it's a double commit to the corner, and both attackers miss. Sinar is going to be the first one there because, I mean, look, why would you send someone to challenge that? A weird play. Doesn't really benefit either player just yet. Still 3 minutes to go, though. A lot of time here in Game 4.
Yeah, a lot of time here for Launceston. Go on potentially, but TauntNest able to be an ironclad defense. The ball is going towards the blue side of things. Demo comes out from Win with a shot on, but Vortex ready to answer. Once again, going up for height here. Camo looking for something. That's a little bit off the mark this time.
Yeah, but I'm seeing 3 defenders and only one of them with boost at the moment, that being Vortex, and he's not the one on the ball either. It is just a lot of pressure, and even when Kalowski gets the boost, immediately demoed. This is Phoenix playing the way they want to play, this almost blanket-like suffocating attack. And it's so tough for Launceston to find any sort of touch uncontested or any boost uncontested at moments. Now Vortex, though, finally sees the opening, burns what little resources they have to get the ball to the other side, so patience does win out. But Phoenix, on that, you know, flurry of shots, yes, they didn't score, but it shows us why they are threatening when on the blue side of the pitch.
Yeah, absolutely. Vortex going to be, once again, I was going to say, more often than not over to Worcester's left-hand corner, just kind of clearing those ones out, sending them up towards the midfield, and we'll see Win go up for a touch. Look to pass it over to Camo, but everybody's missing their touches right now, and it's just an unfortunate thing.
That was a fake. You can see how fast Taunt was there, and the fake worked. Yes, the goal went the other way, but the fake did do as intended. You saw two defenders go up to challenge Camo, and then Taunt had the free shot. The problem is, that's all three players committing to a play, and when you don't score, counterattack will open the door back to the other side. So, well done, Launceston. They took advantage of the misstep at the last hurdle coming from Phoenix, and now 1-1 game, minute 33 to go. Next goal probably wins this one, regulation or overtime.
Yeah, this is going to be a very important one for both these sides. Launceston looking to take a lead and potentially series point. Phoenix, of course, they want to fight for it. We'll see. Great clearance once again over towards Phoenix's side. We'll have to see Win go up for that one. Touch back though from Sinner. You can see the blue side in a pretty good spot to touch this one in. Kowalski, unfortunately, getting caught in air. And that means Vortex will look to have to answer that one. Tauntnest able to send it back towards the blue side though.
That was one of those setups that was too slow, and whereas this one, too fast. Camo just wins the 50 in front of the net. You can see Vortex. Okay, I'm going to defend Vortex here. You never want to hit the ball across your own net.
Oh, absolutely.
He could have done that and gotten away with it in that situation. Instead, tried to slow it down and just wound up losing the challenge. Okay, well, now everyone's missing it. But yeah, so I get what Vortex was trying to do, keep it under my control, let me dribble it, and then he just wound up getting deep. That gives up the goal. Vortex will get redemption, though, with this one right here to tie us back up. All well and good.
Yeah, all's well and good. Shakes it off. My bad, guys. And immediately puts another goal in here for the side of Launceston. And I was going to say, we're all tied up at 2-2 here. Once again, as you said, very important next few goals for both of these teams.
And remember, too, if Rochester gets this next goal and they go on to win this game, they're now up 3-1 in this series. Of course, Win is going to put any of that out of mind before we even begin to entertain the thought. He's like, no. Tied series. We're going to go 2-all, 35 seconds. Lanchester can still respond.
Beautiful. Fast heads-up play there from Phoenix. And now we'll go to the kickoff. 35 seconds. Very important now for Launceston. The pressure's back on as we've seen back and forth from both these sides. And Vortex unable to clear it out. We'll go to Kowalski this time around. Sit up. We'll send it towards the midfield. High up on there. And the demo coming through from Sinner. That does take away Camo, so that's strong offensive pressure now going from Phoenix. And an attempted shot there from Kowalski.
I feel like that's the first time we've seen the blue side actually get a demo in this series. Sinar's going to try to drop down to Vortex. Double commit by the defense. Camo the only one there without boost, but no one from the attacking side was able to get a good shot on. Ball gets cleared to the opposite end of the field. It's allowed to drop. And now we're tied once again at 2-all. Do we just push the fast forward button and go straight to Game 7?
It feels like that way. These two teams are playing. It is definitely feeling like a Game 7 for sure. But I was going to say, a huge one to find back there from the Phoenix. They're able to answer what Launceston brought in that last one.
Yeah, they were, and they did a good job in doing so. Of course, if the series continues to play as it will, though, I'm looking at the blue side to take this next game. And they were doing a lot of things right, particularly towards the latter half of the series. Like, I know they lost, so it kind of feels weird for me to say this, but I feel both teams are now starting to hit their peak. Yeah. As you tend to in a best of 7. It's not until games 4 and 5 that you really start to see their best games come out. And yeah, it's almost coin flippy, but I really feel Launceston, like, they should, playing at their peak, I kind of like what they do a little bit more. I kind of like this blue side a little bit more right now. That could obviously all change, pardon me, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. You can all just change it in the blink of an eye, and a shot that doesn't quite land the mark. Win almost slotting that one in, but of course we'll see the defense immediately here from the side of Launceston. They'll walk it up. They'll look to put one in themselves potentially, but Win was able to answer for his sins there.
Win for their sins. I always like a good rhyme. Always nice. Kowalski open net. Going to get the first goal, and that's going to make it 1-0. So, quick goal. It was just too many defenders committing into the corner for the challenges, and eventually they ran out of players. So, that's going to be a happy little play for them. 1-0 up. Still a lot of time left, though, in the pivotal Game 5.
Yeah, pivotal Game 5. plays to come here for both sides. Vortex, great dribble there towards the midfield. Sinner goes up for that one. To look to set it up in the corner. Kowalski, a very important touch to find here. Does miss it, but Vortex, it's a fake out potentially. And the ball floating around the goal for the moment, and all hands on deck. It will be Vortex in for that one. And a little bit sloppy, but, you know, he gets the job done, right?
1, 2, 3, 4. Look, you can't score a goal until it hits all 4 sides of the net, okay? It's house rules in this one. And so they got all 4 off one defensive touch. Able to put it in right after. Chaos in front of the net. You love to see it if you're going for this blue side. A 2-goal lead. And correct me if I'm wrong, Tony. This is the largest lead we've seen all series. This is the first time it's been a 2-goal lead, and we're in Game 5. Yeah,
it feels crazy to say. I was going to say just how these two teams have been trading blow for blow. We'll see Kowalski again, another shot on goal. Immediately answered, though, by Phoenix. They're on the back foot, it feels like, this time around. You know, that offensive pressure's not quite being felt this time around.
No, and I'm not too surprised to see this. The more and more the blue side has kind of gained their confidence, and the sooner they've been able to actually pick up their own tempo and play further up the field, they've actually looked a lot stronger. And I was trying to put my finger on, like, what was it about their gameplay why I'm favoring them? And it has sort of just been, even when they were playing slower and a bit more reserved, their decision-making has been strong. And now that they're playing faster, that decision-making, though, is still there. They're committing at the right moments. They're winning the challenges they have to, but then following up in the correct way. They're looking now like that more disciplined team that they showed hints at the start. And that's a big reason why they have this 2-0 advantage. I mean, this right here. Vortex, could have gone for the shot, but instead goes to the corner because they know Sinar is going to be rotating around. Now they miss out on that challenge in the middle, even though it was the correct play. Sometimes you lose, sometimes you miss. It happens. Goal goes over to Phoenix.
Yeah, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. That's the nature of Rocket League, right? You know, sometimes you go for that 50, sometimes you win it, sometimes you don't. And that's how this game's been, right? You know, a lot of sometimes you win, sometimes you don't.
I guess from a commentator perspective and a fan perspective, I would always rather see a team go for the correct play, miss, and be scored against, than do the wrong thing
and get rewarded for it.
Well, actually, if you get rewarded, if it's the team I'm rooting for, hey, I'm so good here regardless. But essentially, like, I like to play the percentage game. I like to keep doing the right thing until it works. Oh, that pass was nearly where it had to be. Kowalski shot as well. Actually plays backward instead, trying to draw defenders out. Sinar had to rotate back to midfield. Oh, that's not the touch they needed, but Vortex will follow through. Into the corner we go. As we see, on an attempt for control, not going to find it. Pass back. Kowalski has to cut across. Does. Ball gets put up above the net. Now Demos in front of the goal, yet the pressure remains. Good save by Win over the top of the midfield. Vortex respawns to the backboard. And he shot underneath. Not this time.
Not this time. That time will start to tick down a little bit here. We'll see. Great answer. Back Demo on the camo. But Tauntnest was there for the touch. Win is up in front for that one. And we'll go up in air for the moment.
Oh, that's
Sinner will be able to find that one. I thought it was Vortex for a second. Normally Vortex is on that one. But it's Sinner this time.
Past minute and a half, Sinar's been playing a lot further forward, I've noticed, which is, well enough. It works in this situation. And I'm happy to see they got the goal because I was getting a little frustrated when I see a Demo open up a net and I see 2 attackers in front of the ball instead of behind it. It's like, okay, something's gone wrong there. But they were able to recover back in time because of the Demo. They had enough time to rotate back to midfield, set up, and run it again where Sinar that time got the goal. So, made up for their little positional mistake. That's all well and good. And, yeah, Phoenix. Every time Phoenix looks like they're getting momentum in this series, man, it just kind of falls apart for them. Game 5, a roughie, a Sinar finds another.
Finding another goal here, slotting it towards the right-hand side of things. And, well, almost about a minute on the clock here, and Launceston finding the most dominant lead we've seen so far in this series.
This has been the most dominant game we've seen by considerable margin, and it goes back to what I was saying before. It's just correct decision-making, committing when, on high percentage chances, not the low percentage chances that we saw from before where Vortex would go for these, very difficult mechie plays and wouldn't work out. Now they're just playing the fundamentals about as strong as I've seen yet today. Again, Lakes, we saw what they could do in that first series. I think both of these teams, though, won't concede as much space as the Lakes opponents did in that first series, though, so they'll be a lot more challenged. But credit where it's due right now, Launceston is creating space for themselves, and that means so much. Camo, though, is going to take that space away and get that goal. So maybe not done yet here in Game 5.
Yeah, still got something to play for the Phoenix side. It's a beautiful touch there towards the left-hand side of the goal. So of course, our 4-2 here as we'll go to kick off with minimal time on the clock here. It's really about just kind of bunkering down.
It is. And, well, don't tell Vortex that because they're going for the kickoff goal. In fact, all three members are forward without boost. Normally this is a recipe for disaster. It still might be. Oh my goodness, it's gonna go in. What are you doing? You got the game 2-goal lead. Why do I see 3 attackers, none of which with boost? And by the way, that was an own goal.
Yeah.
I don't think Win hit it. No, Win did not hit it. That was an own goal.
That was an own goal. In such a crucial time of the game as well. 20 seconds now left on the clock. And we're 4-3 off of some unfortunate mistakes though. Sinar will look to answer for those ones. Camo, we're looking for the clearance there off the back wall.
I have been passing Rocket League for 5+ years now, and that might be the longest and slowest own goal I have ever seen. Maybe it's no harm, no foul. Ball will hit the ground, so Leicester gets the win. I'm like trying to dig back into like the deep annals of like history and remembering even like high school level stuff. I don't think I've ever seen an own goal, a cross-field own goal going about 30 k's an hour with everyone just trying to hit the ball and missing. That was a first.
That's a first for sure, and hopefully we don't see all too much of that chaos. But as you said, Launch System were able to pick up the win, so now series point for them here in this best of 7.
Yeah, series point. They've got 2 chances to pull it off. Of course, this has been kind of that pendulum series, right? We've been swinging it back and forth, so if Phoenix comes out and wins this next game, hey, so be it. But I don't know. I saw the form at the end of the 4th game, even though they lost. It was starting to come together. Game 5, I think, was Launchester definitely hitting that peak right now, and I see no reason why that can't continue. So I think Launchester's going to continue to look. Although that own goal, though, there's always the PAX chaos.
Always the PAX, the chaos we've seen. This one a little bit closer than our last series here at PAX, and hopefully for the side of the Phoenix. They've got a little bit more in them, so we'll see. Attempted shot there from Camo. Immediately cleared though here, though. We're seeing more defense come to fruition here from Worcester as well.
Yeah, we are seeing more of that defense, but it's not really working out just yet. Kolowski now to the corner. Doesn't get the next touch. So it's going to be Camo across the midfield line. Sinar underneath. Finds Vortex, shots on. Win has to dive back, but Sinar still going to be there. Second shot off the backboard. Taunt doesn't know where to go. Vortex, though, can't keep it straight.
Unfortunately, he goes a little bit shape there, or almost shot there from Kowalski. Luckily, Win's able to answer. Sinar, great. I was going to say fake out there on the opponent.
Oh, that was our first proper fake that we've seen actually work. Unfortunately, it didn't work for the second and the third defender, but it did cost them the double commit. This could be a delayed reward for it. Kolowski, though, needs to make the read. Oh, it doesn't. Actually couldn't even recover off the roof as well. That was awkward. Opening for Phoenix now. Wins the one with the boost. They tried to commit, but yeah, a little bit too eager on it. Now again, trying to play off that sidewall. Also, very funky G2 skin. I always get annoyed. This is going to be a personal preference thing. I always get annoyed when I see people repping skins that aren't OCE teams. I just still feel that's just a little bit blasphemous.
Yeah, it feels out of character, right? We're a very prideful region. We like to cheer for the underdog in some circumstances.
Especially last game when we saw Angus doing homage to Banana Head. By the way, now is the time to jump on that OCE bandwagon. Top 6 at Worlds, come on.
Yeah.
But I don't know. This is a personal thing. It means nothing in terms of the gameplay, but you will play better if you're repping OCE skin.
Yeah, surely. So you're going to rep the hometown heroes. Win. Gone for a nice little shot there on the goal. Another one there from Tortness, but both of them just don't quite hit the mark there for the side of the Phoenix. And now we'll see Losses clear that one back towards the orange side of things. And I was going to say another touch here from Camo, but once again answered here. I was going to say some great defense again from Launceston.
Yeah, no, the midfield played exactly what it needed to be. Vortex, though, is now going to have to cut across, yet Sonar cutting off the teammate. Not ideal. Now they're in an awkward spot where they are able to get the back corner boost, but they're nowhere safe to put the ball, so they actually wind up leaving it for the second defender. Smart play this situation. BkWhatOCE and Sonar's looking for the demo. They found the pass, but they didn't find the bump, and actually they lose possession as well. 3 set forward. This is Phoenix's chance. Win, though. Has to slow it down to maintain control, and that allows the defense to settle, so we're going to see some tight corner play. Win's going to be the one to try to mix it up. It does look like Taunt was able to get the boost, but another swing and a miss. Nerves getting to these players now. We're seeing a lot more unforced errors.
Yeah, a lot of unfortunate errors for both sides here. BkWhatOCE still has those mechanics to rely on, and unfortunately will not be able to get up there for the boost this time around. Taunt, this time the one going to be putting the pressure on, not Camo.
Oh, well, Camo's still there,
yeah.
Diving into all 3 of the defenders, and now Win off the backward, can't hit the double touch. A little bit too high. That could have been the key moment. And as we hit our final 80 seconds, I am looking at those key playmakers. I'm looking at BkWhatOCE. I'm looking at Win and Camo. Someone's going to step up to get this clutch goal right now. I'm curious who is going to find that opportunity. Oh, it could come right here, actually. Good job on BkWhatOCE, though, on defense to find the 50. Leaves an open touch, though, for Camo. Wants the double, shut down by BkWhatOCE.
Yeah, BkWhatOCE willing to answer that one up on air.
Dangerous.
Camo is going to be in the touch, but over towards the corner. Unfortunate there. Almost an opportunity found by the Phoenix, but we'll see Launceston able to answer it back. They will be able to clear it out. Kowalski goes up high for that touch. BkWhatOCE with a good follow-up as well.
That's in.
Oh.
Kowalski with 38 seconds may have just hit a grand final securing touch right there. Going back to the play from Phoenix, though, on the attack, Win had it, and with the consistency we've seen from Win, you'd expect him to hit that. Jaw hit the floor on that miss through the counter. Eventually, Kowalski gets the go-ahead goal. And now, off the kickoff, they're getting another. Longchester running away in Game 6.
Yeah, the important time to run away for Launceston, and for the side of Phoenix, that's heartbreak. Such a back and forth. Finally, a goal comes towards Launceston's side, and then a kickoff wanted to put a second on the board. This is looking rough now for Phoenix.
Can they rise from the ashes? Now is the time. 30 seconds to go. Taunt stays back. Fortunately, Show, they got to go the pitch. They're not going to. Win just misreads it. It could have been an open net. And these opportunities, they're going to be few and far between. Another whiff from Win, and that might do it. Time just not in their favor.
We go down to 10-9 as we'll see the touches potentially be the make or break here for Phoenix. We'll go 3, 2, 1, and that ball will be able to be juggled for Win for the moment. It is going to be sent down towards the ground, touched by Tauntness for the moment, and another touch to follow suit, but it will hit the end of things there. And series winner, it will be Launceston.
Launceston, I mean, look, they played, it took them a while to get to full speed. It took them a while to get to full strength. They came out looking slow, a little sluggish, a little reactionary. But when they started to hit their peak at the end of Game 4, it's like, okay, this is the team that got invited to PAX. This is the team that could be the challenge to the Lakes. And they didn't really slow up since then. Yeah, there were a couple moments where maybe an opportunity went aside, but that's Rocket League. No team is 100% perfect. They came together towards the end, and it was just a strong, strong finish.
Yeah, absolutely. A strong finish there from Launceston. But we'll go to a quick break. The action continues here at PAX. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss it.
Welcome back, everybody, to AEL here at PAX Australia. It's the Rocket League Nationals with Matt's here, TwoTapTony, and it's time to bring the house down with our third place matchup.
Yeah, it should be an interesting one. I was going to say we've already seen how these teams fared earlier on in the day, and you know, this is where they get to kind of prove their championship caliber here.
Yeah, that's it. They get to prove themselves, and there you go. Players smiles all around, waving to the camera. They know they're next on deck, and they are going to be looking to give it their absolute best in the server. Very excited to see the outcome of this here matchup, as we're going to get straight into it. It's the best of 7 endeavor, and never say never. It's time to kick off.
They get to kick it off here. I was going to say, you know, we've already seen what Large Chips, Max, and Liam were able to do earlier today, and hopefully they can to come back here in a big way. Camo already getting the demo on to start it off. TwoTapTony looking for the clear here towards the Blues corner for the moment.
That's it, and we're going to do what they can into this one. We'll see exactly how they go, as they are going to be. Take it up top, a nice tap there, not going to be able to scrap past. Yes, they will. Blink and you'll miss it, and it's going to be a huge first goal from the Phoenix.
Yeah, absolutely huge one there. TwoTapTony just slotting it through when everyone was overcommitting. It felt like maybe a little bit too much of a commitment there from the side of Geelong, so a great one for the Phoenix to start off. I was going to say, after, you know, the game they've had in that last one, they probably want something to bring their confidence back.
Absolutely, they're going to need whatever they can, you know, need to really push things together and see if they can lock it through. Let's see which way the ball's going to go, though. Liam going to stand up tall here. Large Chips ready, waiting, and now's their moment, but they blow it. It will fall back into the back line there. Liam are trying to keep it on deck, but it's going to be time to swing it through.
Time to swing it through. Tempted shot there coming through from Max, but great clearance from Torn. So we'll see. Well, now look to make their move be known. Max will find the demo. Will be able to find a save there. Large Chips for clearance, but I was going to say, still fighting here are the Phoenix. You know, I was speaking to Max earlier on, and we're like, yeah, Phoenix, they really like to get aggressive.
Yeah, and that's going to be needed, you know, really get in your face, get physical with it in order to keep your opponent on their toes and catch them off guard there. But speaking of off guard, Camo trying to go for a stealth mission, a straight downfield there. See if they are going to be able to yield some results out of this one. Waiting patiently now for Max to lock it in, and they lock down that demo. No goal though.
No goal, just a demo there. Clearance now for the side of Phoenix is necessary. Large Chips, Liam, though, they are playing it quite well towards the corner here. Rotation out, back and forth. We'll see. The touch here. Camo will be able to clear it out. I was going to say, we're seeing a little bit more of an aggressive nature here from the side of Geelong this time around.
Yeah, let's see if they are going to be able to carve their path from this one. Honest. Good push downfield. Ooh, the physicality from Max. It keeps them away from the ball there. Allows them to carve their own path, pushing it up, locking it down. It's straight down the center, and it's all tied up. One apiece.
Yeah, that's just an open one, right? I was going to say Camo went up for the touch, just unfortunately missed it there, and Max, just the timing necessary to get that one through. So, yeah, as you said, all tied up and looking in, you know, a little bit more even scenario here. I was going to say, we didn't get to see all too much of Geelong right in their opener, but for the side of the Phoenix, they played a very back and forth game that could have gone either way.
Yeah, could have gone either way. We'll see which way the pendulum will sway. Well, it's going to sway offside this time around. A Large Chips not going to allow it to stay out for long though. Max keeping it downfield. TwoTapTony ready and waiting, but it's going to fall back. Liam at least going to keep it up though, and it's just a seesaw effect on the field right now.
Yeah, seesaw, just back and forth here. Everybody going up for touches, then great answers from the defense from both sides, right? That's the, I guess, the hallmarks of a good defense is as well a good offense. We'll see Phoenix now start to put the pressure back on here. Clearance out. It's pretty good from the blue side though.
Pretty good, pretty great is going to be a demo. Liam opens the gate onto that one. Camo taken out, and let's see if they are going to be able to catch something else through. Big boost picked up. Max does get redirected straight to the goal. Wow, what a tap through from Camo there on a mission, and it's a full-blown success.
Yeah, just catching top of the roof there for that bounce. And I was going to say hard to answer, right, if you're the blue side, as we'll go into the kickoff. A minute left about on the clock here, and well, Phoenix, that's probably not all they've got in their arsenal, but of course they're going to have to answer a very aggressive attack here to start it off on the blue side.
Yeah, really going to have to elevate those attack volumes there, get the power levels to all-time highs. Camo looking to rise to the occasion. Good to be cleared out by Liam though, and gets another chance at it. Not much boost. Max going to have to take up the mantle now. Liam picks up boost. Tauntness, luckily in the back lines though, will stop the ball from pushing over, but there's still more where that came from. Here we go, Tony, heading towards the 30-second mark. It's time to lock it down.
Yeah, time to lock it down here for the side of Geelong. 30 seconds they need to put something in. So we'll go towards the right-hand corner for this one. Tauntness though, great juggling there to clear it out. Another defense there from the side of Camo. 20 seconds left here. Large Chips tries to put one in. Almost a follow-up from Liam, but nothing still here for Geelong right now.
Time to follow up, time to follow in. Oh, there you go. 2 for 2. TwoTapTony. It's time to see if anyone can prime up in 9 seconds or whether we are going to prime time in overtime. 20-minute overtime could be on deck. Let's see if we can make it happen. No, we're going to lock it down right now, though. It's make or break for these teams. Are they going to be able to swing a fast one in, or will it go to the beloved or dreaded, depending on your perspective, OT?
Yeah, I was going to say, all depends on your perspective. Almost a shot on there from Tauntness. But overtime will go, and Matt, I'm not going to lie, I'm not too big a fan of the 20 minutes. Maybe like cut it back in half, maybe 10. That's a reasonable number, right?
No, I like, I like the twos, like the 2-tap. I like 20.
You like 20?
Yeah, I think we hit the 20-minute OT here today, but we'll see which way this one's going to sway. Right now, as Large Chips will be able to clear it out. Ooh, open could get shut out though. Waiting to pick that one up. Going to be fended off for the moment. They could yield the results here, but still going to have to play high-low here and see which way it goes. Good clearance from Large Chips.
Yeah, Large Chips once again just being a pretty good, like, defensive kind of player, right? Almost towards the goal there from the side of Phoenix. But Tauntness, he'll go up for a double touchdown there towards, and it will be almost another one there from Camo. That is absolutely absurd that it hasn't quite gone in just yet. Tauntness will be able to finally sink it straight towards the left-hand side. Tauntness will pick up the game winner there in OT.
Third time's the charm, Tony. You know, they go 1-tap, 2-tap, and third time will get it done. My goodness, what a chaotic matchup. Closing it out into overtime there, and very eager to see how game number 2 is going to go as well. You can see the players are locked down, locked in to this one, and what a brilliant way to start our third place matchup between Geelong and Phoenix there.
Yeah, I was going to say, we didn't get to see, I guess, what Geelong were capable of until this match now, so
yeah,
props to them, but, you know, Phoenix, they looked that little bit better, and, well, confidence is there for them now going into a very important series, as you said, you know, third, fourth place decider here for both these sides, and, well, I was going to say for Phoenix, one up on the board already.
That's it, off to a fiery start, and this is only the beginning. Speaking of, it's time to begin our second match in this best of 7, and Max has already pushed it straight to the corner there. We'll see if they are going to be able to get a goal from it. Ooh, so close yet so far. Going to be cleaned out, and looking to push it upfield. Camo rising high, the teammate going to be demoed out, and what a big return to sender. Holy moly, look at that. Superb goal from Max.
Yeah, that is quite the long shot and a slow one to go in at the end of things, but so hard to answer if you're the orange side, right? And that's how we want to see Geelong kick this one off.
That's it. You want to see them make waves and make them burst. But let's Let's see if they are going to be able to blast past this one, because already it's going to be responded to by Camo, taking away the equalizer. One apiece there. Can you believe it? Teamwork, making it work there, bypassing the defense and blooming their way through.
Yeah, beautiful flurry there from the side of Phoenix, and well, for Geelong, you know, just when they thought they found their answer and they've found their momentum shifter, it was immediately answered back.
Answered back and ready to launch their own attack. We'll see if they are going to be able to do just that now. Liam rises up. Slow approach. Tauntonist are going to be able to catch it, but sent back to a large chips there. Ooh, get a bit physical, and it makes it work. Not quite yet, though. Max still last line of defense, and there's more where that came from.
More where that came from. Tauntonist will be approaching this one a little bit more defensively. Both these teams kind of playing a little bit more defensively at the moment. You know, there's some aggressive flurries here or there, but you know, a little bit more slower pace. Camo didn't have a shot on there for just a second, but the defense were ready to answer. Large chips goes up for that one. Good touch, answered by Camo. Answered once again though by Max, so it will go towards the orange corner once again. Liam, the follow-up. The demo is good though from Tauntonist to, I guess, stop that aggressive pressure there from the blue side.
Yeah, stop it in its tracks and ready to see if they can take things to the max, as they are going to be holding back for a second longer here. Waiting to see if they can catch something else off by the wayside into this one. Good hit downfield, not yielding the result they're after here, but let's see if Camo can make it work. A bounce up top, a drop down low, too slow, it's off the crossbar. And now they have to go for the second innings.
Now off the crossbar, Tauntonist still continuing the approach here. It feels like him and Camo have kind of traded roles here in this one, you know. Tauntonist now being the aggressor, and Camo taking a little bit more of the defensive backseat. Max will go for a touch there, tries to get over the top of the Phoenix player, but we'll be able to trade it over to Camo.
Trade it over the top, and let's see if they are going to be able to catch something more through this. Tauntonist, good to bypass the defense and works wonders with their teammate there. It's going to be score coming through, and they're up 2-1.
Beautiful cross-section there from, I was going to say Taunton had the follow-up if that one didn't go in, but unfortunate there for the side of Geelong. Right now down a goal here, and they need to probably lock in that defense a little bit deeper. Max with a great demo there, stops the follow-up from Camo, who's decided to trade out his role once again, gets a little bit more aggressive this time around, and we'll go up there, touch the crossbar, and Tauntonist will sink it deep into that one. That's a third goal on the board for Phoenix.
Lock it in and sink it through. Nice little touch from Dixie there to push it through for their team, and ready to see if they can do more than just that. As we jump into the next kickoff, it's time to fly and go to the stars, and it's going to be Camo looking to do just that, pushing it down. A large chips will be able to fend them off, working with Max now. Tauntonist in the back line, ready to prime up, but not going to be able to lock it down. An opportunity slips away.
Yeah, it slips away decisively. I was going to say it's still back and forth here. Great lob up towards the middle of the field there. Almost goes in for the side of Phoenix, but answer back. Geelong still, I was going to say, you know, they're down a deficit. They're down a few goals here, but they're still fighting for it right now. Camo will be able to cross it there towards the midfield. Will be touched there by the second Phoenix player, but of course Camo, he wants it, looking for the double touch, and he will be able to slot it down in towards the top of the goal. Phoenix with another.
That's it. Great stuff coming through on that one. And let's see how they go heading in to the next minute and 31 seconds here, as we are going to be straight back into the kickoff. Ooh, slow and steady. Big physicality. The ball's gone to no players land there. And we'll see if they are going to be able to find more where that came from, as it's relegated to the corner, opened up and pushed away. Camo realizes the danger they could have been in there. They're working with their team to keep this a clean endeavour.
Yeah, looking for some players there for Geelong. Tauntonist follows that one up with a beautiful touch there, looking for a dribble now. Pass over to Camo potentially. almost goes for the goal themselves, and now we'll see Camo make the move. A minute left on the clock here. Matt Geelong needs to answer something.
Need to answer quickly, answer fast as they can. And Max trying their best to see if they can find that answer. Oh, pop over the top. It's cleaned out though. Camo looking to take point on this one. Slow and steady. Dixie are in the corner ready. But Camo realizes they're going to play a patient game here.
They're going to play it slow and methodical. We'll see Max over towards the corner, looking for a touch there. Liam attempting another one, but it will go in towards the goal. Doesn't quite hit that back left corner, but we'll see now. Geelong make a move here. The breakaway starts. A demo comes through from Taunton, and it will go down to the clock here. Another touch from Geelong, and Camo's just looking to clear it out. Stop it there in its tracks, as the ball will be touched there by Liam for just one more touch. One more touch is all Geelong need right now to keep this one going, but it will be another to Phoenix.
That's it. Another one on the board there, clean. 2 games to none so far in this best of 7 endeavour for 3rd place here. And both of these teams are really proving themselves. You know, I was impressed to see. We saw a bit of presence on the board there. Both teams managed to get at least a goal. So definitely keen to see how we stroll into the 3rd one. You know, whether it's going to get a bit more competitive as we play things out here, as both teams are primed up and ready to spring straight back into action in game number 3.
And I was going to say, I kind of maybe want to see a little bit more demo play out of Geelong, right? They're playing a little bit too passively on that one, just kind of play for boost more than playing for positional advantage, right? And we've seen the demos that have come through from Taunton have been such an impact here for the side of Phoenix to really get those goals through.
Yeah, big impact there. Going to release whatever they can out of that one. And we'll see if they can do more from that. A good clearance coming out. There, looking to see if they can catch something further. Large Chip's not going to be able to dip their way in. They just have to dip out. Taunton good to keep it upfield, but they're yet to yield the result they're after.
What type of dip are we talking about?
I reckon we're talking about, you know, dip into the ocean.
Gravy with chips?
Yeah, we could dabble in a bit of gravy. Yeah. You know. Maybe we do.
Maybe we do.
Maybe we dip into the goals. You know?
Yeah, so we'll see. Send it high there. Camo over the top. Liam able to pass it back there towards the middle of the field. And just, of course, once again, we're in this back and forth state of affairs here for both sides. Max, good touch there. We'll go back towards his side, so might be able to play with it a little bit more. Needs to get the boost out here. Taunton, he's got a little bit to play with, so to send it across back towards the field there. The follow-up touch there from the teammate, not quite going to find its mark, and Geelong, they're able to stabilize for the moment.
Stabilize for the moment, and let's see if they can seize the moment. It's Phoenix look to rise up, work together, push the ball into the corner there. Dixie already waiting. Not going to be able to seal it away though. Camo at least keeps it upfield on Geelong's side of the pitch there, and it's going to be more than upfield. It's going to yield a solid goal. First on the board, 3 minutes 10 remain.
I was going to say, very chill fist bumps happening there.
Yeah.
I was going to say,
love that.
Yeah, they're looking
good vibes.
Good vibes. Just, you know, little tap up
there.
Yeah, very calm. I was going to say, Phoenix are playing this one pretty calmly overall in the series. You know, like they've just come off of an unfortunate loss, right, in that last match, so they're looking for that revenge. Taunton will be able to stop that one for the moment. Large Chips, Liam, Max, they need to rotate a little bit heavier. I was going to say they're a little bit out of position in some of these engagements that they're going for.
Yeah, caught off guard a little bit there, but we'll see if they are going to be able to push their way up and find something more. Ooh, big demo coming out from Geelong here. Destabilizing some of the offensive pressure.
And destabilizing that offensive pressure and continuing to clear it out. Liam is looking for a little bit of something, but I was going to say, it feels like just, you know, 1 or 2 players going for like a kind of solo goal here. It doesn't feel like there's any distinct passes that are going on. Max looking for something. It will be thwarted by Taunton as well. Phoenix, they're following this ball super well for the moment. Looking for another touch there onto the goal clearance by Max is good. But now this sends the defense into a tailspin. The attackers are now out of position themselves, and this could be an open net.
Oh, could be an open net, but Not going to get it this time around, Tone. Going to be zoned out. So, not going to be able to equalize yet, but the opportunities are getting closer. You can taste that a goal is on the horizon here, Tony. And let's see if they are going to feast on a goal.
Need to feast on something right now, Phoenix, the way they're playing. Doing all they're eating right now. As we'll see, Geelong. No, they will rotate for the defense here. They have large chips sent up there. Pass over to Max is good. Be set up for nice goal, but the bumpy coming through here from Phoenix just to get them away from the ball.
Yeah, and it plays into what you were talking about before, Tone. You know, that physicality coming into play once again, forcing them away from the optimal angles. And they're looking to get a stranglehold on this series. Camo sends it to the center. Large chips picks it up, sends it downfield, ready to try and yield the result. But it's going to be shielded away by the Phoenix here. Geelong now back in front, ready to push it offside to center.
Goes towards the left-hand corner. Liam, Max, they're trying to clear it out. Tortness being a menace there. Shot on for almost from Camo, but hits the post. Teammate will go up for another, looking for the touch. Sends it a little bit too far away from the top of the net. Camo, again, another shot. I was going to say, Camo's been sending these shots just willy-nilly, and they feel like they've almost hit every time.
Yeah, they're just sending it. You know, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, so they're going to take them all, Tone. And we'll see if they are going to be able to get some more within these last remaining moments here. As, woo, close one that time, but not close enough.
Not close enough. This time does start to tick down a little bit here. We'll see. Blue side needing to make a move, but they're all out of boost right now. You can see how controlling Phoenix have been of this rotation. There's now 5 seconds left. That ball needs to be touched and it needs to go in that goal now. Clearance by Camo to send it to the ground, and it will be Game 3 winners. It's Phoenix once again.
That's it. They're going to be happy with that, Tony. You know, they're focused up. They can feel that they are playing well here, and we're going to see if they can continue in a positive direction. But you know how it goes when you're on series point. The pressure builds up to an all-time high here. So we could see the return, the resurgence coming out from Geelong in the next one, and very eager to see if their souls are going to be ignited to give it their best.
Yeah, they're going to have to come back like the Phoenix themselves, like from the ashes. Geelong need to really dig deep here as we'll go now into Game 4, series point for the side of Phoenix, and for Geelong, I was going to say, a lot needs to draw on the rotations there. This is a kickoff goal, ready to kick it off there. Great rotations there from the side of Geelong.
There you go. Take advantage of the situation. Liam is going to pay dividends for their team into that one. So 6 seconds is all you need, and they're already going to inject a goal into the game. So solid start from them here, but we'll see how swift the response it may or may not be from Phoenix here. As Camo already looks to take a bit of control, relegating it to the corner, but they've got more in mind than that. Already tapping over the top. It's a little too much oomph on it, though.
Yeah, a little bit too much to make anything there. Stabilize it there, I was going to say. Towards the midfield, you'd think that Geelong would have ran away with that one, but Camo. And now up towards the goal side of things. Max looking for a clearance, though. Sends it over towards the right, but you can still see that Phoenix are trying to play for this ball. Camo able to answer back immediately, and once again, we'll see Geelong on the back foot.
On the back foot, but they're still on their front foot with the goals for now, taking a slow and steady approach here. So the defenses are working as intended until they aren't. So going to be holding on as much as they can before that moment, playing the defensive route there, you know, picking up boosts and not looking to just go straight for the ball.
Yeah, I was going to say, who controls the boost really controls the pace. Great demo there from Max. No follow-up there from the rest of Phoenix. And large chips now. Has control of the ball, does dribble to go over towards the left-hand side. Nice little double touch up there. Phoenix, they're up for it. They're committing 2 players there just to get that ball away from the net, and it will go up, and it will go in for the side of Geelong. It's a 1 from Max.
Great stuff coming out from Max there. Camo tries to clean it out, and Max comes out on top, taking away a second goal for Geelong here. They are feeling it into this game, Tony. You know, I said these last series point type games here really bring the best out of teams, and they definitely can take this series the distance if they keep up like this.
And definitely Gonna keep it up. Demo there from Large Chips. TwoTapTony. A bit of a rough clearance that time around. Needs the help of Camo. Max sending towards the goal once again. You can see that now Geelong are starting to play with a little bit of pressure themselves.
Yeah, taking a play out of the playbook there and really looking to sway things back in their direction. Oh, we'll see if they can get it though. Close to that one. TwoTapTony is solid on the defense. Will be demoed out, however. Large Chips are stopping the momentum of the ball there, but it's going to be Dixie looking to see if they can get it. Not going to be able to pop it through, but there's still a distance to cover.
Still a distance to cover. You see it. All three hands on deck here. Geelong look to walk up, but of course for the side of TwoTapTony, he's found a free runaway with that one. I believe did get the help of one of the Geelong players too, so TwoTapTony will happily take that one back for Phoenix.
That's it. The dam's been broken, and now it's a dangerous avenue ahead here for both sides. We'll see if this is a little kindling that Phoenix needed to really ignite things into this one as we pass the halfway point of this game here. And now let's see if they can pop something else through. Solid defense already coming out from Geelong, looking to yield their own results, but stoppage just outside of the goal point there. Going to allow a bit more maneuverability here for Phoenix.
Yeah, I was going to say double commitment. And Max, oh, he's looking for the air dribble there. Unfortunately saved by Dixie. Phoenix now, oh, nice little demo there from Max, but we'll still see the pressure somehow. Another demo coming through, clearing the field of these Phoenix players. Geelong for the moment.
And more where that came from, Tony. Let's see if they are going to be able to catch some more demos over the top here. All cleared to the side for now. Looking to gear up and see if they can get more from it. Camo on top here. Large Chips. A good clearance straight to TwoTapTony there into the corner. So they got a bit of time to recover on this one. Not going to be over and out just yet. Let's see how their next attack goes.
Yeah, looking to walk it up, and it almost goes towards the left-hand side of the post, but we'll see now a runaway here from Max, and he will be able to put it through with the help of Large Chips. It's another one here for the side of Geelong, Matt, and that's what they need, right? They needed an answer game, and I think they might have found it.
Yeah, big commitment upfield from the Phoenix side there, and Geelong take a clear advantage, managed to run it back and lock down the third. So great way to herd the ball back into your favour and solidify your lead by 2, but might not be 2 for long if they're already establishing this big frontward pressure. Just like that, they respond straight back. It's 1-goal game once again, a 3 for 2. Phoenix pulled through.
Yeah, that was just a beautiful setup there. TwoTapTony and then Camo into that one. Communication, I have to give credit to Phoenix, right? It's just a lot of team play that's being heavily executed right now. And I was going to say, for the side of Geelong, we need to see that a little bit more.
Yeah, couldn't agree with you more there, Tony. Definitely need to see the streamlined communication. Otherwise, if there's a, little lag in the comms, things could come unwound here. But let's see how things unwind into the last minute of this one. Max just to keep this ball as far away from the goals as possible. And with such heavy commitment, it does open opportunity here for both sides. So looks like it is going to be Geelong trying their best to gear up here, but Phoenix clean it out, push it upfield. Liam ready and waiting in the defense. We'll be able to keep it airborne.
There goes airborne. TwoTapTony will go up for the touch, and Camo's going to put it right through.
Boom.
Top left bin, boom, it goes in. That's 68 miles per hour. Matt, a fast one out of Camo there, just no hesitation.
Huge stuff coming out here. I reckon hitting just slightly off the crossbar, slowed that at the end there, but very impressive shot nonetheless. And it's now last 30 seconds here. Will we see the comeback from Phoenix? Will we see Geelong bring it back themselves? They're back on the defense and already popping in with the demos. And there's not much time to go, Tony. We're heading to that special place once again.
And the dreaded OT maybe, or if you're a fan of the OT, the lovely OT.
20 minutes.
20 minutes of OT.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be a miss for a series like this. So I was going to say Max, though, still able to touch here. And it is still airborne for the moment, just trying to put it down on the ground, though. Camo's still fighting for it. And they want to get this one in for the side of Phoenix, and it will be in! They get it at the last minute!
Look at that. The reaction, the raw emotions coming through from our players there. They were on top of it, and they loved every second of it. What a way to secure victory in a third place there. Amazing stuff coming through from the Phoenix, soaring high, and they're going to be proud of themselves with that one. Amazing result once again, Tony.
Yeah, absolutely. Incredible result there. And I was going to say, just dominant from the Phoenix overall in that series. I was going to say, just, you know, attack looked good, defense looked good, and, you know, they didn't, just when you thought it would start to slip a little bit there in that last one, they were able to bring it back. They were able to recalm themselves, and they were able to draw themselves a victory there.
That's it, able to draw a victory, and we are going to be heading in into another set of victories very, very soon here while we get things set up for the grand final. We are going to be heading to a short break. Don't go anywhere, everybody. We'll be back before you know it. Welcome back, everybody, to Rocket League here at PAX Australia. It's time for the AEL Rocket League Nationals, and it's Matsy and Max Formal going here live right now. We've got our grand final matchup here. You can see how the day played out. You can see exactly where we are, and it's going to be the Lakes taking on Launceston there.
Yep.
Amazing stuff on its way, Max, and talk me through it. How are you feeling about this?
Our number 1 versus our number 2 seed about to go at it. So it's exactly what you'd be hoping for when you draw out the brackets at the start of the day. Look, I got to show that Queensland pride right now. Lakes, they've been phenomenal so far. They performed very well in that semifinal. I'm looking at them to continue that performance, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Obviously, big stage, big grand final. It could go a lot of ways.
Could go a big amount of ways, and you can see our players are locked in right now, focusing up, waving us down. Love to see it, and definitely keen to see more where that came from, Max. You know, I think we've got great times ahead. And speaking of great things, we've got our sponsors.
Yeah, of course. You want to talk greatness. How about AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world? AGON by AOC provides best-in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs.
That's it, and a big shout out to HyperX and Officeworks there. Power your game with the latest HyperX gear at Officeworks. Push performance to the limit with the latest in gaming tech. From high spec to precision gear, Officeworks has what you need.
And Indomie, our noodle partner for this event, made with high-quality flour and selected ingredients and spices. A plate of Indomie McGoring will certainly brighten up your day. So try any one of the flavors available today from your local grocer or at indomie.com.au. And go check out our free-to-play areas, too, because, you know, all of our sponsors are able to help set them up. It's fantastic stuff.
That's it. We got a lot of great stuff on offer, just like our grand final. Locking it down, locking it in very, very soon here. And excited to see exactly how that one's going to play out, Max. You know, these teams have been able to fight their way through today to earn their spot in the grand final. And now we are here, and we're stepping into high gear.
Yeah, we are. It's going to be a very exciting finals for sure. Again, Lakes probably coming in as the favorite. I think just as a team, they have a bit more competitive experience competing in a lot of different Queensland leagues that I'm aware of as well. In comparison, I think this is the first time we've seen their opponents ever on a stage quite like this. So you've got, you know, the advantage of experience, results. We'll see how it plays out. Obviously, we've seen the mechanics, though, from this team in orange. Kolowski as well as Vortex, kind of the two players to look out for.
Yeah, let's see if they are going to be able to step up to the plate here, if they are going to be able to open the gates into this one as the games kick off. And Angus locking it down. I'm going to be forced out by Sinner, though, so good way to just hold it back for the moment.
Yeah, as we see, you know, I'm still loving the tribute to Banana Head coming out from Angus right here. I had a little chat with him before we get started. He was just like, yeah, you know, you got to be the best, I guess you got to imitate them a bit. And so far from what we've seen from Lakes, if any player is going to step up and be, you know, that X factor that will push Lakes over the top, Angus is the player I'm looking at to kind of take that role. They've been putting a lot of time in improving their craft in the game of Rocket League. They have aspirations of going pro, and this is that time, you know, to make a pretty big step. Winning a LAN at PAX, it would be phenomenal for him and his team.
Absolutely. You know, this is the big leagues, this is the big stage, and let's see if they can engage into this one and step up to the plate when it counts as Vortex looks to swirl their way through, opening the account. It's up by 1.
And the first goal is going to be a musty, and the first musty we've seen hit as well. We saw Vortex go for a couple of these before back in the semifinal. Wasn't able to connect on them, but this one a lot different from what we saw in that semifinal. A lot more pace tugging off from behind that midfield line. It wasn't that slowed controlled approach that got them to this matchup. It was a lot more decisive, and the team feels like they're still warmed up from when they played about an hour ago, which is a good sign.
Yeah, good sign, great sign, and more where that came from, Mr. Max. But let's see if they are going to be able to maximize their return on this one. A good way to just keep things at bay in the center. Angus, though, looks to push it straight where it hurts, but they are going to be holding back for the second.
Fluky up into the corner. Actually, he's going to help set up Cryptic Arrow. Tries to touch shot it behind the two defenders. Good scoop save, and it will make its way to the midfield. Kolowski, an aggressive challenge on Fluky. Doesn't work out. And we're going to see them wrap around one more time. Look, this is a great start from our team in orange again. One of the things that could be working against the Lakes right now is how long it's been since the first match of the day. I mean, there's been 2 best-of-7s played since then. Vortex nearly drops it in. It might take a game or two for the Lakes to get up to speed, and hopefully not too much damage has been done against them.
Yeah, we'll see if they are going to warm up sooner or later, because it could come back to bite them if they don't lock it down sooner. But they are still taking their time with it, biding their time, playing into these little moments to see if they can make one big moment, but they aren't building up to it quite yet.
I like that touch from Fluky, had Cryptic Error pushed forward. It looked to be a good setup. The defense was kind of hesitant on where to go with it. It could have opened up the window, but that's okay. These things will get learned and adjusted to in time. Right now, though, more of the credit has to be going to this orange side's defense. I mean, they've just been playing patient. They've been getting the touches they needed, and because they have that lead, they can afford to kind of play a bit more passive right now. We know these guys can be decisive when the time calls for it. Kolowski, very, very fast. And even Sinnoh, towards the later half of that last semifinals, had their chances, but that time they're too far forward. Angus, credit for the goal.
Locking it down. It's 1-1 with 2 minutes to go here. So, nicely done playing into the situation there, and they are going to be able to have a clean path ahead. So, let's see what these next moments look like as we jump straight into the kickoff.
Yeah, still 2 minutes to run here. This is going to be very, very close. Angus now out the back, stays underneath it. The dribble straight into Sinar, who didn't have anywhere safe to go with the ball. They leave it for Cryptic, who, despite not having boost, still does quite well on the 50. Fluky's attempt to push through as well. It's stifled a little bit, as we're seeing Sinar now playing a bit more midfield. That's interesting to me. Sinar back in the semifinal was frequently that third man. Vortex, though, gets the magic touch, and it's a 2-1 lead.
That's it. Up by 2. They break it through, and looking to see if they can get more where that came from. But it's just these tight little angles that allows them to find success, find glory into this, and let's see if they can get more where that came from as we head into the next endeavor.
I wonder if Angus sticks with this clown car if the Lakes come up a little bit short. I think that's something to keep our eyes on for sure. 1.5 minutes, though, a lot of time for a team to get quite decisive and find that opening. The thing is, though, that's never really been the Lakes style. Lakes is usually more of a controlled team. They won't try to beat you with snap plays. They'll try to grind you down. And to the credit of this side in orange, they've just not allowed the Lakes to do that. Very patient play. They've been doing very well. Now towards the net, it will be Sinar with the save.
That's it. They're going to be saving their way through there, breaking their way in. And, you know, the one thing that would make the clown car even better is if they had a balloon animal boost. I reckon that would be just perfect, Max.
No, see, I wanted to go the other way right now. Clown car's great when you're winning. If they may pull up the comeback, then you're rewarded with the balloon animals. But if you come up short, I'm sorry, you gotta straighten it out.
Straighten it out, straighten it in, and that's what Fluky's looking to do right now. Go straight in towards a goal. A good swing through the center there. Going to be fended off though, so going to have to wait their way out. A fall back, and let's see if they can get under attack into this one as they look to stick it upfield. Shielding it. Vortex ready to send it back. Send it packing.
Here we go. As we hit, still 13 seconds. Fluky just puts a shot on. Diving save back Sinar. Able to come up with it. Lancaster looking like they may have just held on. Vortex would love one more goal, but at least gets it to the corner. Angus, no boost. Can't keep it up. Ball stays down. It's all up to Cryptic to find some elevation. They leave it for Fluky because they want the follow-up, but Vortex shuts it down. Angus, the one with the boost, still keeps it up and running. Ball gets pushed more towards that midfield line. Is anybody underneath it, however? The answer is going to be no, and it's LC who takes game one.
Wow, well done to Launceston there. They managed to take advantage, and they will be able to get on top of things into game one. But, you know, it wasn't a one-sided affair. It was a pretty competitive opening match there. You did say that the Lakes needed to step up, warm up a little bit. I think they've done that a little bit in that first game. Obviously, you know, I think the coals aren't burning as brightly as they need to be.
You need the goal. You need the goal. I can't say they're warmed up till I see him score. And whereas Lancaster on the other side, early goal and then passive play. They were playing so deep. They were giving up space, trusting that they'd be able to just have that backup second or third defender if needed. But what surprised me was they kind of didn't need that. They actually could have kept playing forward, and I think they would have been fine. They were winning a lot of their 50s. They were able to just come up neutral, at least it felt like, on every challenge. So why not continue to play that midfield? Why not try to create more scoring opportunities for your side? In this situation, worked out for them because they held on to that 1-0 lead. I think, though, if they're able to hold, like, to continue the momentum, they're going to have to play a little bit further forward. You can't score 1 goal and then rest on your laurels. I want to see a bit more aggressive from the LC side. But I can't take anything away from them because they won the game. Like, they're still up 1-0.
That's right. At the end of the day, they do take it away into the first game there. And we'll see if they can stay consistent and bring that up into game number 2 as well. As there's a long road ahead of us here, and very eager to see how things go once we get all into that one, all over Red Rover. But the teams right now, you know, they're just focused up. They're meditating. They're looking to focus as much as they can and bring their best game possible forward.
Focusing is so difficult, though, in a LAN environment,
oh,
especially at PAX, where there is so many sights and sounds just exploding all around you. Yeah, to find that inner zen, as it were, it's going to be difficult, and we'll see if they're going to be able to kind of lock that in. Of course, we will be hopefully starting this game quite shortly. A little bit of a tech delay right there, but we'll get into it. I feel this might actually help the Lake side, because it's that pause, that break. Now teams are going to have to kind of almost have that game one mentality one more time.
Yeah, it's a bit of a momentum shifter, isn't it? And it kind of does pay dividends in that sense. You know, it does allow them to, I guess, have a bit more time to find a clarity on what they want to work on into their gameplay. You know, how they want to adapt between games here and really try and strengthen their game plan. You know, those last-minute iterations or changes certainly can put them in a positive direction there. So, very excited to see how that's all going to go down, how that's all going to play out for them heading into this next one.
Yeah, and I think, you know, when you watch that game, you can kind of think of where you want each team to sort of improve. For the Lakes, they need to be a bit more consistent on their 50s. They need to be able to drive the ball and just kind of win a lot of those 1v1s to create the scoring opportunities for themselves, especially if LC is going to be giving them the space. And for LC, I want them to stop giving the space. I want them to play further forward because they're winning those 50s, so why not take that challenge a bit more to their opponents? I mean, don't get me wrong, 1-0 scoreline, best scoreline in Rocket League, is my favorite. But we've seen both these teams, I think, deliver a bit more on the pitch already. So, game 1 jitters, they're always going to exist. Neither of these teams are at their peak. You got to wait till games 4 and 5, really, when we'll see them firing full cylinder, full board. That's going to be their best shots. We're still a bit of a ways away from that, but hopefully, when we get back out on the pitch, we'll start to see those improvements that we're looking for.
That's right. You know, that's the beauty of a series. You know, you start at the bottom and then things culminate until you reach the summit. So, very excited to see what the peak looks like into this one and how our players evolve, adapt over time. Look at that. They're already locked in, focused up. We're going to do the very best they can into this one, and very excited to see how things change, how things improve into the next one. As you can see, we got the Lakes on our screens right now. They're just locked in and focused. And there is Launceston, focused as well, looking to give it their best, give it their all. We can see they're having those team discussions, you know, they're really locking down those final little things.
I only saw 2 players.
Look, I hope so as well. And we'll see how things go heading in to the next portion of this one, as they're going to be doing the best they can. But, you know, thinking about changes, do you feel like we can see a change of vehicle into this one? Maybe no more clown car?
Okay, it's going to go one of 2 ways.
Tell
We're
me.
either going to see no more clown car, or, and I think you'll like this one more, the entire team needs to get in the. They all need to fit in the clown car.
We're getting a circus.
Yeah.
Oh,
Look,
beautiful.
Clown cars only work because you just like everybody buys in, right?
Yeah.
Like if you don't have everyone
all or
buying
nothing.
in, exactly. So that's where I think the direction Lakes need to go. Is it the direction that if I were coaching I would advise? No, but I'm not coaching. I'm back here at the casting table. So I think everybody needs to go back in that car select, click on that random button, and just run with whatever they got.
All right. Full send it, full scarabs. They're coming out.
That's not random. Look, maybe one of them will get. It's random. You might discover a car even
But there's
better
still
than
a
the Scarab.
chance. There's still a chance.
There still is a chance. I know you'd probably love the Scarab head, but here we go.
Oh, I would.
It looks like we are back out there on the field. Game number 2 kicking off. Of course, LC did take the first game, but they're under threat already. Angus with the flick and good diving save. Kalowski makes the save.
Yeah, close one there. I thought we'd already have a goal on our screens, but it ain't going to happen, not just yet. Maybe now, though. Holy moly, close again. They just keep up the pressure, and you love to see this kind of intensity from the get-go.
Yeah, I mean, the Lakes, they're just all aggression. It's an all-out attack. Multiple shots on target. Demos in the net as well. Kalowski was somehow able to find a full boost amidst all of that, and Vortex is able to create enough space to go to the opposite side. However, the Lakes, I mean, look, you don't put yourself in 50-50 situations if you keep shooting it at or above the net, fair enough. That could be their answer to game 1, but now on the back foot, we're going to need to see a little bit more from them as Vortex will control it from one side of the field to the other.
Yeah, keeping control, looking to yield results here, and we'll see if they are going to be able to do more where that came from. And we'll see how we go as we're going to be doubling down on that motion, and let's see what else is going to be on top of things.
Yeah, as we continue, Angus tries to play around through the corner. Fluky gets underneath, but isn't able to get the touch. Here we go, ball underneath, another attempt. Is it going to come from Sinar? Not quite this time. Backward, to the roof, to the floor. Kalowski won't get the shot.
Not getting the shot this time, but there's still other opportunities around. Let's see what is going to be on the horizon. Good adaptation for Vortex there. Just copying it through on the way down. Kowalski looking to get on top of it. Cryptic are going to be able to send it up though, setting up for their team, and it's going to be swept away.
Swept away temporarily, still 3:15 to go, and once again the Lakes are set up in that forward third. That's where they're making their challenges, and to their credit, coming out on top more often than not. Fluky though, nice redirect towards the neck. Ball gets behind Sinar, but Cryptic won't have an opportunity to set up a little bit too slow, but that's a double commit to the corner. Vortex will wrap back around, flicks it past one, dribbles over the second, ball towards the net. Here comes Kalowski, beats Angus, and it's a 1-0 lead for LC.
That's it. It's going to be Launceston coming on top there, and we're going to see if they can lock down or more where that came from. Look at that. Just a precise little angle there, slicing through, and they're getting all the rings on that one. So it's time to jump into the next kickoff, and here we go.
Yeah, the counterattack just hitting its point right there, exactly where it needed to be as Cryptic plays through the backboard. Again, Angus not getting an immediate chance. Ball continues where Cryptic will grab. Midfield again, Angus underneath, does nice on the 50 to keep pushing it towards that backside. Kalowski finds Vortex, a redirect, and it just looks like the Lakes are getting more and more unsettled with every single one of these touches. That's the beat they needed. Shot on with the demo, and the Lakes get their first point of the series.
Amazing way to tie things up once again, and let's see if there's going to be more where that came from. Lovely little demo, just a little cherry on top into that play there, but there's more plays on their way right now. It's time to kick off. Let's go!
Woo! Kickoff goal, yay!
You'll love to see it.
Did you know that was coming? You gave us the full game show intro for that.
Yeah.
It was like destined to
I've
be
got the
kickoff.
script, Max.
Okay.
It's all written down.
Who wins?
You do.
Awesome. I like this.
Yeah!
Script. Let's go. 2-1 lead.
My favorite
though.
episode.
Yeah, LC back out in front. The season finale is always the best episode. That's what it should be. Here comes Vortex
That
now.
of the pilot.
True.
Yeah.
Well, we're not doing the pilot. This is the finale. It's the better one. Trust. As Sinar puts it off the post.
That's it, off the post and looking for the most. Let's see if they're going to be able to find them, or if they only find a ghost, as it's going to be slipping away through the cracks this time, back upfield, ready to yield another result. Angus going to stop in his tracks though, ready to push it over.
Bump, went for the reset bump, but it wasn't really quite that straight shot. Fluky almost gets it in as well. Defense though rotating back, and now once again it's just sort of a race to their own backboard. The Lakes, this all-out aggression approach where they're sending 3 forward, not really resulting in as many goals as you would think right now, and that is again credit to the LC defense. They're very patient. They commit only when they feel like the percentage chance is like favoring them, and I feel like it has to be more of those bump plays. It has to be more of those demo plays to kind of push this blue side over the edge. What a 50 by Vortex, just didn't have the momentum to turn it into a goal.
Close one. Luckily,
Rule
Cryptic
one?
was there. Yep.
Oh my gosh, it's a final!
Out.
A PAX final Rule 1 happening right there. Cryptic and Kolowski. That is a beautiful sight to see.
You'll love to see it, and no one is breaking this bridge. It is full stability all the way through until the goal will break it, or other circumstances. But I love to see Rule 1 in action.
Does Cryptic crack the ball coming towards them? Vortex bumps Cryptic, and it sets up the goal. 3-1 lead now for LC.
Lovely stuff coming through from Launceston there. They're going to be so happy with that, Max. And they're looking to maximize their return on goals as well. It's time to get back into the kickoff, and we're kicking off with the Clownmobile.
Yeah, those snake wheels make me feel a certain anger that I don't know how best to be able to convey to the audience, but hey.
Demo,
that's a good way to do it. Here comes Angus, though. Might actually have something set up here. Oh, went for a cheeky little dribble at the end. Vortex, though, just plays it patient. Now it's going to bring it back up the other way. A reset. Nah, it's a fake one. Cryptic puts it forward. 22 seconds. It's not going to be enough time. Lancaster going to win this game. They're 20 seconds away.
not much time at all here. And let's see how they go. They hold back. Cryptic, good hit upfield, trying to yield a result, but there's not much time to really deliver that result. And it's another one coming down for Launceston there. Really great stuff from Kowalski.
Yeah, Launceston, very, very good goal. As they find that one, Kowalski just out the corner. Icing on the cake. Dagger in the game. They're going to be happy. And now up 2-0 in a grand final. This is the number 2 seed, might I remind you, that is kind of taking it to the number 1 seed right now. Really well done. And it's been controlled play. It's been patient play. It's been the fundamental play. Yeah, we had that sick musty to kick things off, and that's always going to fire up your side when you nail a musty. But outside of that, it's just been the fundamentals that's been keeping LC ahead.
That's it. You know, they've been taking it back down to basics there, and they've been doing it so well, because, you know, you got to master the basics before you can get into the advanced stuff. And if you got that down pat, it's going to take you leaps and bounds ahead there. And that's exactly what's happening for Launceston College there. Really great way to kick off the first 2 games into their favor. But it's time for the Lakes to bring things back. It's time for the tide to rise here.
Yeah, for the Lakes, I mean, this is feeling like a must-win game. In fact, I would argue the next 2 games are must-win for them. They need to equalize the series to get back into it, because being in a tournament point, needing to win 3 or 4 even in a row, that feels like insurmountable odds. And the thing that's got to be frustrating the Lakes is they're taking their best shots. Like, I'm not seeing many unforced errors. I'm not seeing many mistakes. I'm just seeing a patient, reactionary defense be that fraction of a bit faster and just stifling the Lakes in their setups and stifling the Lakes in their shots. It's one of the most frustrating things to play up against, and we'll see how that continues, and maybe the Lakes will find a way to break it. The demo certainly helped, but if Launceston continues to play this well, they're going to be golden.
Let's see if they are going to be a golden here, as already ball goes up top. Will get dropped down by Fluky though, so nice way to keep the defense on the line nice and early, but there's still going to be more opportunities than that, and they're kicking off with a bang.
Yeah, that they are, and once again, it's going to be early pressure coming from the Lake side. Lakes typically, they do come out fast, and when they are on that orange side, like, they do a great job in shortening the field and just finding rapid shot after shot. But the strategy didn't work in Game 2, and it is going to work to start on Game 3, though. Finally, they're able to crack it, and that's going to be a 1-0 lead for the team in blue.
That it is a great way to start things off. The Lakes are back online, and it's going to be a good way to shift the momentum here, a good way to kick things off. But It's time to get into the next kickoff, and let's see if there's going to be a swift reaction all over the side here. Sinner waiting patiently. Vortex tries to set it up, not going to find success. Kowalski keeping it downfield though, but they're still not able to find the activation they're looking for.
Yeah, not straight away, although that was a double commit, which means 3 players forward, which means an opening is going to come. Vortex nearly gets there in time. Angus does enough to keep it safe, at least for now. Kowalski also tries to play corner ball, gets a bit more centered. Vortex wins that challenge. Double commit again by the defense. However, Sinao got bumped, so that's why we didn't see Sinar actually go for the challenge straight away. Some physicality helping out the Lakes, and times when they need it, so good stabilization. Pressure, though, should come from the team in orange.
Yeah, should, but will it? Oh, my goodness. Maybe not. That could have been an opportunity there. Not going to be able to get it, though, speeding past it. And it could be one for the team in orange. Launceston going to see if they can bring it back here. Fluky up top. A slow, steady, sends it back.
Vortex midfield can only drop it down to Cryptic, who looks for Fluky. That actually could set up Cryptic, who has full boost underneath the ball right now. Can only pop it up, won't chase, leaves it for Vortex instead, who, knowing on that speed, won't be able to create much ground for the LC side. It's not till Sinar pushes forward, and actually might get something going now. Team in orange, this is a good opportunity. Vortex towards the net, gets Fluky to commit, who somehow finds the touch off the second attacker, not the first, and that's enough to keep them safe for now.
Safe for now, but for how long? Let's see just how long this is going to take here as they claim their field, yield the result. It's going to be fended off by Vortex, and Sinner looking to clean it up with their team now. Not going to bounce past Fluky though, still keeping them on their toes, but the demo will at least destabilize things to an extent.
Angus puts it to the backboard. Vortex will keep it in the corner. Angus again wants to find a teammate, but Vortex has enough power on the 50 to go all the way back to the blue side of the field. This is what LC wants, but they're already rotating 2 back. Neither of them have boost. LC, they just are not as confident as a team when they have a deficit. And they really like to be the team in the lead, because that's when they actually, I feel like, will commit for things, where they're willing to take those risks. Now that they're behind, I'm surprised to see such passive play coming from the team in orange.
Yeah, likewise, you know, they really need to step up to the plate here, really need to get something over the top, and it ain't going to happen in this one. The Lakes lock it down again. 2 goals with 2 minutes to go. Where have Launceston gone?
I mean, they've gone into their own net and on their own backboard. Nobody was pushing forward. Everybody was trying to react to the shot. No one was trying to be proactive and disrupt the setup coming from the blue side of the field. And yeah, that's going to be the end result right there. Lakes now with a 2-point lead, still 2 minutes to go. And maybe LC can start to rally back somehow, but realistically, I feel as if they've got to take more risks. They've got to start committing more. Otherwise, they have completely allowed the Lakes back in the series.
Allowed them back and ready to see if they can find a crack in the armor here. Angus climbing upfield. Ooh, patience. Doesn't pay off this time, and they will have a return coming on a line from Launceston here, but there's going to be more where that came from. Fluky going to see if they can push it in, but it's locked out.
Locked out, and more pressure coming from the blue side instead. Around the corner we go. Fluky won't jump up to commit, didn't have the boost to go all the way to the roof, so have to play off their own backboard. This is a lot of space now being given to LC, but they don't turn it into a shot. Vortex was too far forward. Gonna have to rotate back now. That sets up Sinar, who goes for the 50 against Angus, comes up a little bit short there as well, and things nearly turn dire. Cryptic won't be able to get the initial shot, but there's still only a minute left, and it's a 2-point lead.
2-point lead, and let's see if they can speed ahead into this one, as there's not going to be much longer to go here. They are going to be looking to step up into high gear. Never fear, as the team is here.
Angus fakes it and then just walks the dog home. Wow, that fake was mean from Angus. Watching this one again, I mean, you have the boost, he goes for the reset, and Vortex just commits thinking it's going to turn into a backward play, and Angus just car control, walks it home. Well done, 3-0 lead. That's game 3 done and dusted, and it's going to be a 1-2 series.
That's it. They're bringing themselves back exactly when they needed to, when the timing counts. And let's see if they are going to be able to do it all over again as they stick it in the back line, waiting things out. Angus and Co are ready to hit that flow state once again. Fluky not going to be able to get it past them. It's reset to the midfield. Angus wanted the same. Forced back slowly, steadily here, but the time is on their side.
Yeah, it is, and I mean, look, this is the right time to kind of shift that momentum, as I've kind of been mentioning. Usually it takes a couple games for teams to settle, right? Well, Lakes have been able to settle first, and they've settled in a position where they can now equalize the series. They've still got, you know, an extra game cushion as opposed to this been like the 3-0 reverse sweep spot. And it feels like a turning point in this series to me. This was not the same LC that we saw in games 1 and 2. They were more passive. They were far more reactionary, and they just weren't getting results. They need the lead. They need the early goal and the early pressure. When they don't get it, their games look like this. So, I don't know. LC, I hope they can come out swinging and start off the next game as the ball does finally hit the ground. We'll see. We'll see if they can do it. I am nervous right now for that team in orange.
Yeah, likewise. You know, it's a huge shift to the momentum there. The Lakes are locked in, and like I said, you know, the tides have risen, and it doesn't look like they're going down any time soon. So, going to be happy to see the shift in momentum there. The Lakes keep it competitive. 1-2. We'll see if they can equalize in a game 4, though.
Yeah, it is going to be, you know, a little bit of a challenge for the Lakes, but if they continue to play like they were, which was a continued aggression from game number 2, and yeah, game 2 it didn't work out for them, but game 3, that's what essentially they thought game 2 should have looked like, where it's just you're keeping constant pressure, you're forcing your opponents to hesitate when making choices. That's when you get situations where you have like 2 players on the backboard, 1 in the net, and nobody really trying to step forward to make the play. That comes from a place of nerves and playing more to not lose than to win. And I feel like the Lakes showed me more of that winning mentality in that game. Of course, whenever you talk mental, it's all, you know, sort of what we see. It's all inference. We don't really know what's going on in the players' heads. But I do know when LC plays forward, when they challenge on the opposite side of the field, they win games. So that's what I want to see here in game 4.
Let's see if they are going to be able to do just that, as we start off strong here with the demo, but we are looking to see if they can get more from it. Angus, ooh, locking it down. A good clearance from center there. Waiting in the back line. Fluky trying to get more from this one, but not going to be able to yield anything further yet. So there's still opportunity, though, to yield something great, and there you go. BkWhatOCE locks it down for 1.
I thought the defense actually had this right here. I mean, look, the setup was good. Angus probably could have had a touch on it. Cryptic, yeah, just didn't get enough behind it. So it's actually technically an own goal, I suppose. I mean, that shot's going in. I'd call it more of a failed save. Either way, a 1-0 lead. And if you are LC, now you can play your comfort style again. Now you can actually afford to be a bit more passive and you know, only take those high percentile challenges. It forces a lot more pressure on the team in blue. And another goal would have been great. Unfortunately, Vortex misses it.
Misses it, and we'll see if they are going to be able to get something out of this one. Holding back, holding steady. Pushing up the wall, rise up. A Cryptic will fall. Angus ready though. Good defense and gets the demo over the top. This could be an opening for them, but not quite yet.
Not yet. Fluky though still wants to get something rolling. Midfield, has to stay midfield for Angus, who wants the double, not going to fight it, playing the backboard again. LC just doing enough. Hold on to the 1-point lead. Fluky's touch is accurate. So too is the defense though, pushed to the safety of the corner.
Pushed into the safety, and we'll see if they are going to be able to get more from it here. So they steer their way in. Ooh, taking it slow, steady. And ready around the corner. Ready to take something more. Fluky. Good opening, but Sinner's in the back.
Yep, and now it's going to be Cryptic's turn to the net. Can he finish? No. Angus actually was the one who tried to do a little pinch. There was a defender in the way. I don't know. I kind of want to let Cryptic continue with that one. Go for the bump instead. Either way, Angus now tries to drop another one down. Off the backboard, sets up Fluky, and that's going to be the tie game.
There it is, 1 apiece, and they are going to be able to claim their stake into this game. And let's see if they can do much, much more where that came from, as there's going to be more over the top here, more in our sights as we open up the kickoff. And let's go, Max. It's time.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Angus bump from behind, but still stays on the play. Cryptic underneath, goes backward. That's 2 forward. Fluky probably won't commit here. Low percentile chance, may as well rotate back. Kind of concede the possession after the errant setup. And Sinar, open net. Right place, right time, 2-1 lead.
That's it. Great placement there. It works out. You know, the taps on the defense causes a bit of calamity. And now they are going to be able to break their way out with a lead here. So, nicely done. And the Lakes will concede a goal, but let's see if they can speed their way through to get one back and equalize here.
I feel like I just heard a train.
Yeah, choo-choo, it's the comeback train.
I heard the whistle. No, it might be. I mean, it's definitely, you know, a train that I would imagine the Lakes want to board. We'll see, though. It could be a train being driven straight into him, though. Vortex goes into Cryptic, not able to find too much. KowalskiI stays in the corner as well. And in the end, it will be Fluky who's able to center it. Good pass to Cryptic. No save needed for the first touch. The save was needed for the second. KowalskiI comes up huge, but not big enough. Angus seals the play.
All aboard the comeback train. Choo-choo! They're going to be able to take a goal back. And they are going to be so happy with that. 2 for 2 on the line right now. 2 minutes and 19 to go. And it's time to blow our way into another kickoff. And let's see who can take it.
All right, it's going to be Cryptic, maybe on the sidewall, not quite this time. Sinar instead is going to push it back. Cryptic underneath, gets the next touch. Oh, it's off the post. 2 defenders did fight, though. It could open up something on the attacking right, but instead, it will get cleared out. Angus gets past one, but not past the second. KowalskiI wants to backboard it. Double commit by the defense, yet they get to the ball first. No third member willing to commit just yet for the LC side.
Oh, not willing to just yet, but they might have a chance in a second here. See what they can achieve into this one. So keep it relegated to the corner. Big hit from Cryptic there upfield. Now caught by Fluky down the middle. Not going to be able to ride it in just yet, though. So they are going to have to stall it out and reset.
Yeah, back to midfield. KowalskiI misses. That's a lot of pressure on Sinar. Has to get the touch. It was an awkward read, but the shot wound up high. Now going to the opposite side. Vortex with no boost. Can't rely on the mechanics that got him here. Instead, it'll be a deep clear from KowalskiI. Minute 20 to go. Angus to the roof. Vortex shuts him down. Double demo means there's no one on this right side of the field or left side for the attackers. Either way, Vortex draws up. Fluky with the save.
Up with the save and ready to shame away more pressure. Oh! Boom! What a goal. Blink and you'll miss it. Big momentum on that, Max.
Yeah, Vortex just a big strike right in the sweet spot of the ball. Again, though, it came off a defender. So, there was a train. I hear that train.
I hear the train too. You're not crazy.
Okay.
It's the comeback train. And we are ready to bring the pain into this next one as it's going to be, ooh, getting closer to those goals, Max.
Yeah, and another goal here would put it on 3 tournament point for LC. You would have to imagine, even if the scoreline stays as it is, they're going to be 1 game away. Ball pushed back down towards the corner. Cryptic relying on somebody to bang through the corner, but nobody ever comes. Fluky finally gets there too little too late. Pressure will stay on the LC side. Angus, patient game, wins the 50 and actually got someone to jump as well, but they're just not fast enough to turn it into immediate pressure. It's going to be a slow, controlled approach with 25 seconds left.
Oh, it's getting a bit closer towards the end, though. Good to see that WhatOCE looking to relegate the ball out as much as they possibly can, playing a very defensive game here. But Angus and Co, they aren't letting up. They realize they need to elevate. They need to even things up, and they might have a chance. Angus locks it in. 3 for 3. We're all tied up.
What happened to this defense? Double commit, no boost. Third player, no boost either. Everyone just flailing towards the ball. To coin the term said so long ago, it was panic mechanics. Everyone panicking, no one just controlling the play. And now we're tied 3-3. Next goal wins this game. Sinar to the net, backboard, and it's in! Vortex retakes the lead with 1 second to go.
Look at that. They are loving it. You can see the energy coming through from those players there. They realize it. They are going to be on series point here. Unless.
Stranger things have happened. Here we go. 1 second. Ball has to stay on the ground. It does. And that is LC now 1 game away. Fist bumps all around. But Matsy, I've said this before. Last hurdle's always the hardest.
That's it. It's only going to get harder and harder from here. The Lakes are going to be feeling the pressure at an all-time high into this one. And we'll see if they are going to be able to step up to the plate to bring themselves back for retribution. Into game number 5 here. It is going to be a tough one ahead, but I think they have the makings to bring things back.
Yeah, I mean, look, an 8-second goal, right? you're thinking overtime. You're already preparing for it. Not LC. Not these guys. The fact that they found that goal with 1 second remaining in regulation, fantastic stuff. And now they're just one game out from putting this one away. And I mean, the Lakes as a team, they've come to many a convention, many an event, and walked away as champions. This would be their first PAX, however. And you know their expectation was, we want the gold, we want to take it, but LC, man, they got 3 chances now. Cannot emphasize how big of an advantage that is.
Yeah, definitely going to have a lot more presence behind them, let's say. Speaking of presence, so hello, goodbye. It's the first goal on the board from the Lakes.
Yeah, and I just look at this control from Cryptic. Nice little dribble, the flick. I mean, it was the elevation that got the goal right there. I think he was actually going for a cut, but it doesn't matter when you get the right touch, and a combination of the two really would have been golden. Does just enough to get that goal. 1 point lead for the Lakes. Nearly immediately responded, still might, because it's Vortex drawing 2 defenders. Kolowski's going to try to settle it, or center it, I should say, for Sinar, but Sinar, whoa, I don't know where Sinar was going, so ball goes to the orange side of the field.
And they are going to be looking to find more on the blue side now. Sinner looks to step up, taking it to the Lakes here, but the Lakes, they send it straight back, a wave riding in, and they're looking to push straight past the defense here, but the defense is meeting them face to face. Oh, maybe not.
Oh, not just yet. Cryptic has to go for a back pass, though, to Angus, and there will be pressure on Angus from underneath. The first touch gets things a bit more centered. Vortex pushes it towards the net. Now, do you see the shot? Do you see the bump? Do you see anything coming from this attack? And the answer is nothing, with a lot of motivation behind it. Very, very lackluster push forward. That gives up possession. It's going to be taken back, though, by Kolowski. Fluky, awkward touch. That's going to get the ball in front of the net. Angus tries to play keep away, but the ball's going to fall in a dangerous spot. Where is LC, though? And I feel like we're falling into the same sort of LC that goes the goal down early and then just never push forward.
Yeah, we'll see if they are going to fall into that trend once again here. It would be great for the Lakes, but not so great for Launceston here. We'll see how things fare, though. Sinner waiting patiently, will be bypassed. A Fluky trying to set up for their team. Vortex, though, flexing their way over the top. They've sent it all the way downfield, and now that is a big space clearer. And could find more.
That bump just saved a goal. Kolowski was going to be able to redirect that one. Well done by the defense. Nearly halfway through this tournament securing point, and yet no goal to be found by the LC side. That's got to be a little bit stifling, and as the time wears down, this is where pressure mounts. This is where that last hurdle gets higher and higher, it feels. You got to find a way to bring it back down to a reasonable goal. You got to get that goal, and it's going to go up the other way. Shot's on, it's not in. Ball off the top post, but here comes Angus, too tight on the shot.
Tight on the shot, but they lock it down. Well done to Fluky, bringing it back for their team there. They steam ahead, and they're now up by 2 in this grand final.
Can't let desperation get to you if you're LC, but I mean, it's tough to withstand that kind of attacking pressure. 2-goal game, still within reach. You're over 2 minutes left, but you want to get, back within striking distance as soon as possible. You want the fast goal right here, right now, and it could come from Kolowski, maybe. The 50, it's not there, not where they needed to. In fact, Cryptic is going to set up for another one for Angus, and that's going to be a 3-0 lead.
3-0, and they're looking to spill in with more where that came from. And we'll see if they can find another thing over the top. It's just so nice, smooth like butter, taking away a goal like that.
And I go back to the demo on that one. Fluky finds a demo, forces a fast rotation out of Kolowski, who overcommits on the rotation and opens up the attacking right of the net. It's all about action and reaction and what sets up that next play. And you see it in real time right there. It's why demos on attack are always so strong. It's not just because you take one player away, but you force other players to react to it and get themselves out of position as well. Just a beautiful goal, really, from the Lake side, and I do think that should be enough to put Game 5 away.
Let's see if they are going to be able to shut the gates on this one, because the chances for Launceston are dwindling by the second here, and the hopes for the Lakes are elevating by the moment. So Let's see how things play out in reality as we head closely towards the minute mark here, and another spark could be lit.
Oh, I thought Cryptic had that one. Still a minute to go. And yeah, 3 goals, 1 minute. We haven't seen it yet today. I don't think we're going to see it now. This is where the Lakes can be a little bit more passive, a little bit more relaxed. Usually, here's why I'm against it, though, and why I love this goal. Let's say you're up 3-0, 1 minute left, and you start playing passive. Then all of a sudden you have to go aggressive again at the start of the next game when things are 0-0. That's why I don't like, the sitting on the bus. That's why I don't like playing back. That's why I like running up the score, because it keeps you warm going into the next game.
Yeah, don't ride the bus, ride the train.
Exactly, choo-choo.
Yeah.
I'm not calling it a comeback train, though. They're up 4-0.
Hey, be careful. The train might come back in game again. It's a real train.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised there's no, train-themed rocket. Oh, no, wait, there's the train station map. Never mind. It's just never used anymore. It's like an OG map.
Yeah.
Bring it back.
Bring it back. Bring back old Neo Tokyo.
No.
Yeah.
That's not competition legal.
Bring it back.
That's Tokyo Underpass. And it's under the train, I suppose. Here we go. Vortex looking to pass it back to somebody, anybody. Sinard, they're going to get the goal. 1-4, so something on the board.
Yeah, they broke the curse, albeit, it's towards the ending segment, but at least it shows there's still hope on the horizon. They found a way to bring their momentum back, and if they can keep the shift up like this heading towards the next game, they could continue to make positive strides, but, at the moment, too little too late.
Everybody loves a little reminder that you can get points on the board. A 4-0 shutout would have been kind of brutal in this situation. In fact, they're going to get another one as well, so it's going to turn
bonus
to
points.
Too. Yeah. Hey, this is all good, and I mean, that's something I never want to see from the defense ever again.
Yeah, I think things might be getting a bit unwound there. It's a bit worrying in that sense, and eager to see how things play out into these last remaining moments here as we build up. And it's going to be smiles all around in just a moment.
Well, at least all around on the lake side. I feel like if you're LC, you'll get a little bit frustrated about how quickly that game kind of got out of reach, especially considering they're 1 point away from the title in this position. However, for TLC, you can see they're still quite calm. Comms are still there, very, very focused. They know this comeback is within reach. And let's be quite honest, until 16 seconds left, they had a 4-0 lead. They controlled that game from start to finish.
Yeah.
And that's got to make you nervous if you're, supporting or a part of LC right now, how easily they made that game look. What's to say they can't do it 2 more times? Nah, you're LC, you got to shut that down.
Exactly. You got to demo it before it can really build up, you got to take the light out. Otherwise, things could really get out of hand real quick.
Yeah, it can, and it very well might. Again, that first goal, I said it before, it's more important for the LC side than it is for the Lakes. They just play so much better when they're in a lead or even in a tied situation, but the second they're behind, I just don't really... They're not the team that's boarding the comeback train. They're the team that's boarding the we win steamroll, right? That's what they want to be. They just want to crush their opponents with that lead, whereas the Lakes on the other side, they're showing that fight right now. This is game 6, though. Still tournament point if it goes the orange side's way. We'll see. That first goal, very, very key.
Very, very key. And let's see which way this one's going to be as they hold her back for a second longer here. And they're going to be good to go. Flowing over the top of this one. Slow, steady, Angus. Creeping it up, Sinner. Subtle touch, but there's more where that came from.
Oh, Fluky tried to go for the delay challenge right there. Didn't quite get the touch they were looking for, but that was the first real scoring opportunity of this game. Now, coming back the other way, Angus shuts down anything. LC tries to set up before it gets going. Cryptic error over the top of one, gets into the corner. Fluky, though, will be the one taking the shot. Has some boost, but had to slow down too much before finding the touch. Shows Angus instead to the backboard. Angle not perfect. Still, shot comes from Cryptic. It's not in.
Not in. Taking this one for a spin, and let's see. Oh, if they can break their way in. A nice demo coming over the top. Angus looking to shift the momentum. It's going a little too slow, though. And it does allow a nice clearance from the lower system there. But we'll see if there's going to be more where that came from, because already the Lakes are back on top.
Yeah, Long Distance just has not had any opportunities this game. Vortex That's the closest the ball, I feel like, has gone towards the Lake's net. And even that was a long shot, to put it mildly. Cryptic error will let Vortex hit a free touch. It's a miss! And it nearly turns into a goal. It does turn into a double commit. Fortunately for the Lakes, Angus was back, but heart and mouth moment for both teams.
Yeah, definitely cutting a final line there, and there's going to be more tight moments where that came from. Vortex looking to sweep this one away, bouncing over the top, bouncing over the net, and there it is! Look at that energy! Taking away the opening goal!
And I love the ball control, beautiful dribbles. Vortex, we called him out at the start of the series. He is the playmaker. He is the mech monkey on that side, and my goodness, did we see the mech come out right there, able to get that goal. So it's going to be a 1-0 lead favoring that team in orange.
And let's see if they are going to be able to peel away another goal into this one, or whether there might be more where that came from. Angus up top, forced back. Cryptic, though, keeps up the pressure. Going to be cleared offside, so going to have to approach this from a different angle here, but there could be opportunities lying in wait.
Golowski to the backboard. Nobody underneath. It will be Angus now, who wants to play along that corner. Sinar tries to rotate back. Two defenders, both with boosts in front of them. The Lakes, they need this goal. Angus finds the demo. Finding the height is Cryptic, but then there's nobody underneath. So Sinar will get the free touch and continue to push it forward. Again, this is opening. Angus, no boost. There's the goal.
There it is, a stroll ahead, a stroll in, and it's going to be 1-1 on the account here. The Lakes are back on deck. Nobody walks the plank today. It's all even Stevens.
Of all the times to double commit, though, that was a little egregious. I thought, at these situations, LC, normally they are the more composed team when they have that lead, so a rare mistake, and a costly one at that. 2 minutes still to go. Lakes looking to take this to a game 7. They might not get the chance, because here comes LC, orange side on the hunt.
On the hunt and ready to punt the ball down. Let's see if they are going to be able to get it done. Kowalski on top of it. Angus ready to clean it up, though. Sinner, good tap there, keeping it upfield. Cryptic, big pressure down to the midfield now, sending it back. Good passing motion there, over the top. Look it down, it's not good enough.
Oh, it looked like that beat was it. Either way, Fluky's now going to start trying to bring it back. Gets a little bit of a demo, sets up Cryptic, shots on! Top left not in, Sinar pushes it around. Angus now with a chance, fakes it for Fluky, but Vortex was there to challenge. A double demo means Angus has to do a tight cut. Cryptic needs to keep this one slow. Might actually find the shot, spiked out, not there. Fluky keeps it on the attacking side, and guess who's back? It's Angus. Here we go, to the backboard. Looking to set up Cryptic again, too much height on the shot.
A little too much height, and they're ready to take flight once again. Kowalski waiting patiently for the ball to eventually reach ground there. Cryptic, one and the same, sending it back, and Sinner cleans it out midfield already. There's a shield up. Fluky breaks past it, ready to play around Cryptic here, and it's just going to be sent straight back once again.
Ooh. That was scary, but Angus, good control, good dribble. Now looking to bring it back to their side. Cryptic has a chance. Vortex, great positioning, able to make not one but two saves, and even sets up Golowski. That was almost the tournament securing shot. Instead, his possession back to Angus. Has a teammate in the middle. Vortex tries to play keep away. Cryptic instead, now forward with no boost, has to rely on Angus for the touch. Still not in, 10 seconds to go.
10 seconds to go, and let's see if they are going to be able to make these seconds count. Cryptic up top, locking it down, not going to be able to get it though. It's time to keep this ball online. It's time for OT. 20 minutes. Here we come.
And again, LC, the team in orange, they scored. They're your champions. If it goes the other way, we go to a game 7. Kolowski around Cryptic into the corner. Sets it to center, but Fluky's going to push it back the other way. Cryptic stayed forward, stayed cheated. Should get the boost. Steals it away. This should enable like a longer attack coming from this blue side. As we see Cryptic touch it towards the net, but still no shot.
No shot, not yet, but there still might be an opportunity for a shot over the top. Oh, big send back from Sinner there. Waiting for the bounce, playing into it. Not going to be able to catch it, though, a little bit too quick for them, but that was a tight one.
Yeah, I mean, that was a scary touch. Never like touches across the net in overtime. You always hold your breath a little bit. Still, we continue along. Cryptic and Kolowski, no rule running this time. It's going to be Angus instead. Across the middle, one defender to beat. Vortex, though, kind of who you want in that position. Kolowski into Cryptic. No boost, no challenge. Vortex centers it. Sinar has to find the touch and does, but it's an awkward one. Vortex bails him out. Double commit from the defense. That could open up the net. Kolowski to the roof. Can't get the dribble off the ceiling they were looking for.
Not quite yet, but they might be able to find an opportunity soon. Looking to bounce their way up. Sinar not good for it. Clean down. Vortex already in the back line. Big pop up top. Looking to lock it down. Oh, no!
Not enough power, not enough angle. Vortex, tire of the moment, got to him. Kolowski a little bit short as well. Vortex is going to get another chance, yet it's Angus who pushes it clear. Bumps from behind, Cryptic's out of position. That was momentarily open. Vortex nearly pushes it through. Kolowski misses their shot as well. Multiple opportunities. Vortex still tries to force it in. Here comes Sinar for the championship. One to beat, yet Fluxy makes the save.
Saving it in, locking it down. It's defense on overtime. This one, Kowalski bounces through. Sinner not able to lock it in. It's over and over again.
The defense doing its job, and Cryptic nearly brings it back the other way. Angus, no boost, still has to find a touch. Fluky kind of forward, has the boost to rotate back, and it's going to need to because here comes the weight of LC. Cryptic up to Fluky, tries to find a centering pass, but there's no one there to collect. In fact, everybody was too far forward. The Lakes a little over-aggressive right there, but they don't get punished. Instead, they find the setup. Floki nearly gets the shot. Ball still in front of the net. Kolowski has to avoid the post, yet it's Sinar who pushes it to safety.
And lucky for them, they are going to be able to clean it up, sending it downfield. Wow. Sent to a faraway place for a moment there, but they're still going to be ways to open this up, and it's going to be cleaned out by Kowalski once again.
Here we go. Cryptic underneath. And around the corner, Fluky versus Vortex. Sees Vortex win out. Angus now again pops it up, but won't chase despite the boost. Plays patient instead. You can't keep it centered. 3 minutes into this overtime, game sixer. I know you're thinking it, Matsy.
Yeah, we're heading our way up. 20 is the magic number. Oh! And it could be there because the game continues on.
Sinar from the roof. Again, can't get that follow-up shot. Cryptic, though, with no boost. It's a very weak touch. Has to find the second off Kolowski because the other defenders were rotating for boost. Does enough, though, for everyone to stabilize. But did they push too far forward? Cryptic says, nah, not this time. I control the middle. I control the backboard. I try to play setup off the backboard again. Angus should get there first. Keeping it low over Kolowski. No defenders there. Where's the bump? Where's the shot? It's chaos in front of the net. And still we play on.
Just so higgledy-piggledy all over the net there on Launceston's side of the pitch. And now it's returned to the Lakes. Yeah, we'll see if they are going to be able to bring it back themselves. Kowalski upfield, he yields a bit of power. Oh, a bit of presence. Surely not. Oh, not today.
I like that idea, though. Vortex keeps it in a threatening spot. Backboard, Kolowski to end it. Surprise, it was Vortex instead, a double commit. It could be an open net. Sinar has no boost. Angus over one, but Sinar got just enough of a touch. There's a bump in front of the net, but there's no one there for the shot. Sinar misses again. Kolowski down the middle, hits Fluxy instead.
Oh my goodness. They're getting closer and closer. Cryptic looking to bring it in. Locks it down. It's going to be sent straight back. Fluky on top, though. Trying to see if this is their chance. Not going to be able to advance. It's going to be sent straight back once again. Angus trying to push past it, but they're getting all up in their grill, all up in their face. And this could be their chance to clear some space.
Cryptic to Fluky. That's going to go in. We're going to game 7.
Oh my goodness, the series that just keeps on giving. Look at that power. They are feeling it right now, Max. And we are going to the maximum games. We are going all the way.
Look, that sip of water, that was the expel energy sip of water right there. Because you're so pumped up from that win, you're just grabbing something and doing something. There wasn't any dream. It was just like, sip, yep, sip, yep, like the squirrel. That's like the energy right now coming from this TLC side. Obviously, that's a 440 overtime. That was a long overtime, and we still down to, do it one more time. Like, this has been a grand final that's been delivering. Also, I'm going to go on my small rant here that I tend to, all right?
Tell me.
Dedicated goalkeepers. You know my thoughts on them by now. If you ever want a series as an example on why playing from the corners is better than the dedicated goalkeep, that was it. From both teams, hats off to them. That was great defense, wrapping around. You cover so much more than net. You're pushing into the safety. Both teams, so many diving saves, it felt like, just to extend that overtime more and more and more and more and more. That's how defense should be played. That was fantastic stuff, and I know LC came up short. However, I loved what I was seeing from both sides of the field. Crazy stuff. Here we go, Game 7.
Here we go. We're back straight into it, and let's go. Fluky gonna be taking it upfield. Oh, almost had a chance there. Gonna be sent straight back though. So Cryptic gonna have to pick this one up. Will be bypassed, and they're looking to pump up the volume from the get-go. It's already demo time.
Yeah, a lot of aggression early. Fluky though is going to get the first real shot. Vortex diving back to save. Well done for the initial play. Now it's going to be BkWhatOCE who's going to try to create some space as well as we continue to go back and forth with this one. Vortex lets it ride. Fair enough. Cryptic has to be a bit more patient. Instead winds up looking for the bump. Instead, what a demo and what a goal. Angus strikes first.
Oh yeah, strike first, strike hard. It's ruthless aggression taking the goal for them. So great quickness with the demo there as well. Just sealed the deal on that one. And now it's time to seal it again with the kickoff. Here we go, and it's straight down the middle.
Someone from LC needs to stop up. They need something to go their way. That ball went backwards. I don't even know how it goes backwards off the backboard, yet Cryptic can't keep it straight. So BkWhatOCE may have been bailed out a little bit. Here we go to the other side. My eyes are on Vortex. Should be on Vortex, I should say. It's actually kind of gone more on Sinar, if I'm to be honest. Sinar has been playing further forward and forward. They've got some mech in their wheelhouse as well. I think anybody from this orange side is going to make that big play. I'm looking at, that guy right there on defense.
Wouldn't doubt it. Definitely big reason, you can get swept up in their plays, as they are going to be doing a lot of great things. But there's more where that came from, as they are going to be holding it down. Looking to lock it in. Kowalski sending it upfield. Cryptic good to stall them out though.
Yeah, I mean, hey, stalling it out's okay if you have the lead right now. Fluky, though, might add to it towards the net. Not going to get the goal. BkWhatOCE around the corner, has Vortex in the middle. Cryptic, could only put it there. And actually, the second touch from BkWhatOCE winds up doing more harm than good in that situation. Double commit on defense. Fluky saves the boost. Probably for the better, because they're going to need to wrap around and kind of follow up Angus right now. And we see Cryptic, low touch. Where did Fluky go? Oh, there's Fluky. Now it's a little bit underwhelming. Either way, pressure stays on. BkWhatOCE back. Ball goes over the top. Vortex is there.
They're there, and they're ready. Not getting caught up in the motion. They are going to be looking to take this one step forward, but we'll see if they send 2 steps back. And Kuz, gets shut out by Kowalski. What a save.
That could have been the moment. Still we play on as Cryptic tries to come around that corner. Good challenge. Not the best challenge. It's going to be Fluky back to Angus. He goes up to the other side. Vortex staying on it, staying behind it. Wants to get a centering touch down. Backward, second touch, not in. Follow-up strike, still not in. Vortex can't get the double. The team can't follow it up, and it's still a 1-0 lead.
Still going to be up by 1, and no one able to break past as yet. Vortex, though, looking to get it done. Oh, so close yet so far. Sinner doesn't get the chance either. Going to be caught on the wayside there. Vortex now looking to swoop through. Could this be an opportunity? Not today.
Not in this situation, but still more opportunities could come. As we see Sinar look to drop down to BkWhatOCE. Now to the backboard. Angus, midfield. Vortex there. Minute 15 to go. Vortex keeping it forward. Eyes on Sinar. They have a peek, but they don't get the touch. It's going to be BkWhatOCE up next. Has to avoid a teammate. Then gets a wheel on the ball. No one was wrapping around, so Cryptic stays on the play. Nearly sets up the dagger with Fluky. Instead, we play on. Angus rotates back as BkWhatOCE tries to drive it forward. Actually makes the cut at midfield. Big bump. No big shot, but no big clear either.
No big clear just yet, but they might just be able to clear things out in a second here. Cryptic, good hit, playing with Fluky, not going to be able to tap it, so it's going to be isolated back to Kowalski, ready to send it in, break it through, no!
Oh, went for the double touch, couldn't find it, and it was a tough read for Vortex underneath. Look how far back Sinar was playing. That's where you want your third member in the midfield to be able to bang it through. hesitation, and it comes back to bite them. Fluky may have just sealed the deal.
Oh my goodness, locking down a second goal with 57 seconds to go. They are on top of the world right now, and they might just be able to sweep this one over the side.
It was a double commit underneath midfield, and not at the time when you need it. So much pressure right now on this LC side. Kolowski around the corner. It's a miss. The net is open. Hold on. The touch from Vortex sets up the own goal. We ain't done yet.
Oh my goodness, can you believe it? They have managed to break their way back in. There could be more opportunities on the horizon here for Launceston. It's not over till it's over.
48 seconds, 1 goal to stay alive. All the pressure on this orange side. The kickoff doesn't really go their way. Ball winds up right into the hands of Cryptic, who doesn't win the battle against Sinar. Sinar with the pinch, looking to set up Kolowski, doesn't get the touch. Fluky got there first. Ball towards the net, off the backboard. Vortex has to put it somewhere safe, but with 30 seconds to go, it's not safety they need. They need the point.
That they do. They need as many points as they can. They're getting so close. Oh my goodness! And it's still going to be safe by the moment, but my God, they are holding on for dear life here.
Yeah, we're still on the wrong side of that pitch though for LC. Those saves, those posts are helpful, but with 10 seconds to go, something has got to give. The Lakes, they are so oppressive right now. Fluky with the bump. It will be a free touch to Kolowski. It will go towards the net. Sinar is there, through the corner. Ball stays alive momentarily, and Vortex has boost. What does he have in his bag of tricks? Has Kolowski underneath? Doesn't matter. The save is there, and the Lakes, they ride the comeback train. They take it all the way to victory station. They are our champions.
Oh my goodness, can you believe it? Started from the bottom and they come out all the way on top. Big congratulations to our champions here today.
Yeah, well done to them. What a final. And hey, you know, it was a bit of a comeback. 3 games. They had to win 3 of them in a row, and they do so. Tense overtimes, dramatics at the end. A well-deserved victory for this side, TLC. They've got to be feeling great about themselves. Just well done all around.
Couldn't agree more there, Max. Just well done all round. They manage to fight against the odds. They manage to bring themselves back into positive strides there, and they get to take away the grand prize. I cannot believe what we've just witnessed.
Yeah, and at that same token, though, you got to look to the other side of the pitch as well. I mean, the last hurdle, it always is the hardest, and the opportunities were there. But LC, again, the defense we saw from them in Game 6 in particular normally wins you a title, normally wins you that championship. I think they were a phenomenal squad. The mechanics on display, I mean, we saw it from Vortex several times, Kolowski, and even Sinar. It felt like the later and later a series went, the stronger and stronger he became as a player. Unfortunately, though, when it's all said and done, we can only give away 1 big trophy, and it is going to go to the other side. It's coming back home to Queensland, baby. It's going to the Lakes.
I'm sure you got a lot of pride behind that, Max, and we love to see it, you know. Got to represent your state well, and definitely very happy with the victory there. The Lakes are going to be feeling great. You know, we've had a great day so far, haven't we? Let's go through exactly how things went down.
Yeah, I mean, look, it started at the very start of the day here with these semifinals. The Lakes 4-0 over GLC. It looked like they were going to be that dominant team, and they took that all the way to the finals.
That's right. We did have Launceston take away the second semi-final as well. 4-2 there. Really great way to get themselves on the board. Third place decider as well was a PCC Phoenix, taking that one away in a clean sweep there. And we went all the way through to our grand final between the Lakes and Launceston, going the distance for 7.
And we're going to be looking to do it again as well, because it's going to be our InterVarsity Elite Series up next. 4 of the best universities. I'm excited.
I'm excited as well. Really great to see the competition coming out from our high school competition here. Thank you so much for joining up with us for this one, everybody. It's been a fantastic day, and we're going to be back very soon with more action to come. Welcome back, everybody. We are checking in with more Rocket League here today. It's Matzy Max Formal coming to you live, and we finished up with our high school endeavors, and now it's time to jump straight into university competition.
Yeah, the AEL Elite Series has finally made its way to PAX, where I feel like it belongs, at least across that finish line, and we have taken 4 of the best InterVarsity Rocket League teams in the country, and well, at the end of the day, only one of them will be a champion. I have 2 favorites in mind, but first they got to get to that final through what should be a competitive semifinal gauntlet.
That's it. We're going to run the gauntlet, and we'll see exactly how things go, as we are going to be starting off with, we got Macquarie taking on UQ, semi-final 1 there. Following suit, it's UNSW taking on QUT for semi-final 2. Then we got the 3rd place decider. It'll be out of our 2 fighting teams, Macquarie or UQ, and UNSW and QUT. And following up from there, it's going to be the grand final. And eager to see who's going to make their way there.
Yeah, I mean, it should be a fun bracket for sure. I wish I could say I had a lot of faith that these semifinals were going to be bangers, going 7 games like we saw in that high school final. But the unfortunate reality of the situation is 2 of these teams are favorites, New South Wales and Macquarie. The 2 teams from the state of New South Wales. They are coming in hot. They're coming with some RLCS, which is Rocket League's Pro Series caliber players, kind of on their sides. It's going to be tough for the Queensland squads to be able to get involved.
That's it. And let's see how they fare into this endeavor, as we're starting off with Macquarie and a UQ taking on a best of 7 here into the semi. And it's time to get ready to rumble. Time to get ready to go. And here we go, starting off with a bang.
Yeah, here we are, straight into a game 1 of this best of 7. Macquarie on the blue side, UQ in red. And Macquarie, look, they're the defending champions of this league. They're coming in with a player who has won regionals. That one right there who just scored, rocking his team's car as well. Lunar is going to be the player to watch on the pitch today.
That they are going to be player to watch, a player to see. And let's see how things go. Heading in to the next portion here, as they're already starting off strong, but there's more strengths to be displayed, and Luna, great defensive play in the center there.
Yeah, good little start right there. So, yeah, I mean, if you've been watching the Elite Series up to this point, every time Macquarie's out there, we have sung Luna's praises, right? RLCS regional champion, nearly at Worlds as well. I mean, just 1 game away, it felt like, where unfortunately Power came up that little bit short. However, I mean, they're getting more of that LAN experience. They're getting themselves set up, ready to go. I have full confidence that a player of Lunar's caliber will be still competing to get to those majors and play internationally. And for him, I feel like anything but a first place in an event like this would be a little bit of a disappointment. Now, New South Wales obviously are going to try to spoil that. We'll talk more about them when they come back on stage. But the first team to try and spoil it is the team that spoiled a lot of teams' parties, the University of Queensland. And Matzy, you saw their run a bit more in person. The fact that this team even made it here was something, I don't want to call miraculous, but definitely it was a long shot come true.
It certainly was. You know, they managed to push their way up to the top there, managed to really fight hard and fight for gold there. You know, they ran the gauntlet, literally.
Yep.
And they managed to really reap the rewards of that. But they've still got more fights ahead of them, just like this one here today.
Now that they do, as Lunar is going to find the top left bin, make this a 2-0 lead. This won't worry UQ, though, because, as before mentioned, they had to run the gauntlet to get here. They came through at the end of the round stage as one of the lowest seeds, and then they just started ripping off, you know, Game 7 wins. It wasn't just the fact that they had to take the longest path to get here, but they did so with the most amount of games. It felt like every single one of their series would go the distance, and they would always have to come back from behind. So it's definitely a never-say-die attitude. And I feel like that spearhead, the attitude at least, by Rink in particular. He is a fun player to watch, very mechanical, a little bit, you know, he likes to banter, he likes to bounce with it, but then he's proven to me, at least so far in this event, that he can back it up. And that means a lot when it comes to Rocket League.
That's it. It means a lot, and it means they can go leaps and bounds into this one. But we'll see how things fare into the rest of this endeavor now, as BkWhatOCE going to be holding it back in the back line. Ray, good to push up, bit of pressure there, are we? Just send it back, not able to bounce off at Rink though, ready to see if they can sink it through, but it's going to be forced all the way back.
As we see BkWhatOCE now, trying to play the midfield, won't get too much more after that one. Obviously, when it comes to these teams though, it's not just 2 players, it is the entire team. OE actually, I would say has been the most consistent member on that UQ side throughout the season. Expect him to be maybe not the flashiest player, but the one who will find those finishing plays. Corp on Macquarie, actually a substitute for Akame, and Ray, who's been on Macquarie for, a couple seasons now, going to get that next goal.
That's it, get the next goal, and they're going to be flexing their way through here. So, decent start coming out from Macquarie into this one, and we'll see if there's more to come.
I mean, that's what we're going to be hoping to see for sure. Look, the expectation into this series, normally you always want to talk, it was like, oh, this could be the exciting 7 games that are going to go all the way. I feel like I'd be lying to our audience if that were the case. Expectation is a 4-0 for Macquarie. Like, they have been that dominant team, like undefeated continuously, nearly for an entire year in the AEL Elite Series. I mean, today kind of proves whether or not that will be the case. Defending champs for a reason. They are the cream of the crop right now. And as before mentioned, it feels like the only team that's ever gotten close to challenging them has been New South Wales. Now, do I want UQ to pull up that upset? I mean, it would be entertaining. I'm not here to pick favorites, but it certainly would spice things up. It's just a tough ask for them. And even when talking to the players, they were like, look, 3rd place is kind of what we're shooting for, right? Like, we have to go up against Lunar, we have to go up against Macquarie. That's a tough ask. We'll see how it plays out for them. 3-0, though, in this game. It could be a higher scoreline, and to be fair, UQ, as they've gotten settled, they are creating more opportunities for themselves.
That's right, stacking themselves up and looking to lock things down. A Rink not going to be able to sink that one. A solid defense going out from the Macquarie side here. Just going to be waiting patiently for this one. And we'll see if they are going to be able to bounce it over the top right now as they slow their rodeo, and look to take it up a notch once again.
Ray wants to go midfield, actually finds a teammate. Now he's going to push forward, and that looked open. Oh, uncharacteristic miss from that position out of Ray. Normally you expect him to be able to hit that shot. Pimui's going to bring it back to the other side, tries to beat out Lunar, but one of the things that makes Lunar such a scary player, like obviously when we talk a player up, we're like, oh, they must be like the big goal scorer as Ray gets an air dribble bump to make it 4-0. They must be the big goal scorer. They must be that giant flashy mech player and all that. That's not really Lunar's strength. Lunar is game IQ. Lunar is consistent mechanical play, being in the right spot, constantly at the right time, finding the right touch, the right pass, the right shot when it calls for it. Yes, he has mechanics that he'll pull out in the bag of tricks, but what makes a player like Lunar so frustrating to play against is, like, he will give you nothing for free. He'll always be in that right spot to annoy you. It's just the aggravating type of player to go up against, unless you know he's on your team, in which case it's always full trust in him. You always know he's going to be able to bail you out. He's going to be able to make the save, make the goal. It's just it's a Swiss Army knife. Like a really, really good Swiss Army knife. As Pimui's going to get one on the board for UQ.
That's it, get one on the board and draw their way forward. So, very excited to see how things are going to go down for our teams once again here. They're going to be able to steal their way through, or will they be left behind as we glide in to the next kickoff? It's time to kick off and see who can take this next one.
And I like that Pimui was the one who actually got the first goal for UQ as well. They are somebody who I think came alive more so than ever, both at the another LAN event that we had leading up into this one, as well as in that gauntlet run. Pimui had a rough season. I will admit, it was a rough start to the season, out of position, missed touches, just not strong play. But as soon as Pimui got into these must-win games, they've really stepped up and came into themselves. I call them the most improved player of the split, and I stand by that. They've been phenomenal out there on the pitch. Unfortunately, this first game, not going to go UQ's way, but for Macquarie, business as usual. This is what we expected, a solid 5-1 win.
That's it, a solid victory coming out from that one, and they're going to be happy with that. Great to see, a little bit of confidence built up from UQ towards the later stages of game one there. They've still got a bit of gas in the tank, and you're going to see how things heat up in the second game here.
Yeah, it will be exciting to see as well, but what has me more worried, I think, for UQ was it wasn't just a Lunar show. We saw the air dribble bumps from Ray. We saw Corp getting involved. Corp being the substitute player for the team. Normally it would be Akame in the starting lineup, and Akame is a pretty strong name. Like, definitely no slouch when it comes to the game, so those are big shoes to fill. Corp, however, filling them quite nicely, getting the job done. So game one to Macquarie. And I'm hard-pressed to see a world where, unfortunately, UQ can do much against that. Obviously, anything can happen. Rocket League is Rocket League, and everyone starts off in the exact same position. But hopefully we'll get back into this one soon, as Ray having a little fun with the camera there.
Yeah, of course. You got to have a bit of fun with it. Look at that. They're good energies, good vibes on the Macquarie side there. So you're going to see how this second game will go as we jump right back into the Lion's Den.
I feel I did Ray a little bit dirty, actually, when I was kind of like trying to go over the players. It's like, Ray, yeah, he's been playing for Macquarie for a while. And no, it's not just been he's been playing for Macquarie. He's been that number 2 guy, it feels like, this split a lot of the time. And he's someone who started off kind of more as a sub, kind of working his way through, seeing a lot of iterations of Macquarie. He's a veteran of the Elite Series at this stage, and he's someone who, kind of like Pimui, have just been seeing constant improvement throughout the years now at this stage, to a point where he's holding his own against RLCS players.
Yeah, and it's crazy to see, right? You know, the fact they've been able to improve by leaps and bounds. And speaking of improvement, Pimui, you speak about them before, and here they are on the board.
Just trying to figure out what this touch was. Yeah, across the midfield, gets demo, doesn't matter.
We had a smoke screen up, didn't we?
Yeah. Quick counter, quick goal. Fair enough. Hey, take what you can get. Very nice goal. And UQ has a lead. If they hold on to it, who knows? Maybe Magic is in the air. PAX is a special place. They're looking good for a second. Oh, we hold on, UQ. They're showing up.
Showing up when it counts, and that is going to be a great second goal. Locked down for UQ here, and let's see what else they are going to be able to achieve into this one as they heave their way through into the next section. Here we go. Time to kick off and time to lock in.
Yeah, who's going to find those magic touches? If UQ gets a third, all of a sudden, we could be looking at a tied series right now. Pimui through the back corner. This is where the defense is going to have to step up. Trust in OE right there. Oh, Corp with the second touch. Nearly puts it in. Lunar, no boost. It's a fake. Patient defense from UQ, though, gets some space. Ray, though, still there, willing to challenge. Corp now wants to lay it up in that corner as well. First game jitters, first game nerves starting to fall apart, and now team says they settle. I'm really impressed with how UQ is looking.
Yeah, really impressed with how they've been able to step up to the plate here, bring up the confidence, and we'll see if they can keep that up. Oh, my goodness. I thought it was defensive, and no, it's going to be Ray on the offensive there, taking away a goal for their team.
OE, I mean, you can see what he was trying to do. He needed a little bit more height, wanted to get the backboard up into the corner. A bit unfortunate for him there, though, that Ray stuck on that play and stayed underneath. Just good discipline. Ring off the kickoff, nearly gets something. A bit unfortunate for UQ. I feel like 9 times out of 10 you get the save in that position. Either way, it's now only a 1-goal game. They still have that lead. Whether or not they hold on to it, time will tell.
Yeah, time will tell if they're going to be able to spell success into this one. And Luna is looking to see if they can capitalize on success right now. Ray playing in the corner there. Corp looking to bring it up as well. It's a well-oiled machine. And they are looking to go for the clean approach.
We'll see what they get. Ring. Roof. Not going to get a chance. Ray, in fact, is going to be the one who clears it to that opposite side where OE will get the next touch. Still staying underneath it. SP Mui doesn't get the touch that they were looking for either. Ball really getting jammed up right now in the middle of the field.
Yeah, all jammed up, all locked away, and let's see which way this one is going to sway now as they hold back. 2.5 minutes just about to go here. Ray playing into the corner, going to be bypassed now. Luna, ooh, look at that patience, just slow, steady, calculated. They're keeping their team locked in.
Yeah, they are, and I mean, that's what they need right now. No reason to panic if you're Macquarie. Game up, only 1 goal down. Opportunities will come. As long as they, you know, stick with the fundamentals, keep possession, decent rotations, it will be there. It's an alien invasion.
And we'll see what is going to happen from there as we have.
Are we just going to ignore? Are we ignoring the call to Gondor? We must ride with the Knights of Rohan.
They're taking the Altar Isengard.
Yeah. Here we go, Ring. Fast shot down, OE. As Lunar not moving on the pitch right now. In fact, nobody moving on the pitch right now. What is happening on Macquarie? Shot still not in.
Taking it slow and steady, and definitely looking to see if they can calculate things going forward from here. As you know, I think we've heeded the call.
I just feel like you can take the internet problems away from Lunar, but it doesn't matter. They'll follow him wherever he goes. wherever he goes.
Yeah. Unlucky, but that's A-OK. Everything will be all good in due course here. And definitely excited to see how the rest of this matchup plays out. You know, we've had a grand start. I'm really impressed to see how both teams have really been able to step up in this one. You know, we've seen some pretty good energy thus far, and I think there's going to be more where that came from.
Yeah, I think so as well. Again, the fact that UQ isn't just rolling over is some exciting stuff, and they're playing very opportunistic Rocket League. I think that's the best way to describe it. Yeah, they're taking some risks, but that's what you have to do in this sort of situation. Go for the cuts, go for the intercepts, force your chance. And I mean, worst case scenario, okay, you get scored against. So what? Like, you're not going to score unless you take these chances. And I know that sounds crazy in the game where, like, you know, you opponent score, you lose. That's kind of the approach they have to have. It's this cavalier, we don't care who you are attitude, and it's been paying dividends so far in this second game. So as we get back into this one, 100 seconds still to go. Oh, the kickoff, a near disaster. Corp, though, can't keep it straight.
Yeah, can't keep it straight for now, but they might have a chance in a second to see if they can straighten things out. Luna, locked down. Are we waiting patiently for this one? Right. Looking to step into play here. Does get shut down. Rink now ready. Sink, rise, or fall. They will stall it out.
Yeah, as now Corp isn't really moving. He's just kind of sitting there as well. Ball off the post. This is going to set up a shot. It's on, and it is in. 3-1 lead for UQ, but we'll see what the call is when a defender isn't moving. That goal might come back.
Yeah, might bring it back. I might be able to lock it in, and we'll see how things spin as we are going to be looking to get on top of things, you know, very soon. Everything will be A-OK, and definitely excited to see how things step into play here. You know, I want to see the clown car again.
I don't think we're going to see that again.
Aww.
I don't think, look, I don't know if Lunar really, I think the fan in Lunar and seeing OCE Rocket League succeed is super happy for Banana Head, would be ecstatic for him and the success they had, but the competitor in Lunar, nah, he wants to be the one going to Worlds again, those top sixes, right? So you're not going to tribute your enemy,
No.
your rival,
Your competition.
No.
Yeah.
So you stick with your own. Keep rocking the power gear. I reckon that's a good look. So
Yeah.
yeah. Again, a little bit of a tech delay. We get a chance for us to take in the sounds of PAX right now.
That's it. Soak it in. This is the LAN environment. This is what all the players have been working so hard to get their chance to play in. And now they're here. And they are giving it their absolute best on the big stage at PAX live in Melbourne.
Yeah, kind of crazy, right, that we've gotten this far. And it's good to see more and more of these events popping up as well. I mean, recently, AEL, we were at Comic-Con, had a good time, several different Comic-Cons, in fact, across the country, putting on some of these events now here at PAX as well. I love the return to the LAN. I love the return to the live environment. I do hope this trend does continue because and players love it. People who come check it out, have a watch, have a gander, see what we're all about. They tend to stick around till the end of these matches. Like it's just good vibes and good times.
That's it. Good vibes, good times, and all the more to follow here at PAX Australia. And very eager to see what else is going to be coming out of this one. You know, I can just feel the energies from the players, and you know, I can feel the energies from our co-commentator, TwoTapTony, as well.
Yeah, he is exuberating some sort of energy right now.
Yeah,
I think it's the energy of saying, let's get this game back on. That's the energy.
That's the Tony energy right there.
That's the vibe I'm getting from Tony at the moment. Tony, on a scale of 1 to 10, using your fingers, how hype are you to get this match going again? Well, I only got one finger.
Uh-oh.
But it was the thumbs up. It was the good finger, the finger
the good
you
one.
want.
Yeah. That's what you like to see.
Yeah.
Excited to get locked down into this one. I think we're going to have a lot of fun on its way.
So we will be going back to the previous pause as well. So as kind of expected, that goal not going to stick. Again, you can't
come unstuck.
You can't. That has angered the elder ones. Look, I'm sorry, but the goal can't stay, all right? It's just not allowed.
Well, they want it.
Well, tough.
They're not going to be appeased this time.
Well, not this time. Hopefully they'll settle once the match gets going.
There'll be another goal.
Again. Yeah.
There's always other opportunities, you know?
Yeah.
They can be patient.
I wonder if those sounds are coming through the mic, or if we're just like suddenly rambling about who knows what. Either way, here we go.
We're just insane, Max.
100 seconds on the clock. Scoreline returns to 2-1. as we look to finish off game number 2 in this best-of-7 series. Macquarie needing this goal to possibly take it to an overtime, if not a win before the end of regulation, and they're hunting already. In fact, Lunar finds it straight away. Tie ball game.
There it is. Focused up and locking it in. And that is going to be a tied ball game. 2 for 2. And looking to see if they can pop through even more. And, you know, it's going to be a bit of a momentum shifter. Macquarie now back on top of things. Scared to think what UQ is going to be bringing it back into this one. But, oh, no. Luckily, it was a slow one, or that could have been a swift goal.
Yeah. I mean, Timui was there. However, how long can UQ keep it out? You can see Ray already looking for strikes. No boost, no matter. Macquarie, they are shortening this field and just not allowing any free touches. Now a triple commit under no pressure. UQ, panic mechanics setting in a little bit. Rink, though, nearly finds the gap across the middle. Pimui's going to try to bang it through, but that's still sending 2 forward. That's still trying to push it across, and they're just not getting much. Shot from Corp, and it's in! 3-2 lead Macquarie.
Oh, yeah, they're swinging it back, and they are going to be happy to see how this one's going now. 52 seconds, and UQ need to lock back in.
It was such a good start this game for UQ, and unfortunately it's kind of started to slip away from them. We'll see if they'll be able to get them back in it. I mean, there's still enough time, but unfortunately it's enough time for the ball to possibly go the other way as well. Corp, you know, is going to challenge. It's a miss. Lunar's underneath. Owie, can he go the distance? Air dribble, bump, we're tied once again.
All tied up, 44 seconds to go here, and let's see which way this one's going to flow. As both teams have shown their determination, shown their keenness to get these goals, and we are going to be strolling right back into it. It's time for the kickoff once again.
Here we go. Rink towards the net, pops it up. Pimui doesn't get the touchdown, however. It's going to be up to Ray with the swing and miss. Now Lunar in the corner will corral it somewhat. Gets it back down to Corp. Deep clear, straight down the center. Pimui gets 1 touch. Lunar looks to get the next. Tries to get it around Rink, but fails. Ray pops it up off the roof. Is there a shot from Lunar? Nope, goes corner instead. Corp waiting just behind. We'll get the setup. That actually might be on target. Rink has to save out the post, but Ray's already there. And once again, Macquarie takes the lead.
Nicely done, Macquarie. Set it up and lock it down. It's going to be up by 1. 14 seconds to go now. And let's see if UQ can bring it back. Not much time to do it, though.
Last time it was the air dribble bump straight away from OE. Will UQ even get the chance to go for it again? Here we go. Kickoff actually goes in favor of Macquarie. Possession, though, should be taken by UQ as they do what they can in that corner. Big bumps on court, but they're not making any ground. In fact, Ray's going to find a shot. Rink has the save, and for all the good that is, unfortunately, it's not much when you're down by a goal. Lunar escorts it away, and that's going to be a win going over to Macquarie.
That's it. Nicely done, Macquarie. Lock it down once again there. UQ cutting it close, but not close enough. So, lucky for them, this is a best-of-7. So, there's still more opportunities on the way, but Macquarie definitely doing a great job of building up a solid foundation early into this series.
Yeah, they are, and it's kind of what we expected to see from the Macquarie side as well. I mean, game 2, not quite as clean as game number 1. Obviously, there were a couple tech pauses that happened in between might have affected their play, but when they had to lock in, when they had to get the game, put it away, they do so, and they make it look so effortlessly. And it's something that I've constantly said about this Macquarie, and at times the New South Wales teams as well. It's that 7th gear. It's that next level that they will always take it to when they feel under threat and under pressure, and we haven't seen any team be able to match that yet.
Yeah, not quite yet, but, you know, there's always going to be ways to break their way back in, and we'll see if they are going to catch that opportunity in a second here. As, oh my goodness, cutting it close, cutting a fine line, but no one going to be able to get it over that line just yet. Still going to be stalling things out, waiting for their chance here, and it's time to advance.
We'll see as Lunar gets the first goal in this game. 21 seconds, all it takes. Finding that spike down and in. Well done, Lunar. Well done, Macquarie. Out in front.
Out in front, up top by 1, and it's already kicking off strong. Let's see how the next 4 minutes and 39 seconds go. So we jump into the kickoff again, and now it's time to flow our way through, flow things together. Starting off with a big boom, the demo comes through, and it's a goal to follow. So Ray going to be able to swallow that one, take away 2-0 in the beginning.
Yeah, just a fast 2-0 start. Macquarie, no quarter given from them. Just reestablishing themselves. I think, you know, UQ made it close last game, and They took it a little personally, it feels. We'll see if that can continue. UQ is going to try to create something with OE right now. I'm looking where the second member is. It's Rink, kind of behind that midfield line. Pimui will get it back to them. Oh, backflip instead of launching the challenge. Probably a conscious decision, but it's still one that's holding UQ back for the time.
Hold them back for the time, and there might be more time on its
Oh.
way. Oh, hello, and goodbye.
That was close. That was real close for Rink right there. Might not get another chance like that for a while. Pimui, though, does have Rink across the middle. Maybe it comes right now. What a strike! Rink, top pin.
Oh my goodness, what a shot. They break through, and they are going to be able to get themselves on the board. Exactly what you want to be seeing. And let's see who they're going to call.
Someone's calling me right now, and now is not the time. I am sorry. We are busy. This is a semi-final match, Mr. Sydney Man. So here we go. Lunar around the corner. Tries to get a bit of a must-see. It's going to be down to Corp instead. 50-50 actually goes against Pimui for the time being. Ray's going to get there next. Lunar underneath. Touch towards the corner. Trying to play wraparound. Ray underneath. Shot on. Is it a slow touch that falls in? Not quite. Rink will clear it out. Corp now plays backward. Do they find a way to get a double? Nope. It's a pass back to nobody. OE says, thank you. I'll go right down the middle.
Right down the middle, and not playing second fiddle. They are going to be looking to solve this riddle and wait their way out, stall it through, and see if they can break it in.
Go OE, corner. Next touch not there, at least not immediately. Pimui now is going to have a chance. Ball down underneath near the goal, but not in it. Still 3 minutes, plenty of time. No reason to panic for UQ, but it is must win. Being 3 games down against the #1 undefeated seed, not a place you want to be in. They need that goal, but you also can't, overcommit, overextend it. Not that UQ realistically has, actually. Again, UQ's credit, they're playing strong rock. It's just only when McCory goes to that next level where they just make scoring look effortless.
Yeah, just playing with such finesse, just playing like a symphony here, and eager to see just how much more of that they are able to give here as Ray delivers it through. Nice reaction from Rink, though.
Yeah, I mean, Ray was going for something a little filthy right there. That would have been sick if he hit it. Corp with the reset, though, will just drop that shot in. 2-goal lead regained for Macquarie.
That it is. Nicely done by Macquarie into this one. They are going to be able to lock it down 3-1 on the scoreboard. And let's see if there's more where that came from into the next kickoff here. Stepping into high gear, it's time to rumble. And they jump straight into it, but it's going to head to Macquarie's side of the pitch.
Yeah, it will briefly. Lunar's now going to start to bring it back as they try to get the reset. Nope, no goal to be found. OE will save it out. Ray puts another shot on. This one's off the post, and UQ's defense will currently hold.
Holding firm, holding strong here, and the defense is going to be redirected to offense from Macquarie. Looking to step it up. Corp in the front lines right now. Bounce off the wall. Not looking to stall it out, but Luna is ready to rise up. Limited boost, but they've got all the willpower.
All the willpower, and now here comes the touch from Ray down. Caught by Rink. Corp looking to get something going. The reset not quite there. Ball winds up a bit more centered. Will Rink will try to drive it across the midfield. Lunar, light touch. Rink still plays keeper on ball. Doesn't fall down and in. Not quite Pimui. It goes corner instead as Ray stays behind. Good touch from OE. Actually, this could be a great touch. Corp shuts down the setup, though.
Shutting it down and shutting it in. Let's see how they spin this one as they are going to jump over the top now. Looking to see if they can capture something grander here. They stall it out. Ooh, looking to slow their rodeo here. Corp, big hit, but it's off to the corner.
Off to the corner, and Rink will try to drive it out. Has Pimui underneath. Light touch, but still an elevated one. That finds OE, and all of a sudden there could be a chance. Oh, the bump misaligns Pimui, so they're not able to finish that touch. We go back to the other side. 1 minute left now in this one, Matsy. And UQ might have the chance. Pimui with the lead blocker out in front. Rink won't find the bump, and Pimui can't keep it straight.
Not this time, going a bit wonky, but let's see if they are going to straighten things out into this next portion here. Luna, oh my goodness, close, but not close enough.
Close but not in. Here we go. Pass across, still not there. Rink wants to stay behind. Actually looks to go more towards the net. As we see Lunar off the back wall, get underneath it, and with 30 seconds to go, I think Macquarie, almost gives up a goal. Ray has to dive and save it. Now they might go on the attack. I wouldn't be surprised if Macquarie actually somehow turns this situation into a goal.
Oh, they certainly could. You know, they're looking to step up, looking to stand tall here, and now they will be able to stall things out. OE, good forward in the back line there, trying their best to sink it through. Not going to be able to catch that opportunity though. Corp Ray playing into this one. Oh, but it's a tap in the end to lock it down. So Macquarie on top once again.
Yeah, well done. Well done to the Macquarie side. Winds up getting 3-0 up now in this series. That sweep looking more and more likely, Matsy. And, I mean, again, UQ, they're having these moments. They're having their counterattacking opportunities. And to their credit, they look to take them each and every time. Like, they're always going for it. They're always trying to make it happen. The problem has been Macquarie's too fast, Macquarie's too accurate, Macquarie's too committed in their own sense. And again, whenever they feel under pressure, it's just like, okay, fine. Reset, drop goal in, good. Double touch, bang, 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 good. Like, they always have the confidence to find and regain that lead should things get a little dicey for them. And it just feels like a dog, you know, like playing with its food a little bit. Like, they're having fun with this series, which is kind of a bad sign for New South Wales in the future, or for QUT, whoever they happen to go up against, should Macquarie continue to play like this.
Yeah, and that's the tough thing, isn't it? You know, the victory condition is always inside of Macquarie there. There's no blinds put up whatsoever. You know, no one's closed the shutters. On the UQ side there, they need to find a way to shut it down. Turn off the power, do something. You know, they need to find a way to find their own victory condition. Although things may seem dark, you know, there's a lot of shade at the moment. There is a light at the end of the tunnel.
They tried to summon Cthulhu before, and not even that worked. So I don't really know where you go from here. Obviously, you know, this is a team. They've reverse swept in the past. They've come back from these tough situations in the past. So maybe they will pull it off again. There does appear to be another little bit of a tech pause right now, so we're not quite jumping into our game next, which, you know, gives me more time to work on my little arts and crafts project I've been working on. What do you think right now? I mean, it's good. It's a good arts and crafts.
Yeah, I think you're doing some good landscaping. You know, I can picture some pebbles out the front of someone's place there. Or maybe you're developing a new boost prototype, you know. I think we send that straight through to the devs and we go from there.
Yeah, I think we should. The styrofoam dreams.
Yeah. I'm all about that. You know?
All about them styrofoam dreams?
Yeah. I think that's a solid new boost concept there. Yeah.
It would be good. It would be a fun one.
Play a little similarly to the portal fluid, you know?
Yeah, I'm not willing to try the portal fluid, so I'm probably not willing to just willingly ingest microplastics.
Yeah,
but, you know, if you want to go for it, power to you. I mean, someone's got to be out there testing it out.
Yeah, well, you know, there's always going to be somebody, but that somebody ain't me.
Oh, Tony!
Yeah.
How do you feel like eating some microplastics? Anyways, we're about to get ready to get back into this game. It looks like, or hopefully we'll be getting back into it shortly as we are looking to line ourselves up. I mean, it's been a series so far.
The engines are warm.
The engines stayed warm. We keep them running, all right?
Yeah. Keep them running.
Keep them running. Keep the fire burning, you know?
Oh, yeah.
And then we get back out and in it. Of course, following this matchup, very quickly following this matchup, it will be QUT versus New South Wales, and that's going to be, I think, that match could be a bit closer than this one. I think QUT they look good. They've been looking very good as of late, and New South Wales, we'll see what kind of form they're in. Here we go, though. Game 4 finally underway.
That's it. We are on deck, and it's Rink. Big hit downfield. Corb are going to catch it, though, sending it back. Oh, we wanted the same. Nicely done to push it offside in the center there right now. We're going to keep this one in play. Could do it all on their own to the corner. It is fended off.
Here we go. Rink going to clear from one corner to the opposite side. Lunar will collect it first. Corp wants to kind of make the play underneath as well. As we look to make it go off the roof towards the net. Not in. Instead, it'll be Ray underneath. Isn't able to stay with it, as this has been a little bit longer before our first goal. We actually have a rally off the opening kickoff finally this time. It's not been a straight open goal.
Not this time around, but let's see if they can gain some ground into this next portion here. As good to push it off to the corner there. Rink going to be the back line there, trying to push it up. Corp getting up in their face and making things uncomfortable. And Luna could be doing one of the same over the top line. Trying to drop it in. There's a chance, an opportunity, but it's swept away by Pete Bowie. Maybe not. Another chance.
Yeah.
Not today.
More shots, more pressure. Lunar, no boost, can't do too much with it. OE instead will be the one clearing it back to the other side. And this could be another one of those patented UQ counterattacks. They've created a little bit of an opening. No boost, though, so they are going to rotate back. It was a short-lived flurry from both sides, realistically, even shorter from the UQ side. Maybe they can extend it here. Rink underneath the place, hoping Corp will drop it. Drop it, they do, but it's straight into Ray, who turns it to a shot. Rink barely able to dive back and make the save.
Barely able to dive back, and let's see if they are going to be able to stack up attack into this one, as it's going to be pushed straight into the corner once again. Luna looking to cut it through. Not going to be able to gain the angle this time, but there's still other opportunities on the horizon here. And let's see if they can get it. Oh, look at that defense, Max.
Yeah, Lunar again, just always in the right place at the right time. So frustrating to play against. It looked like Rink may have had something cooking there. Said we're going to go back to the drawing board, at least for a little bit. Ray on defense, good 50, puts it right, however, straight towards Rink. Lunar won't get the touch, but it will be Owie who does another diving save. This time it's Corp keeping the ball out of the net as Lunar on the opposite side, just bumping and harassing. The ball makes its way to the backboard. Now Lunar will start to make a play on it. Pimui, challenge doesn't go their way.
Not this time around, but let's see if they can change that in a second here. Straight down the middle, Rink not going to be able to get it. It's Macquarie on top, taking the first, and we've just reached the halfway point.
Yeah, I mean, it was a free touch for Lunar. They saw the net. Rink, no boost at the time, wouldn't be able to jump up and challenge. So a powerful strike is all you need. 1-0 lead, halfway through game number 4. Macquarie in that driver's seat.
In the driver's seat and ready to speed their way in. And just like that, Macquarie lock it down for 2. And let's see if they can pull through with even more where that came from.
Yeah, just Lunar straight ahead and in. Can't get much better than that, just straight in and through. And now UQ, you know, 1 goal always seems achievable. 2 goals, it just means a lot of work, Batsy. It means you got to do a lot of work to get those 2 goals. And I mean, to UQ's credit, we've seen them put the work in the past, but do they still have stuff in the tank? Do they still feel like they can make it happen? Especially if it turns into 3 goals. Lunar just winning 50s, setting up teammates. Pimui has the save.
Has the save and ready to see if they can shave away more players, as it's demos all day long here, and they're going to be happy with that. Pimui, good to keep it in the corner a while longer though. Does get to the other corner now, and it's going to be picked up by Corp. Good to establish some control. Rink sent it away, and now it's back to the defense, but Macquarie, they're ready to rumble.
Lunar, good touch, stays underneath the play, wants to go to the corner. That's a good musty. Well, not really. It was a musty. Not a lot of power behind it. That's okay. Still a minute 30 to go. And yeah, it's just Macquarie. They have not given up possession. Another little musty pass this time. That was a little nicer. In fact, it nearly turns into a goal. It won't in this occasion. It very well could have. The shot was there. Macquarie, though, they don't need it. They just need to hold on to the lead.
Hold on to the lead and wait to see who is going to concede this one. They slow it down, keep it in the corner. Rink ready to push up into this one and see if they can do it. 1 minute to go here. Luna ready, waiting, patient as can be, and their patience may yet pay off as the ball is heading straight toward them.
Yeah, heading straight towards the opposite net as well. Here comes Rink versus Lunar. UQ gets it in, and they're going to keep their hopes alive. Only a 1-goal game.
1-goal game, 48 seconds to go. This is a great opportunity for UQ to bring things back, especially at this point of a contention here. All Macquarie needs is just 1 more. All they need is just for the time to run through.
Yeah, last hurdle being the hardest and all of that. Macquarie maybe finding this last hurdle, at least at this moment, a little too difficult. The UQ hurdle would be something funny. Either way, Macquarie, though, down underneath it will be Ray. Popping it up, Rink in the corner. Tries to go midfield, has to race back instead. This could be UQ's chance.
It could be their chance to advance, to prance their way in. No! It's sent away. So, not going to be Macquarie taking it this time. Demo coming out though, might destabilize the defense, but the fence is still up and it's standing tall.
Yeah, and it might hold as well. Macquarie looking to get 1 more in regulation. UQ now has to go the distance of the field. Lunar, awkward challenge, not where it needed to be, but with 0 seconds, it's got to go to the net. Pimui sets up Rink, he posts it, can't put it in, keeps it alive off the post. Pimui looks to line up, but it gets denied. Macquarie survived the late flurry and get the win to go to the final.
Oh my goodness, that one could have gone another game. You know, that was so close. just bouncing off the post towards the end of that one. You could feel the pressure. They're not going to be happy with that at all, Max. You know, they are going to be disappointed with that one. It could have gone more, but alas, not today.
I mean, you can see it at Rink's face there when we briefly saw he was the one on the UQ side closest to us. Frustration.
That's it. And let's see how things go as we set things up for the next step of our endeavors. We're going to head to a short break while we get things prepared, everybody. We'll see you very soon.
Last semifinal match of the day. Welcome back, Tony. It's been a hot minute since we've seen you back here.
Yeah, I was going to say, I walked around, checked out some of the other things that are going on, and I came back and I was like, oh my god, we've got more Rocket League.
We have so much more Rocket League. Still 3 more best-of-7 series to go as we get geared up for our second Elite Series semifinal. The University of New South Wales about to go up against QUT, the Queensland University of Technology. And this is an interesting match to me because QUT, I think, has established themselves as that number 3 team very, very solidly throughout the year. However, the gap between third and second has felt wide. It's felt like a chasm for a lot of this year and a lot of this season in particular. All of that can change if they can pull off that upset right now. Then all of a sudden, anything is within grasp for them.
Anything is within grasp. And we're into it. UNSW, QUT to kick it off here. And of course, already back and forth a fair little bit of hotly contested for the back of the pitch for the moment. Of course, we're going to be seeing Target going for a little bit of a cross there to Zen.
Who gets it to the backboard. Of course, Zen, definitely going to be a player to watch out for on that New South Wales side. One of the longest playing pros in Oceania as a whole. Good job setting up TwoTapTony right there. Again, we're talking not just in like the Elite Series. Like, this is pretty much since season 1 of Rocket League. You kind of feel like Zen has been there and been around. So, would love to get another win under his belt when it comes to this AEL Elite Series. Something he used to play for different schools as well. I think we might talk more about that in the finals, but definitely a hot player to watch. And he still got it too. Like, still getting top 8s in regionals, top 6s even. Like, he is a competitor through and through, and I feel like until the servers die during the heat death of the universe, Zen will always be there trying to compete and trying to play at a competitive level.
Yeah, absolutely. He just loves the game. You can see it every time he plays. He's always playing for his best. He's always playing for his team. And of course, UNSW already starting off with that first early goal. QUT just kind of try to take a little bit of space back for themselves.
I mean, they'll find their chances, that is for sure, as we're going to see Steve try to put one towards the net right there. And it's not just Zen, who I think is a veteran in the scene as well. Steve used to be, one of the top-performing RLCS level pros in OCE as well, has had a lot of deep results. TwoTapTony, maybe a bit more of the up-and-comer. Arguably, at times, has been the MVP of this New South Wales side. Like, New South Wales is a team that is used to top-level competitive environments. So coming in playing at PAX, where for a lot of squads, it could be a bit overwhelming. It could be unnerving. If there's any team that I think is going to hold their composure, it's going to be this New South Wales side.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say they want to keep themselves locked in. QUT still just on the back foot. I was going to say a lot of defense play that's having to come out from them. You see Ultraviolet saving a few here or there. And, of course, now Zenulus crossing it up the pitch there to Steve. Sends it over towards the corner. Maybe a little bit misjudged there.
Not quite where it needed to be. TwoTapTony, though, looking to set up someone underneath. Not going to find it. Just real quick, also want to highlight some of the players to watch on that QUT side. It can't be all New South Wales, even though Zen is doing Zen things and making it 2-0. Actually, hold on. Let's watch this again real quick. That was just a catch.
Oh.
Not even a reset. And now, you know what? That's better. Watching Zen going, like, where are my teammates?
Well, he's live reaction.
Yeah, no, he was asking, did anybody see that? And we cut to a replay, so the answer is no.
No, nobody saw that at all.
Nobody saw that whatsoever.
Still the start of it, at least.
Yeah, it probably wasn't that impressive. But no, On the QUT side, Mac and Jack, they've been playing together for a couple years now, has been that duo. And if you want to talk winning roster move, Ultraviolet going from Griffith to QUT, and look where it's gotten them. Top 4 now, playing at LAN, won a move from Ultraviolet. Obviously, he moved for academic reasons, but hey, able to carry it over in the Rocket League side as well. Not the only sort of import. Zen moved from Macquarie to New South Wales, actually, for this season. So it's like, definitely, you know, the players who made those roster swaps, they're finding successes in their own ways.
Yeah, I was going to say definitely curious to see how they fare as we get later in the piece here in this first game. Of course, still QT just on the back foot. We can see a nice little dribble there from Mac, but it will be immediately answered here. UNSW very heads up in their positioning. I was going to say you see Daniel's going back for boost, Steve steps up, Tartagane's there to help him out. It's just a very well-oiled machine right now for the side of UNSW.
And it's crazy, too, because you would argue QUT might have more synergy in playing with each other for longer. But it's the experience. It's that pro-level experience that is on display from New South Wales. Game IQ, something I was talking about in regards to Lunar. I think you can apply to all 3 members of New South Wales. Like, Zen might be a little bit more mechy at times. Tartagane can pull off some crazy mech should the need require. But Steve was Lunar before Lunar was Lunar, in my eyes. Like, he was one of the original players who I just always felt complimentary of his positioning, of his touches where he needed to be. Doesn't play in RLCS as much anymore. Isn't on that same grind set that they were at one point in time. But the muscle memory is still there. As we see that shot off the post, not quite in, Steve. You know, maybe that's some of that old man mechanics just causing a small miss.
Yeah, just a little bit rusty in terms of some of the finer things here. QUT, though, making a little bit of a finer push here for a potential goal. But, of course, still UNSW happy to fight for it. All of the, I was going to say the boost control that they've had as well, denying it from QUT. You look at the rotations, they're just immediately around the map, ready to take hold of all those boost packs and steal them away from QUT.
And I think that's a good point to bring up when you compare to Macquarie. Because Macquarie was fast, loose, aggressive, but they were constantly burning through boosts, constantly looking to be the faster team in the challenge. New South Wales, it's kind of more that disciplined team right now, playing maybe a bit more on the fundamentals, just trying to beat their opponents through the positioning, through the touches, as opposed to Macquarie, where it's like, we're going to outskill you, we're going to outpace you, and win that way. It really is 2 clashing styles, which is why, you know, should things play out as we expected and they meet each other in the finals, you get a very interesting matchup in that regard. But for right now, New South Wales still has to get there. They're off to a good start, though, as they take game 1.
Clean and decisive there, and they're feeling hot. You know, the vibes are there for UNSW. Unfortunate start for QT, though. They will bounce back, hopefully, because, of course, best of 7, Max. You know, plenty of room to adjust here. Yeah,
there's going to be a lot of time for, you know, to see if QT can readjust, reset themselves. Talking to Zen a little bit before the game, he did mention that, hey, QT, can't sleep on them. They are a threatening team. They can take it to us. They are that number 3 team, and they have earned that right. And for that reason, I think that's why we're seeing such a respectful game, I think, being played by New South Wales at the start, why we're seeing the deep rotations and the clean rotations and nothing too crazy on that mech front. They know QUT can punish them. And if QUT ever gets on the attacking front, that's where this team shines. They can be so aggressive. Mac and Jack in particular, the 2 of them, think like your hyper-aggressive forwards. I used to call them like the bludgers via Harry Potter, essentially. Like that was sort of this beat 'em up and force it in mentality. And Ultraviolet went from like a 3rd-man defensive strategy on Griffith to sort of adapting that same mentality throughout the course of the year. They can get really fun when they get in front and when they have that momentum. We just haven't seen it yet in this series.
Yeah, they really need to amp up the pace here for game number 2. Of course, UNSW. Good save there from Tartagane. I was going to say Jacko with a very early shot on there. I mean, you're seeing a little bit of a demo potential to come through as well. I was going to say we haven't seen all too much of that. We saw it more from the high school, not much the uni league.
It will come. I expect the demo game we'll see it more in the finals. I reckon that's when that will kind of come a bit more into play, because the big difference between demos, I suppose, in the high school league and demo in this league is it's easier to punish if you do it at the wrong time or misplay it, because you're still putting yourself technically out of rotation position a lot of times when you go for that demo. And both these teams can punish you if the result is unsuccessful. So it's a lot riskier to do it at higher level play.
Yeah, definitely will look to punish if you make a misstep here. For UNSW, nothing going wrong so far here. Nice little there from Daniels, just kind of showing off the mechanics of work, because as you said, a very mechanical player in his own regard. And one of those guys that can definitely take a ball and run with it. But of course, though, QUT, they're looking a little bit more aggressive this time around, kind of taking a little bit more space for themselves. TwoTapTony going to go up for that one, but immediately answered by Ultraviolet.
And the crazy thing, too, about them, when you saw highlight, some of those mechanics coming into play, KBM player, not on controller. And those are few and far between these days. In fact, I can't think of anyone under the age of, like, 21 who plays KBM right now. I'm happy for someone to prove me wrong. I'm sure they exist out there, but yeah, it's all controller these days, man. People don't respect the fine arts of the KBM.
Yeah, it's I was gonna say probably a dying form of art, I would say, but yeah. I'm a KBM player. I was gonna say I haven't played too much controller, but Rocket League definitely feels like a controller game to me, though.
Yeah, I mean, there's pros and cons to both.
Yeah,
I found. I feel like, I don't know. Look, I'm a controller player as well, so I'm completely hypocritical right here. But KBM is the true art form, all right?
Yeah.
The GOATs use KBM, and I say that literally. Torsos, GOAT of OCE, KBM player. Just saying. Here we go back, though, looking to get something going. Halfway through this game, still no goal. A little bit of a more drawn-out one right now. Ultraviolet, who leaves it for Mac, who will clear it down to the other side.
Yeah, just a little bit of trading blows here. Nice little clear from Jacko, sends it back over towards UNSW's way. Nice demo as well coming in, though, not able to punish QUT. Now on a little bit of the back foot themselves. Steve are going to be rotating back. TwoTapTony already there, ready to clear it. And, interesting clearance here from Steve, going towards the front of the ball, but great call there from Ultraviolet.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what I was getting at before when QT gets rolling. I mean, they're just pounding the same spot over and over again, forcing the defense to come out to them, and eventually too far extended up the pitch. Angle found by Ultraviolet. Really good. One of the greatest playstyle changes I think we've seen in the AEL has been Ultraviolet learning how to play further forward, learning how to play more aggressive in the competitive scene. And it's just paid so many dividends for QT throughout it. It's really been the deciding factor in a lot of their wins. Nothing against Font, who was on the team beforehand, but they were more of a defensive player. They were more of that third man, and this entire time what QT needed was not balance, but to tip the scales more on the forward side of the pitch.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes your best offense is your best defense, the other way, of course. And, well, we're getting into the scary side of things. A minute 30 on the clock, and still, only one goal for QUT. Of course, UNSW is still trying to find their way towards a goal themselves. Of course, it's a lot of defensive maneuvers for them at the moment. Yeah,
that there are, and now they finally get New South Wales on the attack. TwoTapTony unable to get over Jacko. Steve too slow for Ultraviolet. Here we go. QUT a chance for a second. Doesn't get the reset though. Zen will clear it out. Stays underneath, playing towards the opposite side, and with 1 man to go, New South Wales, they're still looking for that equalizer. TwoTapTony won't be able to force it.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're trying to get that one in past two defenders here from QUT. We'll see, once again, some great passing overall from the side of UNSW, right? TwoTapTony over to Steve. And then ready to answer that one. Zenulus can help out TwoTapTony in a moment's notice. And QUT, well, now they're on a little bit of the back foot because UNSW is starting to make their approach.
Yeah, that was a close one. Steve now going to try to create something through the corner, but instead it will be Mac taking it up high. New South Wales gets the strike, and Zen on a 50. Equalizing play, 23 seconds to go.
Absolutely needed goal there from UNSW, and Zenulus going to be putting that one through. Very fast one, I have to say, there with the assist from TwoTapTony. And well, now we get a little bit into the thick of it. 23 seconds left in game number 2, and it's all tied up here, and we'll see double commit there towards the kickoff.
And I called it a 50. I thought Jack was closer to the ball. To be honest, Jack kind of nowhere near it. That's okay. 10 seconds till overtime. Or the ball, winds up in the net. Hey, we can end it here. Ultraviolet across the net. Won't be able to put it through. There still could be a chance, but it could be coming back the other way. Instead, Zen got it to the wall. Has to keep it off the ground. He cannot, and we go to OT.
Overtime feels fitting the way this game started. It was definitely very back and forth, of course. We'll see Jacko go up early there. Great pass there to Mac. And it is going to be the follow-up from Ultraviolet. Overtime, be there 10 seconds. And it's done like that. QUT put a game on the board.
Mac catching that pass and turning it into the perfect 50 challenge against Zen cannot be understated in terms of setting up that goal. Full confidence, full send coming from the rest of the QUT team there, and this is why New South Wales has to be wary of QUT. If they smell blood in the water, they're the team that should have the shark logo. They're the one who will go ball hunting. They're the ones who will try to take that bite out of it. They can get so aggressive when the time calls for it. Case in point, that overtime right there. New South Wales going to have to see. I think they need to tighten their spacing. They need to get to that ball a little bit quicker.
Yeah, it felt a little bit slow. You know, the passing was good, but the spacing was a little bit here and there sometimes. But, of course, for the side of QUT, a good one to put on the board there, and, you know, even up the series. And, you know, we don't like to see one-sided series, of course.
No.
You know, our last one was a little bit more one-sided. This one, it feels like it's definitely one that could go the distance here as we go into Game 3 for the kickoff. And UNSW already losing Steve early.
Yeah, that's going to be a good setup for QUT as they go corner with the play. Won't be able to go too much further after that. Mac now looking to put it up off the roof. Touchdown in. No, not quite yet. Ultraviolet instead will play sidewall. Dribbling it towards the goal. Again, that little bit too short. Still a lot of time on the clock as Ultraviolet will go back corner one more time. New South Wales shorten the pitch. Maybe they'll set up something here.
Yeah, looking to set something up though, Jacko. Well, it's really there for the clear. Steam. Aggressive maneuver there. Doesn't quite pay off. And QUT, they're kind of just maneuvering around for the moment. Great block there from Ultraviolet. Steve with an aggressive shot to come out. A great demo as well there on Ultraviolet. So UNSW now probably in the front run here to try and take a goal. But of course, QUT, they're back up. They're healthy. They're ready to go.
Yeah, that they are. New South Wales, though, just it's been control. And you said it before, the best defense is a good offense, and particularly in ball games like this, because realistically, the best defense is never giving possession away. Possession is defense. Possession is control. And that's something New South Wales has been doing phenomenal so far in this game. Yeah, it's still 0-0, but we haven't seen QUT do anything with the ball yet. It's all been New South Wales.
Yeah, UNSW just kind of playing keepaways here with QUT, and yeah, that's just the unfortunate thing. You know, you can't really make a play if you're not given the chance to make it. TwoTapTony will look to go off the top wall there. Zenulus trying to find one in, but great defense from Mac.
Oh, great pass from Steve.
Oh, beautiful.
I love this. Steve on the setup around the corner, the perfect touch, and I think we both saw Zen already committing to that play. Great goal coming from New South Wales, and they take the early-ish lead.
Yeah, early-ish lead here, but of course QUT, one of those teams that can't really sleep on, as you said. You know, they've been a hot contender throughout the season, and definitely why they've earned their position here at PAX. UNSW, they do have to put their best foot forward, keep them under wraps for the moment. We'll see Steve put a little bit more pressure on. Pass almost came to Zenulus there to almost sink it in, but great defense. TwoTapTony all over it. Boost rotation is good too. Again, UNSW, I was going to say, I'll speak about these rotations. They've looked phenomenal.
Yeah, no, it's just been consistent, right? It's been the consistent control. Demo, smart demo in that situation. Now pass back towards the middle. As soon as the defense creeps too far to that corner, boom. They try to go middle, set up. Not going to find it, but that's okay. They reestablish middle of the field. Again, get that control right back. It's phenomenal, and when the opening is there, they capitalize. 2-0 lead. It's just, it's suffocating Rocket League.
Yeah, it feels so bad for QUT to start off like this, right? UNSW denying ball control, denying everything. Even some of the boosts are just getting stolen completely here by UNSW. We'll see the kickoff go a little bit more pear-shaped. Steve, a bit of fancy footwork there.
Trying. Now AGON is going to try as well. Backboard. No, not there, not this time. Still 2:17 to go. As Steve is going to put it down. Ultraviolet will collect. 2:13, Zen. Down. Is there a shot? Not from AGON. It's going to come from Jack instead. Steve will catch. 2 minutes left. QUT, I do not believe, has a recorded shot yet this game.
Yeah, not this game. Doesn't look like they've been given opportunity here. Zenulus will send that one up towards the top of the net. Ultraviolet will look to clear it out, but Steve hunting like a shark, it would seem. Trying to get this one in. Just trying to secure a comfortable lead for UNSW where they can continue to control the ball. And it's a 3-0 there. TwoTapTony with a beautiful one.
This is the type of loss that is tough to come back from right now. Unless QUT can really flip the script right here in these final 100 seconds or so, the issue is, like, nothing they do is working on that defensive side. Like, they just cannot break the wall that has been New South Wales. Kickoff is their best chance to score.
That might be, ooh. Unfortunate there, dropping the juggle. Ultraviolet was looking to try and chase it out. Mac, is that answer? Just everybody, all hands on deck right now.
Yeah.
QUT. I was going to say, they're all three up there and pressing UNSW. That's what you want to see out of them. They try to make that defense crack for the moment, but you can see just rotations. The comms are good. TwoTapTony, Steve sending that shot almost in there, but Ultraviolet ready to clear it. TwoTapTony could look to go again. Of course, does have the boost for it.
Oh, that's an uncharacteristic miss from TwoTapTony, or is it? It turns into a pass forward to him. You know, mistakes into miracles, and now off the backboard here comes TwoTapTony, down and not in. Ultraviolet saves it out the back of the net.
Valuable defense there from QUT. Able to stop that one before it becomes an issue, but the issue is the current scoreline, right? You know, it's still 3-0 here for UNSW. QUT yet to put one on the board, but Ultraviolet attempted to send it to the corner. Xenios, though, with a great demo. There was no follow-up with that pass.
Not on that instance. Still 30 seconds to go. Steve not going to get the shot. Mac is going to get bumped. Now we're going to play up towards that backboard. TwoTapTony going to do what they can, but 20 seconds and a 3-goal lead. Safe to say New South Wales, it's just the most dominant performance I think we have actually seen since the very, very start of the day here, Tony, in terms of just, you know, skill and control. QUT, don't let the scoreline fool you. They could do nothing this game, and it's going to end with a 0-second goal, because why not 4-0 to end game 3?
Why not, right? Beautiful touch up there from TwoTapTony. Steve setting that one up for TwoTapTony to follow it through. And that feels like the storyline, right? UNSW, they've just been following through with all of these plays that have been set up by each other, and you can see they're feeling pumped. Yeah. Feeling a little bit tired, maybe.
I don't know. I think he was that a laugh or something? And then you look at the over on the QUT side. I mean, they'll rally. You know, they're gonna try to bounce back from that one. It was a tough loss on their side for sure. We'll see if they can bring it back. I mean, 0 recorded shots in the entire game. That is a rarity. Because usually you'll get one clear that goes towards the net, and the game's like, yeah, okay, it was within 20 meters, sure, shot. We weren't even within that. I think we were on the opposite side of the pitch like twice the entire game, and it was off kickoff. So, yeah, back to the drawing board for QUT.
Yeah, hopefully they can regather themselves a little bit. You know, I was going to say, they started off in this series quite well against UNSW, and then UNSW kind of found their footing, and they're like, all right, this is how we're going to play. And QUT, as you said, you know, 0 shots, just 0 opportunity given to them. And I feel like maybe they need to just, as you said, tilt the scale a little bit more in their favor, just get more aggressive.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what they can do, how they can break that defense side. I mean, it has been QUT's weakness. On the attacking half, they look phenomenal. On the defensive half, they've struggled. Like, that has been the QUT storyline almost throughout. And unfortunately, against teams like New South Wales, they're not going to give you the chances on the attack already. Game just started. 16 seconds, 1-goal lead. And that was beautiful from Steve.
Yeah, beautifully set up, and Xenios, you know, you saw the QUT player come out there and took the opportunity to take the shot. 1-0 start already for the side of UNSW, but QUT now making some adaptations. As I said, want to play a little bit more aggressively. We can see Mac posturing towards that dunk there. He's going to pass it over to Jacko. QUT, this is maybe where they can start to make a stand here, but UNSW wants to get back in ball control. Steve there, TwoTapTony ready to block him. Perfectly set up there.
Recorded shot for QUT. We got one. We got one in the first minute, so improvement from the last game. Ultraviolet, again, being the catalyst right there. That's all they needed. You can build off a shot, back in it once again. Now you get the goal, then you get the win, then you get the series. It's baby steps.
Yeah, baby steps. All you need to do is just make one good play, and it could kind of, well, I was going to say, come into your favor here, but Xenios just going to play around high ball for a second. TwoTapTony as well.
I'm just trying to figure out where TwoTapTony bumped Mac, and Mac never came down. I have no idea where that car went. kind of crazy either way. Midfield still being held by New South Wales, and even though we saw some early flurries of attacks and even a shot from QT, that's about all we've seen. As again, New South Wales positioning just too strong.
Yeah, Zenulus, great demo there, Steve. Trying to put the pressure on. Well, the likes of QT right now, they are playing a decent defensive game, a little bit better than the last few that they've been playing. Mac looking for a clear there. Send it off the wall. He's going to be followed up by Jacko, so aggressive play down for QT. He immediately answered UNSW. They're straight back to it. TwoTapTony going for a little bit of a stylish shot there against Jacko, and he'll deny it.
Yeah, Jacko does what he can, but the ball still goes all the way back to Zen. Wants to go to TwoTapTony. There's a ball. Mac with control. Steve now in the midfield. Stays underneath it. They look towards the net, but they're not going to find too much either themselves as we continue to kind of bounce back and forth around with it. Still a fair bit of time left, but QT's got to get something going in their favor. Nope, no Cruxer pitch this time. Just more and more midfield control from New South Wales. And I want to make a comparison to, like, what sports do you follow?
Sometimes soccer. I was going to say a little bit of basketball here or there.
I don't know which clubs to kind of compare this
Yeah.
to. Like, if I were to go with gridiron, I'd say it's the Pittsburgh Steelers approach, where you get a small lead and just run it down. But, you know, we'll call it the Matsy approach, all right? It's just disturbing how effective it is.
Yeah, a little bit. Here you go sometimes with TwoTapTony. Oh, that's a shot straight up on the field. Unfortunately hit the post this time around. UNSW. All right. I was going to say, again, just rotating so perfectly. You see TwoTapTony go for a shot. Steve's immediately there, ready to take another, and really forces QT to play so defensively. And as we've seen, you know, it's teams that put that pressure on and continue to push that we'll see teams break from it.
That said, they might have it here, and finally QT forces the issue. If we go back to the start of the replay, you can see where it got set up, actually. It didn't go all the way back, but it was on the clear. They commit 2 to the clear through their own defensive corner, and they actually had to bump the midfielder out of the way to get the ball in the attacking half. And as soon as they do, boom, all hands on deck. Press, push, get that goal. It's such a, you know, Dr. Jackal, Mr. Hyde QUT on both sides of the pitch right there, and I love how they force the issue. What I don't love is how fast it takes for New South Wales to immediately get the pressure right back on, at least for QUT. I don't love it. Minute 20 to go. At least the game is still tied.
Yeah, at least they're able to find that goal tied up there. Still UNSW moving a little bit different. Zenulus, unfortunately, without boost, sends it over to TwoTapTony. See what they can do with Steve as well. They're just kind of tagging in and out, right?
Yeah, they're just taking their time, rotating around. I mean, slowly shrinking it right now. There's the pass across. TwoTapTony goes for the cup, and Mac actually had the touch. Steve should be there, and Zen will be behind. Don't worry about that. TwoTapTony actually makes the cut, so Zen can collect full boost before making their commit, which might not come yet. Actually, hold on, QUT. Ooh. They got something cooking here. The demo might help. Zen has to go high with it, but waiting underneath is Mac. Pass across to Jack, who struggles to collect the ball.
It's unfortunate, I believe, Court maybe trying to get boost at the same time. TwoTapTony relentlessly sending on that one. Zenulus will be demoed there by Mac, but still UNSW with 2 up. They are still going to put the pressure on. We'll see QUT making an approach of their own though. Ultraviolet and Mac walking up. Zenulus trying to get the read there, saved by Steve, and now 10 seconds. This one gets a little bit dicey as they're trying to get this one in towards red goal, but it is going to be a shot on, blocked perfectly there. TwoTapTony goes for another, but that ball might touch the ground in just a bit. Everybody's running out of boost. Yeah, I don't think anybody's got it. We're going into overtime.
And this feels pretty dire for QUT. They can't afford to go down 3-1 in this series. They need this goal. They'll have the first chance on the attack off this kickoff. Jacko with boost, same with Mac. Each of them on the forward half, each of them committing into the corner. And New South Wales is able to keep it safe.
Yeah, able to keep it safe for the moment. Going to be seeing Zenulus attempt a shot there. Mac quick to block it though. I was going to say for QT, they're looking a little bit better in these defensive orientations that they're going for going into the later stages of this game, but still, UNSW, they're putting the pressure on. TwoTapTony immediately answering. Ultraviolet. Steve goes up for that one, but unfortunately misses it this time, so this opens up for QT to look for that double touch, but unfortunately not going to happen.
Not on that occasion. It was close though. Now New South Wales might get a crack at it, but players giving a lot of space over. That's okay from the corner. Mac won't get the first touch. In fact, it stays with Zed, who goes all the way to the opposite side. TwoTapTony underneath. Now it's time to pass it back to Steve. Ultraviolet can't make the save. How does Steve keep it underneath? New South Wales takes game 4.
Absolutely picturesque finish there. TwoTapTony just playing absolute the key holder here and unlocking the gate there for UNSW. And I was going to say they're feeling joyous about it, Max. So they're looking good, 3-1 up in the series.
TwoTapTony was like,
a little sleep.
He's putting them to bed.
Putting them to bed.
He's putting them to bed right now with that shot in that goal. So we'll see how they continue to look. We still got, one more game to go. Last hurdle, hardest, all that. But it's hard for me to kind of wager against how this New South Wales team has been playing. I mean, if you want to look up textbook, here's how you play Rocket League. Game 3, nailed it. Game 4, not quite as clean, but still clean enough to look dominating, right?
Yeah.
Like, they are playing at a phenomenal level. They're playing like the best team right now in this event. And if they continue to show this form, I worry for Macquarie, let alone what QUT now has to do.
Yeah, I worry for them all if they have to go against UNSW, looking in form right now. But, yeah, QUT, I was going to say the one thing I had to note there was their defense looked a little bit stronger that time around.
It did. It did look a little bit more consistent and a little bit stronger as well, which was good. And, again, we saw that nice clear. They had to rely on the bumps to get it through the midfield, but it worked for them. They can create more opportunities like that, well, then by all means, they should be able to do something. So we'll definitely keep our eyes on it, and we'll see what they'll be able to do. But we'll see. I don't know, man. I mean, New South Wales, they're not messing around today.
No.
To Macquarie's credit, neither were they. Like, both these teams, both these top 2 favorite teams, they're playing like the favorites, which is all you can hope for in a land environment.
Yeah, absolutely. No land jitters. I feel inside. I was going to say QUT are looking, pretty calm, all things considered. Despite the series, despite the scorelines, it's, pretty calm for them. But UNSW, there's, I was going to say, probably a level above calm, right? They're just chilling.
I mean, you have to give credit where it's due. QUT has taken a game. They might take another. They might take 3 more. We don't know. We still have to play it out. As TwoTapTony will miss the open net. And then Steve kind of goes for a demo play that goes awry. New South Wales right now. We'll see if they can create something down the middle. Matt gets 1 touch. Wants to play corridor as well. Try to drop it down to a teammate, but they won't connect.
And not quite connecting on that. TwoTapTony goes up. Over the top, QUT, you can see they're a little bit more spaced together, whereas UNSW, as I said, rotating around, grabbing boosts, playing off a positioning a little bit better than QUT at the moment. I was going to say maybe that's just, I guess, a testament to their communication as well. QUT, maybe the comms are a little bit scattered. UNSW's like, all right, I'm going for this boost, I'm going for this boost. I'll see you guys there, I'll block this one.
I kind of feel it's also a playstyle thing. As TwoTapTony is going to get the first goal. It's a playstyle thing for QUT just as much. Maybe as communication. It's how they like to play the game. They like to play fast. They like to play tight. They like to be that next team to the ball. But sometimes it's situations like this where you get double demoed and the opponent score. Okay, it doesn't frequently end in situations like that. In fact, that's a rarity for QUT. But New South Wales forcing a window open. Fair enough. 1-0 lead. Still a lot of time left, though, in this must-win game for the Queensland side.
A very important one for them. UNSW, though, I was going to say, feels like they've got quite a buffer of games if they were to drop this one. Zaniel's trade up there, tapped by TwoTapTony, and oh my god, always got in there for a second. TwoTapTony just feeling himself.
Yeah, TwoTapTony, again, has probably scored the most impressive mechanical goals of the tournament coming into this one. And my eyes, we haven't seen that big pop-off, oh wow moment yet from him. It's due. Now, whether it happens here or in their next series, time will tell. But he is due for something that makes you go, oh my goodness, TwoTapTony, you can be the AEL GOAT, I suppose. I would love to see it happen now. I'd love to see it be that dagger goal to get New South Wales across the finish line. That's a good little challenge from Steve. Ball nearly rolls in. It was just a bit too high of a bounce.
Yeah, a little bit too high to touch. And we'll see QUT immediately trying to answer back, but immediately, right, transfer there towards the midfield from Zen. TwoTapTony trying to fight the good fight against Ultraviolet. Ultraviolet will be able to win it out there on the challenge. Demo comes through from Mac.
Oh.
And UNSW now don't have the numbers there to go for that one.
Yeah, as we hit, an opening for Mac, but yeah, unfortunately that door closes just as quick as it opened up. As we see it pass across, Steve's defensive touch keeps it corner. Jacko can't do too much on the sidewall either. It's going to go back to Mac, straight down the line, caught by Steve. Pressure coming, not immediate. In fact, it's not till the midfield where Ultraviolet gets the next touch. Still 2:20 to go. Still QUT controlling the ball, and this is a bit more reserved than what we've seen from QUT. They're actually doing a bit wider of their rotational play, and it doesn't work out for them. Stick to your strengths is what I always say.
Yeah, stick with what you know, and we'll see Steve. Shot on. Zanulus doesn't really quite have the boost to control this ball as he probably would like. Still goes for the shot. Back though with demo. Great answer though. You can see, as I said, Zanulus no boost there, so he couldn't really go for that one again. And probably has to rotate back to go get some.
It was interesting though, because even though Zen had no boost, I'm sure you saw he was like jumping and kind of rotating his car constantly. That was to make sure in case he was challenged, it wouldn't be an easy challenge. Like, it was a very defensive push, and that's what you're supposed to do on no boost. Like, just because you have no boost doesn't mean you give up possession or make it easy for your opponents. Still try to be prepared for that 50 to come at any moment and push the 50 in your advantage, and then eventually you get rewarded. Zen making it 2-0.
Yeah, that's what you like to see. The patience is rewarded. Comes back and slots that one. Almost blocked by QUT, but fortunate. The way it bounced, it went in. And for QUT, a minute 25 left here, Max. Staring down a 2-0 deficit in UNSW. I don't think they're going to let them even walk near that goal.
No, I don't think so. It's just not in their DNA today. New South Wales, very strong performance throughout. And, well, hold on a second, because that was a spike and a half from Jacko.
Yeah, might have spoken too soon. Great little spike there from Jacko. Top of the net, though. I was going to say, very great mechanical maneuvering of the card to get that one angled down perfectly where QUT need it. And a minute here for UNSW to keep their lead. I was going to say now it's starting to slip a little bit.
Yeah, we'll see if they can bring it back still. As you mentioned, a minute to go. Steve backward. Not able to get an immediate follow-up. Zen instead opts to play midfield. Fair enough. QUT slows it down, tries to go for the beat in that regards, and it turns into a pass. That was well done from the QUT midfield. One of their best setups we've seen. Didn't really result in the shot straight away, and now New South Wales, they're on the attack. Zen won't get the touch, but it's a free one for TwoTapTony. Straight shot caught by the defense.
Great defense there. Well, they're still continuing to hammer away. Steve will rotate out. TwoTapTony ends it. It's going to be committing for that one as Steve rotates back in. The boost is there though for the side of UNSW. Great demo from TwoTapTony.
Oh boy.
Stops Ultraviolet, pushing that one to a little bit too big of an issue.
Yeah, a little bit too big at the moment. Still 13 seconds. Still QUT with a chance as they try to push it towards the net. Not able to find it just yet. 5 seconds remaining. Maybe QUT. 0-second goal to stay alive. It gets denied by Steve. Or does it?
Oh, no, it doesn't. It might go to the floor. TwoTapTony will sink that one down, and UNSW are able to put QUT to bed there. A very dominant series from them overall.
Yeah, I mean, look at them. They're happy. They're smiling. But it's not the jubilation of, you know, job done. Not yet.
Job's not finished.
Job's not finished. They're still going to have a grand final matchup against Macquarie. It's the matchup we've kind of been alluding at all Elite Series long. Of course, before that, we'll have our third place match as well, El Clasico, the rivalry between UQ and QUT. I mean, we still have so much Rocket League left.
Yeah, so much more Rocket League and plenty more to come, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more of it just after this.
Welcome back, everybody. We are live here from PAX Australia, and we want to say a big shout out to some of our favourites right here, right now, TwoTapTony.
Yeah, absolutely. AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world. AGON by AOC provide the best in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs.
And a shout out to HyperX and Officeworks. Power your game with the latest HyperX gear at Officeworks. When you need speed, control, and zero distractions, Officeworks has got the tech. Discover gaming gear made to handle serious play.
And of course, Indomie, last but not least, the noodle partner made with high-quality flour and selected ingredients. A plate of Indomie meagorang will certainly brighten up your day. Try any one of the flavors today from your local grocer or at indomie.com.au.
That's it. Big shout out to each and every one of our sponsors there. You know them, we appreciate them, and definitely appreciate them helping us put on a wonderful show here today, TwoTapTony. But, Tony, there's more where that came from. We have more quality Rocket League on the way.
Yeah, absolutely. More action to come here. Third, fourth place decider, UT and UQ here. Already starting it off with a demo. Ultraviolet getting in the mix. Jacko. Now, we can see QUT maybe breathe a little bit. As, you know, me and Max were saying, UNSW kind of strangled them of all of that pressure and they weren't able to really do what they want to do right. But now we can see them a little bit more free-flowing, a little bit more aggressive. And UQ, they're already, you know, having to answer that.
Oh my goodness, and they're going to answer with confidence there. QUT on top and take it away with the first goal there. Let's see how they stroll into the next one. You know, a little bounce off the crossbar as well. Yeah, a little ding, and it makes the goal sing. So, great stuff coming into the beginning, but now it's time for another kickoff.
Another kickoff double commit there, a double demo there for Oli. As UQ now a little bit more comfortable. So we'll see the clearance though from QUT. That's the one thing me and Max spoke about, right, Matt? You know, QUT, as the series progressed in their last one, they've got a little bit more comfortable on that defensive side. So that one could have went pear-shaped for a little bit. PB still trying to get that one in, but of course QUT, they're fighting for it. Ultraviolet up in the mix, and well, Rink might just have to dribble it back towards his own side.
Yeah, may have to dribble it back and look to launch another attack, but we'll see how things stack up in just a second here, as they are going to hold us tight, hold steady into this one. Don't look to open the account just yet. Still going to hold on here and see what else they can do. They wait their turn or wait patiently, but not going to be able to clear things out just yet.
That's another demo from OE, as we'll see. Clearance from QUT though. Great protocols there, just rotating everybody back right. I was going to say not one player was a miss in that defense. Obviously Ultraviolet really trading tit for tat here. I was going to say UQ, they really want that presence back, but I was going to say QUT kind of still fighting for it, still trying to win contention of that ball. Ultraviolet trying to put it in there, but of course a little bit rough on the angle. UQ, I'll send it towards the blue side.
Send it towards the blue side and see if they can glide their way through. QUT, a good clearance going up top there. Mac waiting patiently. Does get an opportunity. Ultraviolet double tap onto it and look to see if they can keep it up.
Looking to see if they can keep it going. Mac and Jack here. Dynamic duo. Trying to get something going. Ultraviolet on the backside of things will try to pressure back, but still UQ, I was going to say, you know, they conceded that first goal early on. They're still fighting for it. Still trying to get something back for themselves, but again, tip for tat here. Ring goes up high. Cleared by Jacko once again, and over towards UQ's side it will go.
Over it will go, and closer it will rise. And let's see if they can keep their eyes on the prize here and take one further stand. Ring to be relegated out of this one. A good hit, take it slow, steady up top, but Ring is ready to clean it out once again.
Ready to clear it out. I was going to say, interesting maneuver there. Ultraviolet will be cleared by Jack. We'll go over to Mac here. So back and forth here. You know, these two really playing that duo to a T with that passing that they're going for here. Jacko will stop the ball in air there. I was going to say a little bit of a standstill over towards the front side of the goal. And for UQ, that's not where it needs to be for them. It will be an own goal. Ultraviolet gets that one.
Well, well, well. Interested to see how that one played out, Tony. You know, I think maybe that didn't play the way they would have liked there, but that's going to be the way the cookie crumbles, Tony, and we are going to be stumbling into another kickoff. So, away we go. It's time to rise up and give it your best. Let's see if Mac, Jacko, Ultraviolet are going to be able to take another.
Let's see if they can keep putting their best foot forward for the side of UQ. It's some good defense starting to sum out there. They're starting to work it out, just like QUT did later on in that last series. UQ are starting to work it out. We can see going up high for it. OI, Rink as well. Going to chase onto this one, but immediately answer QUT. They'll send it over. Jack to Mac. Over to Ultraviolet to look to put the nail in the coffin, but doesn't quite go in. Unfortunately, hits the top of the net.
Yeah, not going to be able to go in this time. They're going to bounce off the top, but we'll see if they are going to be able to prop themselves up. One step further here. Will calm the storm. Rink will be able to slave it out there and look to see if they can take more from it. Going to be able to claim the space. Yeah, they could push to the center, but it's still going to stay there a while longer.
I was going to say, I believe Jack's just currently trying to stall out the time, right? As we'll see the clock tick a little bit lower. Ultraviolet going to be dribbling that one around the own goal. And normally you don't want to do that in a defensive circumstance, but the way that QUT are controlling it, Ultraviolet looking to put the shot in there with the help of Mac. Touch here from Rink to keep it up in air, and PB will go up for that one as well. We're running out of boost and running out of time, and it will hit the floor. It's QUT for game number 1.
That's it. Locking it down and locking it in. Great to see how they've managed to control themselves into the mix there. And you can see that player energy coming out of that one, Tony. You know, they're getting a bit wild.
Yeah, getting a little bit rowdy there. I was going to say, that's QUT with a bit more emotions. I was going to say they were a little bit more quieter in that last series against UNSW. So good to see them a little bit more lively. Yeah.
Can agree with that, Tony. You know, great to see, and I think that kind of energy can take them leaps and bounds. So we'll see if they are going to be able to carry that through into the next set of our endeavour as well, because, you know, that's game number 1 on the board there, but we still got many more games to come, everybody.
Yeah, plenty more action to come here, and of course for the best of 7, right? I always make this point that there's room to adapt here, and for UQ, it's maybe try to match QUT's aggression, because they're one of those teams that we've seen very aggressive, very up in your face, and we need to see that from UQ to, you know, match aggression with aggression, but it's already going to be a shot out of Ultraviolet to start it.
Yeah, shot coming over the top there, and let's see if they can slot it in, as they are going to be able to hit it straight down the center. So, solid stuff coming out from our squadrons once again, Mr. Tony. And here we go. Kickoff time. They're primed up. Mac tries to push it over the top. Oh, wait. Going to be holding it back.
It's a great send there by Ultraviolet. Immediately still putting the pressure on. That's going to go in. Ultraviolet just doing it himself, it would seem. You know, immediate touch there by Rink. Ultraviolet meets it on the wall. A fast one there. 84 kilometers per hour. That one goes in. Second goal, QUT. Not even a minute into this game, Matt and QUT already looking hot.
Looking hot, looking primed, and ready to go here. We'll see if they are going to be staying ready in the moment here as I stick back for the second. Going to hold on to it, cutting it close, cutting corners over towards the midfield here, but going to be able to yield the result thereafter. Big defense coming out from QUT into this one. And they're now looking to try and build up to a counter-attack, but UQ, they just won't let up.
Oh. Looking to surrender control of the ball this time around. It's a good adaptation, right? I was going to say QUT were controlling a lot of it in that last one, and that's what UNSW did to QUT, so they're kind of taking a page out of UNSW's book in that way. Are we going to be trying to get that one out of the corner along the wall? Jacko will go up for it. Follow-up from Mac is a very interesting one to go for, a little bit early for the touch, and was blocked there by UQ. So good clearance overall from them, I was going to say. Still 3.5 minutes on the clock, and Ultraviolet looking for a little bit of something more. Ultraviolet, I believe that's a hat trick for him.
Oh yeah, that's going to be 3, the magic number, and they're going to hit that at 100 kilometers per hour. Wow, that's a fast one if I've ever seen it, and there's more where that came from, Tony, because we got another kickoff here. Ready to go, ready to rumble. OWE pushing it up with Pete Mui there, close but not close enough.
Yeah, close but not close. As you can see, UQ is really kind of pacing themselves a little bit more now. QUC as well, they're taking a little bit more back-end approach, a little bit more positional, less aggressive. As they'll go up for it. Jacko will try to slot that one in, but of course, picked up there by Rick, dribbled up in towards the high ground of the midfield. Will get sent straight back to the corner. Once again, I was going to say, QU2 love this left-hand corner.
Yeah, just go to the left, you know, like following a maze, but not going to be able to get it over the top this time. So, we'll see how things go into this next pursuit here, Tony.
And some great dribbling out of Jacko. Who's picked up. Stolen away from UQ. Ultraviolet tries to go up for it, tries to go secure the touch here. QUC though. His last 3 goal attempts haven't gone their ways. But of course, see OWE get in for defense there. UQ just back foot approach once again, trying to get something, try to make a clearance here. PB will follow it up. Immediately traded back. Ultraviolet gets that one towards the midfield. UQ, they need to retreat now, and that's a great demo from Jacko.
Great demo, locking it down and ready to try and lock something more in here. The hold back for the second. Good hit towards the crossbar there. Pete Mui clears it out. Rink ready, pushing it up, but it's going to be pushed back to center. OWE, nicely done, keeping it clear, but you can see QUT, they just won't let up. They're keeping it upfield, but not for long. They're forced to reset here, so it could be an opening for UQ, or not.
Or not, QUT. Immediately straight towards the orange goal here. Of course, we'll see though. Have to answer this aggressive approach. That is going to be one from UQ. He's going to come out of PB.
That's it. Great stuff coming out here, and really good way to break your way back in from UQ there. We'll see. They are going to be able to do more with it. As OWE, sets their sights goal wide, but they are not going to be wide enough here. Rink, though, might be able to keep it up. No, not today. Open season, open net. It's not enough, though. Mac relegated to the wall.
Yeah, relegated. And unfortunately, have to wait a respawn. He's already back up, though. I was going to say the respawn's not too long. So we'll see. Rink going up for that one. Trying to set it up for UQ, and it's a demo from Jacko as OWE tries to, I was going to say challenge that one, but it kind of felt destined that QUT were going to win out that challenge there. 40-something seconds left on the clock here for QUT to hold it down. A 2-goal deficit. OWE tries to pass it over, but it will be clear to Mac and Jacko now. Look to make their approach, and it's a wide open net, but of course not quite able to convert it there.
That's it, looking to convert, looking to see if they can have a spurt of growth into this one. Ooh, big hit downfield, nice clearance from Mac though. Rink ready to keep it up, get close to the net. Jacko tries to clean it up, and they will be able to do so. So, ball's still going to be heading straight back. It's like a homing missile towards the net, Tony. Just keeps coming back.
And it just keeps coming back and back here for side of QUT, but they're able to defend it. Demo comes out, touch comes through, and hit the ground. And QUT picking up a second game there.
My goodness.
And they're having a nap. What's going on there, guys?
Yeah. My goodness. You know, it was a hard-fought battle, Tony. You know, I can respect it. You know, they were giving it their best. Giving it their all.
Nap, maybe.
Huh?
Quick power nap?
Yeah.
Get themselves,
you know,
re-energized for the next one.
Yeah, I feel it. I feel it. Just got to give it their best. See how they fare into this one, and definitely curious to see how game number 3 will fare, as we've had a pretty confident start so far, Tone.
Yeah, pretty confident start. And for UQ, they're going to have to regather themselves a little bit. And they're, I don't know, maybe, I was going to say, it feels weird, right? You know, QT, they're playing the same kind of style that they've always been playing. Very aggressive. We saw UNSW did have the answer for that one. So now go into another game. UQ down at a deficit here in this series, Matt.
Yeah, we'll see how things fare into this one as we are going to be looking to give it our all into this one and going to see how things fare. Oh, close one on the board there into game number 3 here.
Yeah, we'll of course quickly get that sorted. It's supposed to be game 3 because QT already up a few in this series. A great demo there comes out from Mac, onto Mac, sorry, and OE will be able to put that goal through for UQ.
Yeah, that's going to be a nice way to open the account, Tony. UQ definitely needed that one, and they're going to be happy to start off with confidence here. We'll see how things blow up into the next kickoff right now as we are on gear and looking to build our way up to an explosion.
And looking to build up into a goal explosion, of course. And Jacko, well, he goes up for that one. No demos just yet here from either side. And Ring, a great follow-up there. Just QT caught out of position. I was going to say just a little bit too far away from that one. Ultraviolet was up on the wall to try and stop that one. Jacko a little bit behind the 8-ball there. UQ, 2 goals in less than a minute. It's what we wanted to see out of them, right?
Couldn't agree more. I think that last one really just kind of cemented that they need to lock in, need to give it their best, and they are going to be able to do just that heading in to this one thus far. But, well, okay. Oh, I was going to say it's early days, but, Tony, they've done it again.
They've done it again. UQ, they're looking, well on the track to potentially, you know, just closing this game out decisively. You know, a few more goals, and all of a sudden it looks worrisome for QT, and feels weird. I was going to say the pace has definitely changed up astronomically here. QT, there we go. That's a little bit more like a demo coming out on the rink, shutting down the defense of UQ for the moment. They also need to mount that same attack on that we saw from them in the last 2 games there. Ultraviolet over to Mac. Over the top there, trying to dodge out the mute.
And let's see if they are going to be able to lock down anything else here as they are looking to strike into it, looking to see if they can build themselves up here. Ring, good shot, but not good enough. So we'll be fended off now. QUT looking to build up their defenses and see if they can clean a slate onto this one.
Jacko really high up there, misses the second touch. Unfortunately, that could have been really good for QUT. It doesn't really implement any success here. UQ, I was going to say, they're controlling the boost a little bit more. I was going to say QUT looks starved at boost here. Rink always with, I was going to say, the full 100 almost at times here, as we'll see. No, we can go up for a touch. Mac able to answer though, but limited boost, so has to fall down. Jacko will try to clear that one perfectly there. Has more boost to work with.
More boost to work with and more presence on the field. So, big demo coming through there. Open season, but it's going to be fended off. Mac, ready in the back there. Oh, what a hit. Ultraviolet plays into it with success, and they are going to be so happy with that.
Yeah, they're going to be kicking themselves for UQ, but that's a good one back for QUT, right? Just when, you know, UQ came out with a little bit of flair, started off. QUT able to put one on the board, traded demo there over towards the kickoff. And actually, that puts QUT in a pretty good position. Unfortunate there, they're not quite able to save that one for UQ.
Just gets better and better by the second for QUT here, Tony. Just when you think they're on the back foot, they managed to put their best foot forward, and they've taken 2 goals. Only 1 is the difference now, and let's see if they can clean this up. 2 minutes 10 into the kickoff, and away we go.
Away we go, we're back to it. QUT just need one more to tie this one up, right? So we'll see Mac Go high for that one. It's another shot on. I was going to say, just when, you know, the pacing felt a little bit weird to start this one off, you'd see make me eat my words there. Straight back to that aggressive nature. Ultraviolet back trading blow for blow. Pass for pass here. UQ trying to get rid of it, but Ultraviolet is having none of it. We'll pass it towards the center. We'll be back, and Jack actually on top of that one as Ultraviolet get demoed in the meantime.
Cutting it close there, Tony. Cutting a fine line to the goals, and let's see if they are going to be able to get it in this time as the pressure from the defense is culminating now, building up. Jacko, ooh, luckily they had the right maneuver there, because that could have gone very ugly very quickly.
And that one also could have gone ugly there. Touch towards the top of the net. QC needs him out the defense here. Rink goes for the touch. PMU goes up as well. They're trying to just get it in, but nobody can seem to touch this ball. It's floating a little bit too hard for them in QC. They'll look to clear it out. We'll see the air dribble out of Mac to get it over towards the left-hand corner. Once again, QC now back on the back foot. Ultraviolet attempting a shot there. Guarded by PMU though. It's UQ. Now could look to answer back. It's still anyone's for the taking. QUT though, they are under pressure right now.
Under pressure and ready to go. Let's see if they can bring the show back in their favor here, Donax. They are sticking it out. 30 seconds is all that remains. Owie trying to bring the pain. They're trying to see if they can build up another goal. They've broken past one, maybe more. No one's there. Hello, goodbye. It's UQ locking it down up by 2. So there is high likelihood, Tony. We could see a UQ game right here.
Yeah, potentially 18 seconds overcommitment there from QUT in that defense. And as well, I was going to say the attack to try and get that one back on UQ's side. There's one else to kick off once again. We'll see Matt clear it though. We'll put it close towards the net. Ultraviolet a little bit off target there. Jacko will go up. Ball does fly under rank for the moment, but 5 seconds left here. QUT score one at least, but not going to be likely. Demo coming in to save from Owie. They just need it to touch the ground, and that will be UQ picking up game number 3.
That's it. Solid stuff coming out there, and they are going to be very happy with that. So we'll see how things fare into the rest of this endeavor here, as we do have a solid game on our hands, and very excited to see how things play out.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Great adaptation, though, from UQ. They were a little bit more defensive and a little bit more, well, ready to chase that one. QUT still in the, I was going to say overall in the lead in this series, but side UQ. It's all back in.
They're locked in. Locked and loaded. You know how it is. Oh, yes. So, no, Joe, here we go into game number 4. Open the door to that one, and let's see how we go, Tony.
Let's see how we go, indeed. Mac immediately hot off the rip and hot into the shot there. I was going to say, you know, UQ, a lot of the adaptations in that last one came from a lot of great saves from Owie. I was going to say, really much playing that defensive side super, super well for QT. And now, once again, under fire. Mac will to clear this one out for the moment. UQ, if they can get past PMU, it might be good for them.
Might be good, it might be great, but don't be late to the goal endeavor. Ultraviolet certainly wasn't, but they are going to be pushed out there. UQ solid on the defense, but now they have to be solid again. Pimui, good clearance there. Trying to break it out, trying to break it in, and we'll see if they are going to be able to spin something together here. So take it easy, take it steady, and look to give much more where that came from.
And red demo, taking out Jacko. So I was going to say, kind of as well, what UQ have been doing good is these well-timed demos that stop the presence there from QT, because as you saw, they like to triple commit, they like to fight for that ball. They like to know that their presence has been known. Great dribble pass there. Ultraviolet just trying to stabilize that ball and look to go for a dribble themselves. Owie now needs to get back. They need to rotate around. Rick will be able to shut that one.
Looking to see if they can shut something else out. They will. Counter action rising. But there's no punchline, as it is going to be sent straight back.
Great touch up there. Howie, once again, just being an absolute nuisance for QUT. Mac though, immediate full boost here. Ultraviolet unfortunately doesn't quite have that luxury. That could have been a free goal there. I was going to say if he had any. But of course, open net. Not really able to capitalize off of that one for QUT. We'll see Jacko go up high for the touch here. Now is, once again, out of boost. I was going to say QUT. You just, not normally you see them kind of be starved this much of boost. They're one of those teams that likes to play aggressively, but, you know, as Max said, they're one of those teams that likes to use up all the boost, so it kind of makes sense.
Yeah, kind of makes sense, and there's going to be a lot more where that came from. So, see how things fare. Big shot, pushed offside. Rink trying to keep it up as well, but it's slow to almost a whisper. So, going to have to reset and try it again. Pimui not letting up though, not giving in.
Not giving it in at all here. Jacko continuing to put pressure on back though for the side of UQ. Once again, another clearance, and it goes super duper high there over the top of the net. Jacko will be forced to clear that one. A lot of more aerial combat going on here for both these sides, and it is a shot almost on there, but great answer from Rink. It's still, though, being put in for the side of QUT. It's Ultraviolet setting that one up.
Nicely done by QUT there at long last. The goal barrier has been broken, and QUT are the ones to breach it. So, let's see if UQ can break through as well into this one, as the barrier still standing tall on that side, but maybe not for much longer. Mac, though, taking it straight down the middle. Looking to work this one in. Teammates on the rear there, trying to break it through. Jacko, is there a chance? No, there's not, and they're forced to reset.
Yeah, I was going to say probably just not enough boost, right, to get up to that one quick enough. UQ. Great defense, Ultraviolet once again. I was going to say, you know, we spoke about the dynamic duo of Jack and Mac, but Ultraviolet has definitely been holding their own in this series, going for some insane shots there on the goal. Rink will clear it back over towards QT's side. And they'll go up high for it. Jack and Mac both committing for that one. Looking for a dribble there. Might going towards the top right-hand corner, but doesn't quite hit its mark. Maybe hit the post. And we'll see. UQ, a minute left to try and get a goal of their own and tie this one up.
Tie it up, tie it in, and let's see if they can take this one for a spin, as there's only 50 seconds remaining here. Pressure at an all-time high, but it's time to rise up, give your best battle cry, and see which team may be able to take another goal.
Yeah, Rink once again pull up to the plate. Ultraviolet Mac clearing that one out, and it will go towards the midfield. That will be Jack chasing that one. Ultraviolet to follow up, and we'll see now 20 seconds here for QUT to try and stop this goal, and they'll put another one in.
That's it, locking down to 18 seconds to go, and UQ do not have much time to respond here. They could be shut out, and it could be series point online already from QUT. We'll see if it is going to be a reality here, or whether UQ can bring it back.
Immediate demo trade once again. They love this demo trade over towards the kickoff, towards the midfield, though Mac is putting pressure on to just stop UQ from doing anything, right? All they need to do is play keep away here, and QUT will be claiming it. And I was going to say Mac goes up for it, looking for the touch to set it towards the ground, and it will be another game QUT's way. Now on series point here in the best of 7.
That's it. My goodness. Staring it down, locking it in, and you love to see it, don't you? But we are looking on the opposite side of things now, and definitely keen to see how things fare as we set sail towards what could be another serious endeavor, Tony, and I'm eager to see how this all goes.
Yeah, this is starting to work out to be an interesting one. I was going to say I wasn't expecting that answer from UQ, but and then immediately firing back from the side of QUT, absolutely insanity to say the least. And I was going to say I give props to QUT. They looked a little bit more well-oiled on that defensive side. I was going to say UQ really abused that in that last one. You know, the overcommitments from QUT as well. And again, demo play towards the mid side of things, and back already with a kickoff goal 4 seconds in.
Oh no, that's the way to go, and that is going to be 1 goal up immediately coming out from QUT there. UQ unable to respond as yet, but there's always going to be room for more momentarily, so we'll see how things fare as we progress into the endeavor.
As we to kick this one off, potentially another kickoff goal there for QUT. And on the side of UQ, once again under threat, under fire. Rink will look to clear that one out, but of course doesn't have the boost really necessary to take that one the full way. Ultraviolet looking to fight for it. Owie will be looking to cross that one towards the middle. Him and Rink go tit for tat, they trade it. A little pass that maybe, I was going to say, I felt like it was a little bit more an unfortunate mistake than a handshake agreement there in the middle.
Yeah, a series of unfortunate events, but with unfortunate circumstances, there's always ways to repent, and they're going to be repenting on the defense right now. Owie looking to keep it out. Ultraviolet looking to keep it in though, but it's time to go back to the QUT side of the pitch. And Rink is trying to lock it down, not going to be able to push it past the corner though. Mac trying to fight back, but it's still just stuck near those goals.
Yeah, it's just going to be a standstill once again though. But this side, it's for UQ in front of QUT's goal. They will be able to clear it out for the moment. Owie now has to rotate back, use that back pedaling. Full boost to go for it though, so if you can get it up for it, we can see Rink chase it. And the ball will go over the top. I believe there was a player ready to save that, but it just quite hit the top of the net and pinched its way in.
That's it. Pinched its way in, broke its way through. And let's see what else they are going to be able to do now as we heat things up and lock things down. It's time for the ball to go straight towards the net there, but not going to be locked down as yet. They are going to be taking it slow and steady. People bouncing off the walls there, looking to see if they can take it one step further. But QUT are trying to call it back.
Yeah, QUT trying to crawl back something. It will be UQ. Now, they're the ones that have to decisively rotate over here. Try and play more defensive positions. Shot towards the top of the goal there, cleared by Mac. Owie, full boost. Full arsenal at their disposal, it would feel. Goes towards the front side of the goal. The demo came in ultraviolet to try and set that one up for UQ. We'll still see Rink able to set that one up himself. I was going to say nobody else there really from UQ helped him out. It was just all him.
Yeah, just the Rink show this time around, Zone, and they're going to be happy with that one, putting themselves on top of this series. They want to keep this going. They want to see 7 games, Tony, and so do we.
So do we, Matt. Who doesn't love a 7-game banger? That's for sure. We got it, you know, in our high school grand final of all things. So this one might look to go that way if UQ can keep this up. 2 minutes 30 on the clock here. QT, they are slowly making their approach. Of course, Mac doesn't really have any boost to do anything. Jacko will have to go up for it, but he's in a little bit of a rough spot to try to challenge. I was going to say behind the ball. Looks to maybe just attempt a shot, kind of trade hands and rotate out.
Yeah, to see if they can trade hands. See how the rotation's fair as Rink tries to push it over the corner there. Owie ready, waiting, and slating it towards a comeback. Ultraviolet though, look to maneuver it, but Owie, that was close, not close enough.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a scary pass back there. Normally you don't want to be doing that. It's just Rocket League 101, right? Don't go towards your own goal because you will steal it. That was almost taken away, but great ball control now, QUT. Send it over to Mac. He'll pass out to Jacko. Send it over towards the corner. QUT. Unfortunately, Jacko doesn't really have the boost to maneuver around that one. Neither does Ultraviolet. They need to get to these boost pads first and then try to go for these shots because UQ have been dictating a lot of the boost economy in this mid-game.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. They've really been able to take advantage of those positions there, really maintain their boost management really well, but we'll see if they can keep that up heading into the minute mark here as Bimui slows it down. Overwhelmed by Ultraviolet there. Owie going to be holding control of this one, and UQ, they're just trying to stall things out, play for time here. see if they can take a bit of deeper control out of this. Bimui is stuck in the corner. Does get fended off, but only for so long.
Yeah, only so long you can keep that one up. QT. Great save from Ultraviolet. Jacko immediately loses control of the ball there to Owie. I believe Pimu went up for that one, and I was going to say, shot attempted there for Jacko. Blocked there by UQ. As we've got 30 seconds left, QUT, they need to make a move here. Don't want to claim this series. UQ, they need to keep the ball away from them.
And let's see if they are going to be able to do just that. Yes, they are going to be hitting things up. Ultraviolet demoed out. Oh my goodness. Surely not. Not an opening. Not yet. But the ball still going to be grounded. Demo coming through. And let's see if they are going to be able to break it over the top there. They are looking to wrap this up. And there you have it. UQ break it back in. And we are going to another game.
One more game. One more game. In crowd show. Maybe that's just the inner voice in my head, man. But QT, that's an unfortunate one to drop. You know, that one felt a little bit more closer in terms of the scoreline. You know, 2-1 here. There's a great answer back from the side of UQ there. You know, 1 away from potentially tying it up. 2 away from closing it all out in the reverse sweep. Matt, that's normally a storyline we like to hype up, but it doesn't really come to fruition here.
That's it. Doesn't come to fruition this time around, but what does come to fruition is another game on the board, Tony. The series must go on, and very excited to see how things will fare. Who will be able to rise up? Who will be able to take this one for their own, zone out the series, and take the victory here, as it's been a hard-fought endeavor from both sides. You know, they're locked in. You can see they're shaking things up and looking to get right back into the driver's seat. And oh no, Joe, here we go.
Oh no, Joe, here we go. Game number 6. UQ 2, QUT 3. Of course, no kickoff demos this time around. It's a little bit different, a little bit more passive of a setup for both of these sides, as Ultraviolet over towards the top side of the net there with Rink. Jacko trying to set up there for Mac, but great answer back from Rink. I was going to say, you know, we were speaking about Owie's defensive prowess. It's now been Rink really taking up that mantle. So it's good to see UQ kind of swap around the positional roles, but Mac will slot that one in perfectly to start it off with QT.
Yeah, it looks like the swap up, it didn't pay dividends, but it worked out for QUT this time, so they're going to be able to glide their way in. Unfortunate bounce off Rink there, not going to be happy with that, but it's going to be positive strides for QUT in this one, as they have found the opening goal and are looking to stroll through for more here in the Tokyo. And we'll see if they are going to be able to find that ground, find that footing here, as they're keeping the ball isolated in the corner, but only for so long.
Only for so long. Finally will break out here. UQ. Ultraviolet going up there, looking for the dunk with the teammate. I was going to say they both attempted to try and slot that one in. But UQ, with that pressure, the defense getting a little bit over aggressive. They'll look to make their move. Emu will be able to cross it over here towards Rink, but still, I was going to say, they're kind of not even like attempting shots, they're kind of just passing back and forth across the corners. He'll look to go up for that one. Ultraviolet will look to stop it. Great answer there. QT now playing it a little bit slow. I was going to say they're kind of a little bit more adaptive to what has happened into that last game.
Yeah, couldn't agree more, Tone. Definitely more switched on and more adaptive to their circumstances here, and very eager to see a more shine through into the rest of this one as we're getting closer and closer to the halfway point here, Tony, and no one else has really been able to break in.
Nobody really has been able to make a mark here for UQ. You know, we were speaking about their defense, but we need a little bit more offense from them right now. Mac, another shot there on. You know, we has found a breakaway there. We'll look to put it in, but great defense there. I believe that was from Jacko and Ultraviolet. Combination to stop that one going in from UQ. 2 minutes 50 now on the clock. QUT will change up the pace and will look to make their approach be known towards the goal. Owie with a demo. Jacko to trade it back, and immediately possession of the ball goes back to QUT.
That's it. Solid defense coming out there. I thought a goal would break in, but no, it did not. And maybe we see one from UQ right now. They're taking it slow, steady. Jacko stops them in their tracks, though, sends it to the corner, and Mac is on deck, ready, waiting for the ball to stop. There you go. They're on top now, Tone, and looking to right into the skies.
Oh my word, just, I was going to say the mechanics from some of these guys on QUT. That was an almost attempted air dribble in towards the goal there. And he is going to go up once again, though. Mac, less fortunate on the boost side of things. Ultraviolet will send it along the wall. UQ needs to clear this one out, and they need to do it now. Rink will try to send it towards the midfield, but Jacko will send it over towards the left-hand side where QUT have a little bit more control.
That they do, and maybe they can garner some more where that came from as the ball sets sail towards the QUT side here. Mac trying to stop it in his tracks, not going to be able to do that as yet, but Jacko is good for it. Oh, it's an opening, open net, see ya later. That's number 2, locked in for QUT.
An absolute free run of things. That's, you know, just when you overcommit numbers there, Pumi almost able to stop that one, but UQ, great answer. Oh, sorry, QUT, great answer. UQ, unfortunate. They couldn't find the answer themselves. And again, we're back to demo plays, Matt, over towards the midfield. I see Jacko, another shot on towards the goal. UQ, it's all hands on deck as the alarm bells are ringing. A minute left on the clock for UQ to try and find 2, Matt. It feels very unlikely, but I was going to say we've seen crazier things.
Yeah, unlikely, but not impossible. Not yet. There's still time for that. And as that time trickles down, the impossibility becomes a possibility into this one. We'll see if their ability is going to be able to bring some stability into this, but not going to happen as yet. They are slowing it down. I'm looking to see if they can cause some motion here. But it's just going to be a solid upward presence from QUT right now.
Yeah, just again, battering away at a corner. They've found it. The left-hand side of things, the push there on the Mac to displace with a demo in return for the answer. Now QUT, well, sorry, UQ have over-aggressed a little bit here. Now QUT can look to make their walk up. Will be an attempted touch here from Mac. It will go over to Jacko. We'll send it towards the mid-side of the field. Ultraviolet looking to follow that one up. UQ are scrambled because they have to get boost, but they also have to defend this ball.
That's it. Got to focus on those objectives there, and it looks like that impossibility is indeed becoming a reality as we head down to the final seconds here. It is impossible for UQ to break in, and that will be that. QUT managed to take away the series there. What an endeavor it was, Tony. So competitive and going wild once again.
Yeah, huge game there from QUT. I started to worry a little bit towards the mid-section of that series, but QUT, they hold on strong, Matt. I was going to say, a well-played game there from UQ, though. They definitely fought for it in the end of things, but unfortunately, just not their day today, I guess. But for QUT, they'll be taking home 3rd, and for UQ, it'll be 4th place for them.
That's it, solid stuff coming out from our teams there. And as we set things up for the next one, everybody, we are going to be heading to a quick break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back before you know it. waiting for.
Yeah, this is it. Macquarie versus New South Wales. We have been predicting this final since the very start of the Elite Series, and here we are. I mean, look, it's kind of, it feels like we're after dark right now, kind of breaking the rules, breaking the laws to get this series to you, because exhibitor halls have closed down, but we keep playing on. We have a champion to crown at the end of this one, and I mean, what a finals it is. Macquarie, New South Wales, both these teams undefeated throughout the season, and already Corp is getting the first point on for Macquarie.
That's it, solid stuff coming out from Macquarie. They're going to be able to lock in the first goal, and we'll see if they can get many, many more where that came from, as they've got plenty more to do, plenty more to see, and let's see how they approach this next endeavor as they start off into the fray here. Here we go. Time to play, time to see who can take this one away.
Yeah, I mean, it's already a good start for that Macquarie side. I mean, this series, a lot kind of going into it in terms of, you know, different teams, different outlooks, different approaches into it. In the semifinals, we saw New South Wales a much more measured approach, a much more kind of playing, you know, your staples. It was standardized Rocket League, nothing too crazy, nothing too unorthodox. Whereas Macquarie, much more aggressive, much faster, willing to challenge more, willing to take more risks, and kind of got rewarded for it. They're the team coming into this one 4-0 in their series against UQ. New South Wales did drop a game to QUT, and we did just see before in that third place match how QUT did look. They were a strong side, so no shame in that. However, when you kind of pair these two teams against each other, like, who are you kind of leaning as a favorite?
Oh, I'm leaning into Macquarie being the favorite, to be honest, Max. You know, I think they've got a lot of potential, and I think they are going to tap into that all the way through. But we'll see how things fare, because they definitely have a very competitive team to face up against in UNSW here.
Yeah, that they do, and I mean, if any team could take down Macquarie, it would be UNSW. These two kind of went against each other in the previously in finals as well, where we did see Macquarie come out on top again. Macquarie's nearly done an undefeated year. It feels like the side has been so consistent, and what's crazy is that we're not really even seeing them at their full strength. Again, having to run the sub today in Corp, but Corp, very, very strong player, well within his own right. Definitely not a full downgrade, as some might think when you're running a sub. On the New South Wales side, though, you have Zenulus kind of stepping into the shoes who used to play for Macquarie, so there's a little bit of that rivalry right there. I mean, there's so many fun interlaying storylines and relationships between these players, and seeing it all come out on the pitch is going to be a lot of fun. Macquarie obviously struck first and haven't been able to strike again so far. Halfway through this first game, not a lot of opportunities for either team.
No, not a lot of opportunities at all here, and we'll see if they can gear up to give it their absolute best into the rest of this one, as Taragane, good receive there, trying to bring it upfield, get a result, bounce it through. Steve ready in the corner, see if they can press it up, lock it in, and they are going to be cleared out for the moment.
Here we go, Corp from behind. We'll get a delicate touch across that midfield line. We'll see what Zen can do out of the same corner as well. Wants to kind of drop it onto Ray. The challenge actually goes against New South Wales initially. And then they turn it in their favor. Steve turns it into a shot. Corp has to dive back for the save as New South Wales tries to shorten the map. Can't really do too much speed on the side of Lunar, who nearly brings it all the way back.
Nearly brings it all the way back, but they are going to have to stack it up and see if they can lock it down one step further. There it is, Steve. Downfield yields a goal.
Yeah, it was an air dribble bump to equalize this one. Steve just gets the ball in the right angle, takes care of Lunar. Bada bing, bada boom. Tie ball game with just over 100 seconds to go.
That's it. Close as can be here, and it's getting closer by the second. So we'll see how things fare into the rest of this one, as they are going to be looking to stack it up, looking to lock it in, and there's it. Oh, look at that. That is a goal if I've ever seen one.
Spiking it with a bit of authority right there. Let's see what Zen has got. Boom. Sweet spot, ball down and in. Well done to the New South Wales side. It was Taragane who really kind of created that shot right there. Either way, New South Wales late lead, minute and a half to go. Plenty of time for Macquarie to strike back, but I'm liking the form New South Wales has shown us.
Yeah, I'm loving the form here as well, Max. You know, they're definitely showcasing what they're capable of showcasing. They mean business here, and very excited to see what else will be on a deck here as we slow things down to almost a whisper. But things are just starting to heat up once again.
Yeah, we'll see what happens as Corp throws it across. No one there, at least not straight away. It says it's going to be Lunar with the challenge. Ray wants to play side as well. Under a minute to go. New South Wales, they want to control the middle of the field right here. It's going to be well within their reach. This is actually Macquarie in a dire spot right now. They're low on resources. They've got the poor field position, and they're the team that needs the goal.
That's it. They're going to be the team that needs the goal. And let's see if they can stroll ahead and give it their all here. Steve and Co. looking to put on a show. Ooh, good defense from Luna, though.
Yeah, that was a close one. Pressure being put on. I mean, New South Wales, that would have kind of sealed game one away. They're still in control. Or are they? Ray with the counter. It was a beautiful pass to set him up. Net was left open, and with 19 seconds to go, we're looking at an overtime angle, Matt.
That's it. They are going to be able to lock it down. OT could be online. 20-minute OT, right?
I mean,
right?
We're due for it, right? You've been wanting it all season long. Why not the opening game?
Today's the day.
It has to be. It's the last chance.
Yep.
So
this is it.
It's got to be. It's got to happen, and it could be happening here. Still 13 seconds to go. In regulation, Steve finds TwoTapTony. Hold on. 20 minutes have to wait. New South Wales get the late lead.
Oh, my goodness. Can you believe it? With seconds to spare, they managed to lock it in at a tight angle straight into the pocket there. And they are going to be happy with that. But 10 seconds to go. Can Macquarie match their energy? Can they bring things up a notch as well? Time will tell, and there's not much to tell as they hold on to it. 2-1. And the ball stays afloat. But for how long? It's going down. It's sinking.
Ooh.
Holding on. Holding steady. It's still alive. But for how long, Max?
Not much longer. Ball hits the ground. New South Wales takes game one. Look, you're lucky. You hid in the booth. You were able to hide back here. I got pulled out a little bit, and I had a chat. Both the teams, they cornered me against the door. They're like, who do you think is going to win? You have to tell us with all of us staring at you. Who do you think is going to win? I actually said Macquarie.
Wow.
And then New South Wales comes out and does that. You don't think it's personal to them? You don't think they're coming out here with something to prove?
I think it's personal.
Yeah.
I want to prove you wrong.
Exactly. That's all anyone wants to do in Rocket League is prove me wrong. And, well, you know what? New South Wales are off to a great start to it. Again, it's that same clean form we saw in the semifinals. They're just so methodical, so accurate. I mean, it's textbook Rocket League, and it's so tough to beat. Macquarie's going to have to show me something special right now coming into game two, which they can do. It's not like the semifinals where like, oh, show me something special, then I'm kind of thinking like, because it has to be extraordinary. That's something Lunar I've seen do. That's something I've seen Ray do on occasion as well. Like, they have the skill set to be extraordinary, and I'm really curious to see if Macquarie can pull that off.
Yeah, you're going to see if we will find that coming online, coming true here as we are breaking in to another step of the endeavor right now. It's time for Ray to come into play into this one and see where they can find success, where they can find a glory here.
Oh.
Steve, almost cleaves their way in, but they are shut out.
Yeah, not going to get that opening goal, but the pressure is still going to come from the New South Wales side. This time it's Zen looking to get that ball towards the net. Tries to find the ball, doesn't quite get it, at least not straight away. Steve now tries to throw it off to TwoTapTony. Corp will get that demo. Zen instead will be the one to push it forward. Corp from above. Nope, it's underneath. Ball down, not in. As Macquarie's defense continues to hold, New South Wales midfield control still nearly immaculate.
Yeah, going to be all set, all good there, and we'll see just how good it's going to be as we are holding on tight for this one, and maybe there could be something more on the horizon here. Eyes on the prize, and let's see if they can rise up, take the ball, or if it is going to rise, take the goal.
Here we go, Corp. TwoTapTony underneath. That's a touch. That's an okay touch. It's going to go opposite side. Here comes Steve. 50. One out by Steve. Doesn't go too much further. Big bump. Sets up Corp. Now flick over the middle. It's going to be caught by TwoTapTony. Now here comes Lunar. They'll look to set something up as well to the backboard. Doesn't find it. And so we continue to kind of go corner to corner right now. Someone's got to step up and make this play from Macquarie. We haven't seen him put the goal on just yet. And still not going to. Corners, you know, it's the safest place on the field right now, so New South Wales will happily keep it bottled down here.
Happily keep it bottled down, happily keep it locked in, and let's see exactly how this one is going to go, Mr. Max, as They are trying to maximize their power into this one, but no one has broken through just yet.
Not just yet. Still, we're going to see TwoTapTony pinch off the roof. Find Steve. Oh, what a pass! The shot, though, didn't have the power. I love that setup from Steve. And again, when New South Wales pulls something out of their bag of tricks, you always kind of go on notice because they remind you, hold on, these are still like very mechanical players. They can pull off surprises sometimes. Lunar looks for Corp. This one gets intercepted away. Ray, though, fastest player with that dominance, able to get to it. Still 2:20 left remaining, and TwoTapTony may have just found a hole. Lunar's back there for the save.
Yeah, plugging the hole and making sure they can't get a goal. Let's see if they are going to be able to open things up a step further here. Luna, good clear. Zen ready up the wall, though. Rise up. Eyes on the prize. Ooh, could have been an opportunity, but not this time. Luna prepared again. Sends it upfield. That's a big hit. Corp ready. Not going to be able to catch it, though. They're trying to respond, but it stays on UNSW's side.
Yeah, but for how long will it stay there? I mean, they're usually pretty quick on the clear. They're usually able to find their way back out. They've been on the back foot for a while, though. This is the best attack we've seen from Macquarie so far in this series, I might argue. I mean, yeah, they scored before, but it wasn't off anything extended. Macquarie might be cooking. Backboard down, not in.
Not down, not in, and let's see if they can take this one for a spin, as they are going to be holding on for one more moment here, and let's see how they go, as they are looking to slow their road. TwoTapTony ready in the corner, but Ray saves the day.
Yeah, but has to put it somewhere safe, and the waiting arms of Zen, probably not the safest place for Macquarie to put it. Here we go, Steve, boost, gets Corp to jump. Ray plays patient. Ray doesn't have the boost to commit. That's probably why. Lunar, though, doesn't either, yet still goes for the play. Under a minute to go. New South Wales has been on the attack for the past 25 seconds or so, but it's been nothing threatening yet. Steve wants to find TwoTapTony. Here he comes, 2v1. And the 2 does win out. Defense continues to hold down.
Hold down, hold it in, and let's see how they spin this one. Steve is down. Zen looking to push it up, push it out. Ray will be the one to do that, and going to see if they can push it on a step closer. Take the ball slow the road, but it's still not untraveled. An opening is achieved, and they heave it through at the last possible moment. TwoTapTony.
Now that was set up for Steve to be the one to try to put it in. However, they couldn't quite get behind it. The problem was, usually so consistent on those shots, defense reacts to it. It buys TwoTapTony that extra quarter second or so to be the first player to get to the ball. Well done, New South Wales. Late lead. And Matsy, our number 2 seed, they're 15 seconds away from being 2-0 up in this grand final.
That's it. So close, yet so far. Will they be able to hold on to this one? There's not much time to recover here, and Macquarie are struggling to do just that, but Luna ready. Doesn't have much chance, but the ball's still going to be up, but not for long. There you have it. UNSW will be able to take away their second.
I'm going back to the conspiracy theory, my prediction conspiracy theory. All right, not only, did we go back to I had to pick in front of everybody, and teams love to prove me wrong. Whenever I'm put under the pump in predicting a Lunar game, this is more RLCS than it's been here in the Elite Series. Always incorrect. Always incorrect. If I pick Lunar to win, he'll lose. If I pick Lunar to lose, he'll win. I went on a streak of picking Lunar to lose. He went on to win a couple regionals and nearly went to Worlds. So I kept doing it like as my means of supporting him, all right? It's a convoluted thing.
Yeah.
I don't know if he understands it, but I was picking against him out of love.
It's reverse psychology.
Exactly. And, well, now I kind of took that love away, I guess, because now Macquarie down 2-0, New South Wales. Hey, maybe we see Steve return and then, continue to return to the RLCS. Maybe this is their comeback party to the Pro League.
Yeah, this is the first step. Break it back in. We'll see if that is going to become a reality or what will happen as we break in a game at 3 of this one. And UNSW, already could have been on top. Oh my goodness, there you go. They are going to be on top. I've spoken it, and it is now true. TwoTapTony pulls through.
There's a reason why TwoTapTony has historically been the king of AEL. There's a reason why he's always been that kind of breakout player, sort of that MVP look, that MVP star. We're seeing it right now on what has been the biggest stage the Elite Series has seen here at PAX. And now It's kind of like that empty arena match, which is kind of cool as well. I don't know if you've ever seen that in the WWE or what have you, but that's kind of the atmosphere we have right now for this grand final. And my goodness, New South Wales, they are taking advantage of the stage as much as they can.
That's it, taking advantage of the stage and ready to engage into this one. Let's see exactly how it's all going to go as they are jumping in to fruition, jumping into the fray, and it's time for Demo Day.
Are your rhymes pre-planned? Like, do you have like a book of rhymes at home where it's like, all right, for day we have play ready to go? Like, what is going on? Can I see this book? This sacred tome? I see. All right, fair enough. Yeah, put that away, all right? It's not Halloween just yet. Still 3:45 to go in this one with the 1-0 lead.
Well, we're pretty close.
It is spooky month.
Yeah, it is. Spooktober. You'll love to see it. And definitely eager to see more where that came from. We'll see what these players are looking to do right now. Ray, trying to find the opening, but he's going to get his shot out. TwoTapTony, one and the same. Corp, trying to see if he can push it back, but no! It ain't going to happen. UNSW pulled through for 2.
This is getting worse and worse for Macquarie. TwoTapTony. Again, you're so accustomed to seeing these players go to the ceiling or go to the roof as high as possible. That's where all the defenders went. TwoTapTony just keeps it low, keeps it straight, puts the shot on and in. Macquarie now down 2-0 in this final. I mean, look, I was expecting this one to be back and forth. I wasn't expecting New South Wales to necessarily kind of like roll over and give it, you know, just hand it to Macquarie on a silver platter. However, they're getting themselves set up for a grand final sweep.
That they are. They're looking confident, looking good at the moment. And let's see if they are going to be able
got
to
another.
maintain it. That they will. Break it in with 3. What is happening right now, Max?
AGON has been unleashed. You can see him out there right now. He is having a good time closest to the camera. TwoTapTony, just fantastic stuff. Hat trick in Game 3. 3 on the board for their 3rd win. New South Wales inching ever closer. And if I'm not mistaken, gotta go back to the history book, go back to the annals. This would also be their 3rd Elite Series victory, I believe. It would definitely, at least their 2nd plus an Open Series victory. That adds up to 3 in my eyes as TwoTapTony gets a 4th.
There you go, breaking in for 4 there. Gonna have to go back in the tomes there, you know, into the archives, but love to see it. That's going to be another one added to the history books. A 4th goal for UNSW. And let's see how they pursue this next kickoff. They dive straight in. Steve are going to be able to push their way ahead of this one. Try and create the opening, create space. Shut out by Luna. And there's more where that came from.
Yeah, I mean, Macquarie, where you've got to see some signs of life from this side. Steve just is going to get the dunk, so I'm a little bit saddened that TwoTapTony is no longer the sole point scorer. However, this is just, you know, a perfect dunk right there. It's awkward because Corp pushed Lunar out of the way to take the ball.
Yeah, going to be pushed away, and now ready to save the day is UNSW.
All right, so we got away in day. I'm gonna start.
Ready to play.
No, I'm gonna get your rhymes. All right, I'm gonna figure it out. Okay, it's the oh, what were they? What were the code breakers called back during like World War II? They had like a special name. I only kind of remember it because of something weird. Either way, Lunar's gonna go ahead and clear across the midfield line and doesn't turn that into a shot. But that's you. That's what I'm getting at. You are the one breaking the World War II codes right now.
Yeah, we're going to Morse code on it. You know, beep 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 into the pitch right now, and let's see how we fare into this next one. Straight onto the other side, and they glide across, but it's time to collide. A physicality coming in to the fray, and see how TwoTapTony prepares for this one.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Through the corner we go, finding Corp up that midfield, and maybe Macquarie can get something going. Game is out of reach. All right, like this one's out of reach. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. New South Wales is going to be 3-0 up in this grand final. It's up to Macquarie to now pull off the reverse sweep on stage at PAX. Crowd of, you know, gainful AEL employees ready to cheer these guys on, and it's going to be exciting to see.
exciting to see, and more excitement on its way. We'll see exactly how things go as we take it one step further. 40 seconds remain in this one, and Macquarie unable to reach.
No! Oh, that could have been special had Steve connected there.
Not today.
Well, not yet today, all right? I don't want this pessimism right here. New South Wales is looking unstoppable. The reset from Zen denied by Lunar. Still 20 seconds to go. Game 4 could be the final game. You know my take on hurdles and how tough the last one is, but New South Wales is just making every jump look easy.
That's it, giving it their best. They are looking to take control of this one, and we'll see how they stroll ahead here once again as the seconds remain. Trickling down, a ball hits the floor, and it's game number 4. UNSW on track for series point now, and they are locked in.
Oh, Tadagane, he's crying about, you know, he wanted more competition. That's what he's saying, and meanwhile, on the Macquarie side, they're focusing up right now. Looking back at themselves, looking ahead. Smiles, nerves, definite nerves. You know who doesn't look nervous? Lunar.
Yep.
Yeah, right in the middle. I have never seen him fazed by anything. He is one of the most cool, calm, collected players. And if we are going to see that Macquarie comeback, that's where it starts.
This is it.
Yeah,
This is the game.
this is it. This
train.
could be the last game. Oh, you think we're getting back on the train?
Yeah, we're going to hear the train again.
You do?
Yeah, that's it. Coals are burning.
Oh boy,
Thomas is here.
Macquarie, what have you got for us? Is it going to be the happy train, or is it going to be Choo Choo Charles? We're going to find out very, very shortly in this one. As soon as our players are ready up, we will go. But this could be the final game, I'd say. This could be it. This is the end of the journey potentially. That's it's always a bittersweet moment at the end, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, Tony already, he's gone. He
Yeah.
was like, you know what? Third place is the real finals. Queensland is the real best state, because we know Tony loves Queensland. It's his favorite state, and he goes there at every opportunity. In fact, that's probably where he went right now. Back to Queensland.
Yep, he's already on the plane.
Oh, my goodness. But yeah, this is going to be a good conclusion for this one. Tadagane not able to get anything through the corner.
Yeah, not this time. Not going to be able to get anything over the top there. Zen, though. Good hold up in the skies. Going to rise up. Eyes on the prize. Ray sends it back. Trying to stack up the attack here. Luna, good catch. Bounce off the wall. Oh, not this time. That was a close one.
Yeah, good double touch. The angle could have been lethal. I like how you had to keep two defenders back just in case. Again, the respect being shown towards Lunar. More than justified based on their resume, based on their play up until this final. Now here comes the shot. It's Tadagane again. The man cannot be stopped today. He is keen for this final.
Keen as can be, and they are going to be so happy with that. But we'll see how things fare into the next one.
All right, I have been keen all week long and like all season long to hear what kind of banter would be coming from the New South Wales side. I know it was good because I saw the ref laughing. All right, whatever was being said by Zen, it would have been funny either way. Shots on it, still not in yet. They are feeling good about themselves right now. New South Wales, what do you got? Midfield, it's a pass down, looking for Zen. Has to go for the backflip to try and find the right angle. Does get a bump on Ray. Corpse swings and misses, so it's going to be a free touch. Backwards to go. Lunar has no boost. A demo opens it up. What is that angle from Steve, Matsy?
Oh my goodness. I cannot believe what we are witnessing here. Just absolute insanity towards the goals there, and they lock it down. They're feeling good about it. You can tell they are full of energy into this one. And there's more to follow.
Oh no, the kickoff nearly goes in as well. Ray has a backboard in, but Steve is nearly there. The speed coming from him. So fast, so decisive. Now Zen waterfalls down. Ray has to play that backboard. But you can see every touch right now from New South Wales is putting the ball in a threatening spot. Zen nearly puts it in. But his time has come and gone. This entire series has been about that guy right there, Tadagane, with some help from Steve as well. This duo pushing New South Wales further ahead. One reset. No space for the second.
No space for the second, and they are looking to break their way in for more. Tadagane, take a bow. It's good for 3.
He needs to play like this in RLCS. He plays like this in RLCS. He's going to majors. He's going to worlds. He'll be, you know, all the way. This has been a phenomenal stuff from TwoTapTony so far in this final. Just reading the desperation is what I'd call that one. Lunar tries to make a solo play happen. TwoTapTony plays patient, sees the opening, boom, able to throw it back. And I don't want to come across too negative against this McCrory side right now, but so much pressure is being put on Lunar right now to make these plays, force these plays at times. Just hasn't gotten the backup that I feel like a full team's needed, whereas when you look at New South Wales, it's all 3 players stepping up. It's all 3 players performing. And now they are half a game away from a 4-0 performance here at the Elite Series Final.
Yeah, it's a rough one, isn't it? Ooh, it could have got a whole lot rougher if that one went in there, but not today. They are going to be holding on for a bit longer, but my goodness, UNSW cannot be afforded these opportunities.
Ooh. And I like Lunar cheated down there. That's the trust in the team that he needed. Nearly turns into a goal. Still 2 minutes left. There's still time to play, and we have seen 3-goal comebacks before, so not without, you know, the realm of possibility, and we know Lunar has ice in his veins. Unfortunately, that shot's not going to be on. Because I joke with TwoTapTony, we're like the only 2 Williams F1 fans here. But then, you know, you got Kimi Räikkönen on the other side, and I know he's retired, but my goodness, is he the Iceman, and that's what I'm expecting to see from Lunar right now.
No, we need to bring back Latifi. That's the real goat right there, Max.
I think they played in the high school series before. Either way, here comes Lunar now, looking for the flick, and that is why he's scary. No, it's post down, not in. Follow from Ray's not there. It's what McCrory needed, but it doesn't come through.
Not breaking through just yet. Maybe they get their chance in a second, though. Lunar, rise up. Eyes on the prize. Down low, not gonna go. So, let's see if they can show up into this next portion here. Ray, ready to put on a display here.
Oh. It's every touch, every bounce. Compare that shot to Lunar shot we just saw before. Bounce out, no lucky break, no lucky play. See if this is this. It's in. It's clean. Some days the ball bounces in your favor. Some days the post is on your side. And today that's New South Wales.
That's it. Today is their day. The sun is shining and they are feeling good. But we'll see how things go until the last remaining minute here. Corp and Co ready to try and slow things down. But it's going to be a tougher time ahead.
Yeah, as we see play back into the corner. They come around. Corp still staying behind him as we see shots on.
Yeah, see shots on. Let's see how they are going to break into this one as they're looking to hold on firmly here. 30 seconds to go, and we'll see what they can maneuver. It's time, a make or break into this, now or never, and let's see if they can bring it up.
I mean, it's 20 seconds left, Matsy. It's not happening. New South Wales have played I'm going to say it, this is as close to a perfect finals as you can pull off. The Elite Series, it's going back to the university that performed our first dominant series. Well, now they've done it again. The University of New South Wales are your AEL Elite Series champions.
That's it. GG, well played to all teams involved there, and UNSW are crowned our champions. Amazing stuff coming through from them. Gonna be feeling good about that one, that is for certain.
Yeah, I mean, they took that momentum from the semifinal and took it all the way to the final, and I thought McCrory, they're a fast team, they're a competitive team. I thought they'd be able to keep up with just the cleanliness of it all, and unfortunately for them, it didn't work out in their favor. And this is the type of series, I feel like if we play it 5 times, we're going to get 5 different results, even though there's only 2 teams, right? Like, it's that volatile between these 2 sides. Today, we just happened to roll, you know, a nat 20 for New South Wales. They just hit it. They hit it perfectly, hit their stride. They're your champions.
That's it. They're the champions, and they are going to be taking it away. But let's take a look at how things went today. It started off strong. McCrory take it away 4-0 against UQ. Semi-final 2. UNSW breaking in 4-1 against QUT. Third place decider. QUT break it out 4-1 against UQ. And our grand final. UNSW a clean sweep 4-0 against McCrory.
You know what's crazy? That series of the day, that high school final. Wouldn't have predicted that. That high school final was the only one that went 7. So congrats to them. Like, well done.
Yeah, well done to them, honestly. Really solid stuff. And it's great to see, I guess, the like developmental side of things, you know, how these students are really able to give it their best, and I think we've seen plenty of that today.
Yeah, we have. We saw. It was a fun day. It was a fun day, man.
Yeah.
There's not much more to say. Congrats to New South Wales again. Condolences to Macquarie. They fought hard to get here. Their run comes to an end, but I think we'll be back.
Yeah, I think they'll be back as well. We're definitely eager to see how things progress into the future. But for today, everybody, this has been Rocket League here at PAX Australia. Amazing stuff coming through from the Nationals. Max, Tony, me, bringing all the action. And we appreciate each and every one of you for tuning in. This has been a pleasure, and we'll see you in the next one. Ciao for now.